Good morning, Wichita, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us for this morning's City Council meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. With us this morning is Pastor Ryan Emmons of Friendship Baptist Church by I-135 in Pawnee. Pastor Emmons will provide our invocation. Following that, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance, and we ask that you please stand for both.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we bow our heads in prayer, we just know that, as your word says, that unless you build the house, they labor in vain that build it. And so we ask that you would give us wisdom and direction this morning. I ask you to be with our council members and our Madam Mayor, and give them understanding and wisdom to help the city of Wichita, that we might be the best we could possibly be. Lord, we ask for your wisdom in the ways that would help not only for protection, Lord, but would help each citizen be able to be the best they can be in a city where there's lots of people with different varying opinions and varying backgrounds. And we recognize there are many cities problems that we have, and we understand, Lord, that there are wicked people out there in the world. And so it's our desire that we would just be the best light that we could possibly be, and that you would give us protection and wisdom discerning these types of things. We also know that your word is what gives us the wisdom that we need for every opportunity we have. And so we thank you that this city council meets and opens in a word of prayer to ask for your guidance in every step of the way. And then, Father, obviously by the crowd this morning, there's a lot of people that are here for varying reasons, and I know that days like this can be very stressful, so I ask that you would just give calm hearts and a readiness of mind, and that the proceedings would happen very refreshing, and at the end of the day, people would look at today's meeting as very impactful and helpful for the different tasks that are laid ahead. And then lastly, we think of Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for our sins and gave his life and came back to life again to prove he was Almighty God. And we thank you for the relationship we get to have with you because of what your son did on the cross for us. And we thank you for letting us be able to meet today for this great nation that we have and for this wonderful city that you've allowed us to be a part of. And we ask that you would just bless this meeting in a way that is by your hands abundant guidance today. In your name I pray. Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Emmons. And again, thank you to all of you who are still coming in. We do have an overflow room in the council chamber, the council boardroom on the other side of this hallway. Thank you again for joining us this morning. Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Approve the minutes of the regular meeting, October 14th, 2025.
Council members, any items to be edited? I see none. I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting, October 14th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Awards and proclamations. Today's proclamations are Domestic Violence Month, National Chiropractor Month, and Mindful ICT Coming to Our Hearts Day.
May I please ask the City of Wichita Law Department and anyone in support of the Domestic Violence Month Awareness Proclamation to come forward at this time. The proclamation reads, the City of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas the City of Wichita and Sedgwick County Coordinated Community Response Team are committed to taking a firm position against domestic violence and remain focused on ensuring that victims are safe and abusers are held accountable for their crimes. Whereas domestic violence and sexual assault result in widespread victimization of adults, children, and families throughout the world. Whereas in 2024, more than 17,000 calls for service related to domestic violence offenses were made in Wichita, and the local criminal justice system dedicates tremendous resources to arrest and prosecute perpetrators. Whereas the theme of this year's Domestic Violence Awareness Month campaign is Love Shouldn't Hurt, this campaign calls on new partners and community members to help expand domestic violence prevention and awareness efforts, ensuring that the next generation fosters attitudes that promote healthy relationships, equality, and respect. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Myers. I'm the Executive Director of the Wichita Family Crisis Center. We are one of the shelters and crisis centers for survivors of domestic violence. Domestic Violence Awareness Month is about educating the public about domestic violence, about supporting survivors, and about uniting to prevent domestic violence in the future. Unfortunately, I don't think that Wichita needs any educating about domestic violence. In the past few months, we've heard about some pretty severe domestic violence, and unfortunately, I am going to talk about it a little bit. It's really hard to hear, but it's incumbent upon us to bear witness on behalf of these survivors. There was a 20-year-old young woman who was pregnant and lost her life as a result of domestic violence. A law enforcement officer was gunned down, reporting to a domestic violence incident in Hayes. A community support worker who many of us knew well, was murdered by her boyfriend and stuffed into the trunk of her car last month. We made national news as a result of a woman being brutally abducted, and it was recorded on a Ring camera, and it took days to identify her. So education is not the issue. Supporting survivors is about honoring the heroes that stand behind me, and some of whom didn't come up here this morning. The community support workers, the law enforcement, the victim service providers, they are heroes. But you all here today are also heroes, because I know that prevention and uniting to prevent domestic violence is a priority for this community, both with the city council, the mayor, and you all here today. So thank you very much for this proclamation and for being here to support survivors and ending domestic violence. Thank you.
May I please ask the Kansas Chiropractic Association to come forward at this time? Good morning. The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas chronic musculoskeletal pain is a widespread problem in the United States, including Wichita, due to factors such as aging, obesity, and sedentary lifestyles, and back pain remains the single leading cause of disability worldwide. Whereas pain medications, especially opioids, have long been a default treatment for these conditions. However, research shows they are not an effective long-term strategy for chronic low back pain, and safer non-drug approaches are preferred by many patients. Whereas national clinical guidelines, including those from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the American College of Physicians, recommend that patients with common musculoskeletal pain seek non-drug treatments first, and research demonstrates that chiropractic care can help reduce reliance on prescription opioids. Whereas chiropractors are experts in musculoskeletal health and provide evidence-based, non-drug approaches to address back pain, neck pain, joint pain, and headaches, while also offering guidance on nutrition, ergonomics, injury prevention, and healthy lifestyle choices. Now therefore be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim October 2025 as National Chiropractic Health Month.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I obviously should have brought more friends. I am happy to share this message with such a packed house today, though. On behalf of the Kansas Chiropractic Association and the American Chiropractic Association, I'm honored today to speak as we celebrate National Chiropractic Health Month 2025. This year's theme, Get Started with Chiropractic, highlights how chiropractic care can be the first step in managing pain and improving health without drugs. The American Chiropractic Association emphasizes that chiropractic care can help reduce reliance on opioids, supporting a safer and healthier approach to pain management. Today, we extend our deepest gratitude to Mayor Lily Wu and the Wichita City Council for officially proclaiming October as Chiropractic Health Month in Wichita. This proclamation underscores our community's commitment to health and wellness, and we encourage everyone to take this opportunity to learn how chiropractic care can be a key part of their journey toward better health. Let's celebrate this month by spreading awareness of the benefits of chiropractic care and by encouraging friends, family, and our neighbors to get started with chiropractic and embrace a healthier lifestyle. Thank you.
May I please ask Councilmember Ballard and Retreat to Joy to come forward at this time. Hi, good morning. The city of Wichita, Kansas, founded in 1870, whereas Mindful ICT is a grassroots public health initiative sponsored by Retreat to Joy, created to increase both mental and physical wellness in the Wichita community through mindfulness practices, education, and connection. Whereas Mindful ICT brings together community partners, including Network Kansas, the Reardon Clinic, Mindful Leader, and the Mindful Teacher Community Network, MTCN, to expand opportunities for mindfulness-based learning, collaboration, and community growth. Whereas this proclamation celebrates the inaugural Mindful Teacher Community Network Retreat, Coming to Our Hearts, which honors teachers and community leaders for bringing mindfulness into our hearts, workplaces, schools, and neighborhoods. Whereas Wichita is a community rooted in compassion, innovation, and collaboration, proud to support initiatives that elevate wellness, strengthen connection, and showcase the city's beauty, strength, and heart. Now therefore be it resolved that the Wichita City Council does hereby proclaim October 18th, 2025 as Mindful ICT Coming Home to Our Heart Day.
Wow, good morning. This is the biggest crowd I've seen, and I'm so happy to be here. My name is Constance Paraska, and I am founder of Retreat to Joy, and it was a lifetime in the making. I come to mindfulness from mental illness background, and right now we have collective insanity going on. It's an epidemic. So 57 million Americans struggle with depression, anxiety, relationship problems. That's 1 in 4 Kansans. So my company has been around for 10 years, and it's the biggest transformation I've had in my mental health, and I could give you, some occurrences, but we don't need to go there. This is fresh. So this came about, it's a public health initiative, because the old ways that we've treated just mental illness it's not working. So mindfulness offers more prevention, management of excellent mental health. So I'm very happy that I was teamed with Reardon Clinic, Network Kansas, Mindful Leader, and Mindful Teacher Community Network. And we're going to pick up other businesses, other individuals along the way who can contribute to mental wellness. Thank you so much.
May I please now ask the nonprofit organization Gathered and its supporters to come forward at this time. The City of Wichita is recognizing Gathered and issues this certificate of recognition in honor of dedicated service to the children and families of our community. Through collaboration, compassion, and innovation, Gathered has strengthened the network of care surrounding Sedgwick County's most vulnerable. Their commitment to supporting those who care for those others embodies the spirit of unity and service that defines Wichita. The City of Wichita celebrates Gathered's 5th anniversary and continued efforts to build stronger families, connected communities, and lasting hope.
Thank you. It's such a great opportunity to serve the community. This is my plug, gatheredstrong.com. If you want to help us build a continuum of care to support the vulnerable children and families in our community, we would definitely appreciate that, because anything that we're facing, whether it's domestic violence, drug addiction, other substances, that's a community problem, and the only way we'll solve them or get any progress is working together. Thank you.
May I please ask Councilmember Becky Tuttle to come forward, Matt Martinez, and the Parks and Rec Department to come forward at this time.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I'm Becky Tuttle, and it is my honor to be here today to recognize someone whose vision and dedication has transformed the way Wichita moves, connects, and celebrates our great community, Matt Martinez. Matt is the Recreation Supervisor with the City of Wichita Park and Recreation Department. Back in 2016, Matt traveled all the way to Portland, Oregon to see how their open streets events were done. He came home inspired, full of ideas, and determined to bring the same energy and sense of community to Wichita. And because of his passion and his incredible leadership, the very first Open Streets ICT was held in 2017 on Douglas Street. That first event was something special. We closed more than 4 miles of Douglas on a Sunday in September, all to get people outside, active, and connecting with other people and local businesses. More than 15,000 people came to the first Open Streets ICT event to walk, dance, scooter, stroller, and explore our beautiful downtown, many saying they hadn't been downtown in years. And from there, the event has just kept growing. It's estimated by 2019 we had 35,000 people attend Open Streets ICT. But Matt didn't stop there. The success of Open Streets ICT on Douglas inspired other neighborhoods to want to join in. In 2019, community leaders in Nomar reached out to Matt wanting to host their own Open Streets ICT on 21st Street. And of course, Matt jumped right in to make it happen. And then in 2022, Wichita State University came on board, hosting their first event on 17th Street. Since then, Matt has been organizing 3 Open Streets ICT events each year on Douglas, in Nomar, and at WSU. Each of them brings thousands of people together to be active, engage with local businesses, and enjoy everything that makes Wichita so special. Behind the scenes, people don't see it, but Matt works diligently with park maintenance, with the Wichita Police Department, and community partners and other city agencies to ensure every event is safe, successful, and enjoyable for everyone. His teamwork and attention to detail have been key to the program's continued success. The impact has been incredible. Families getting together outside, neighbors connecting, local businesses thriving, and a stronger, healthier community. The feedback from residents has been overwhelmingly positive, and it's clear that Open Streets ICT has become one of Wichita's most beloved traditions. Matt, your leadership, energy, and passion for the community has made a lasting impact in our city. On behalf of the City of Wichita, it is my pleasure to present you with the Open Streets ICT Championship Belt and a symbol of your championship spirit and your dedication to make Wichita a more active, connected, and vibrant place to live. Matt, congratulations, and thank you for all you've done for our community.
Thank you so much, Becky. I appreciate everybody's support. If it wasn't for the team behind me, these events couldn't happen. So I appreciate everything, and it's a great team to work with. I look forward to the next Open Street coming up in April. Thank you so much.
May I please ask the Wichita Airport Authority and all its staff, including, most especially, Valerie Wise, to come forward at this time. Good morning. This distinguished service citation marks 31 years of service to the city of Wichita. This certificate and award is for Valerie Wise, presented in recognition of dedicated service rendered to the community and citizens of the city of Wichita, Kansas. In her 31 years and 4 months of service, Valerie Wise has served as an administrative secretary, administrative aide, air service development coordinator, principal planner, air service and business development administrator, and is now retiring as division manager. We want to say thank you to Valerie for her dedicated service to the citizens of Wichita.
It was in 1994 when I applied for the administrative assistant position. Never, ever thinking I would get the job because I was 6 months pregnant. And my husband and I thought, there's no way. Well, God had another plan for me. And in April of 1994, Bayless Bell, who was the director of the airport, hired me. Later, I asked him, why did he do that? And he said, well, you're going to get pregnant sooner or later. So I had no airport experience, but I quickly learned the job. I studied the consultant reports. I learned from my mentors. And I quickly learned how dynamic and exciting the airport industry is. And I just loved it. And I learned and I studied and got involved in more projects. 12 years later, the air service and marketing position opened up. And Victor White was the director at that time. I reluctantly applied for it because it would involve public speaking. It would involve media interviews, and I was always one to shy away from the camera. But I felt I could do it, and so I applied the very last day that they were taking applications. And once again, God showed up, and he got me the job. And I will have to say that it has been a career that I have loved. I have enjoyed the people in this industry. My coworkers back at the Airport Authority are the best people you'll ever meet because they are hardworking, they are dedicated to the airport and to its success and its safety. And they're fun people, and they're like family to me, and I will miss them. I've had the privilege of meeting so many people in the city, leaders in the city that I would never have been able to meet before. They're good people. There's so many good people in this city. As I reflect on my career, I like to think that I leave the airport in a good position. We are seeing record traffic. In fact, the first quarter of this year, we had lower average itinerary fares than Kansas City had, which has never happened before. So I want to thank Jesse for putting up with me. Of course, I think it goes both ways. And my husband, my family, who have not seen me much during my career because I put in pretty long days. But I feel like any successes that I have had have been blessings from God, and he gets all the credit. I want to thank you for this recognition.
Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public agenda. The public agenda allows for up to 5 speakers to have 5 minutes each to address the council. No action will be taken relative to items on the public agenda other than referral to the city manager for information as necessary. Speakers will please state their name and address for the record. A time clock will display the speaker's remaining time to speak. Order and rules of decorum will be observed. The first speaker for today is Arthur Stokes, Black Mold.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Arthur. I'm at 2614 South Topeka, apartment 202. And I'm speaking on the topic of black mold, but it really tops on the topic of environmental indoor health quality. It's like the mental health, but indoors. I mean, you have a lot of different type of indoor problems, and mold is, to me, it's kind of sneaky. You know, you don't really have, it's kind of like COVID-19 that we just experienced. You don't really have a list of one group of symptoms from it, and you know, it really sneaked up into my life. You know, I had so many different symptoms from it. I had planned it this morning to try to get speakers in, but I'm doing what I can to hold the podium. I've been talking to a lot of people, and people just aren't really processing on how really graphic this topic really is. You know, we don't really want to talk about that. This is a topic, you know, it's kind of underground, but you know, my target is to try to like bring people in that spent more money, but you know, and let them share their experiences and strength, and you know, and talk about really how really bad this stuff has really affected them, and you know, trying to come out on the other side. I feel like this topic chose me. I didn't choose this topic because it affected me. You know, I have numerous of experience. I have an athletic background. I played some high school All-Americans. One of them was O.J. Simpson's protege, Tyrone Young, who's now deceased. And, you know, life hits us all in some type of way, but this was one that was, you know, really had me looking around with, you know, trying to keep inventory on my life and, you know, my finances and stuff, and the amount of goals that I had set for myself. I came up really short. I mean, this stuff can really clean you out. It can clean your bank account out. Big Pharma can clean your bank account out. So, you know, my goal is to try to talk to legislature, city council, and next year, hopefully, try to bring more people in on this with me. This is such a huge topic. We have the auditorium full this morning. The auditorium should be full of people that have stories to share about how this stuff has affected them as well as their families. I mean, I've talked to a few. I think I'm going to get a few on board, but you know, it's a slow process in getting people to open up. I think a lot of us are really not processing how this stuff has affected us, or else they're embarrassed to how much money they spend in remodeling their house. And then when you're talking about finances, you know, all of us want to cover that up. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of money, so, you know, I didn't have no problems in open up. You know, it's still affecting me. I have yet to get ulcers, but I'm right on the mountain for it. So I really have to be cool. I have to kind of like stay diffused from external situations that I can't control, because I don't want ulcers, you know. I'm gonna pick one of these meetings to talk about my early experiences and challenges that almost took me out. So I feel like I'm a miracle being here. If the council members have anything to add or say.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. You may have a seat. We will have comments. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Stokes, for being here and continuing to use your voice. As always, sorry that you went through that experience, but promise kept today. We have items to hopefully address that. We'll see how that goes today, but there are a number of things in our first item that would address the things that you've talked to us about, you and others. So I just, again, appreciate you continuing to use your voice and show the living conditions that some people have to deal with here in Wichita.
I know that we have a lot of new people in the room at the current moment. There is an overflow room across the hallway if you would like a seat. There are also some seats right at the front if you would like to, again, have that seat. In addition, I just wanted to make folks who may not have been to City Council before aware of public agenda. There are 5 individuals that have signed up either early or will be able to speak during public agenda. However, the very first item that I think a lot of you are here to speak about will be coming up in shortly, so you don't have to speak during the public agenda. There will be public comment for that item. Madam Clerk, can you please call the second individual?
Rhonda Whiters, Public Safety.
Is Rhonda here this morning? Madam Clerk, can you please call the third individual?
Laura McIntyre, Religious Freedom and Human Flourishing Summit.
Good morning. I'm here to announce not only to the City Council, but to everybody present, that on this Thursday, October 23rd, from 9 to 1:30 p.m., people from all faiths and no faith at all will gather at the Wichita Marriott for the Kansas Religious Freedom and Human Flourishing Summit. This gathering is free and open to the public. It is not a conference for one religion or one point of view. It's a chance for all of us to come together, learn from one another, and explore how the freedom to believe and to worship contributes to the well-being of individuals and our entire community. The theme for the summit is religious freedom and human flourishing. Studies from across the world have shown that when people are free to live according to their conscience, to gather in community, and to express their own values, everyone benefits. People are healthier, communities are more resilient, and nations are stronger. At the summit, we'll hear from 3 respected leaders and scholars who've devoted their lives to protecting that freedom for all, including those who believe differently. There'll be time for a dialogue and asking questions and building friendships across faith lines. We believe that religious freedom isn't just about protecting rights, it's about promoting respect. It's about creating a culture where we can disagree without division and where differences become a source of strength. So again, I invite everyone on this Thursday in 2 days to come to the Wichita Marriott at 9 o'clock in the morning for the Religious Freedom and Human Flourishing Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Laura, thank you very much for coming to speak and promoting the event. I plan on being there at least for part of it, so I do appreciate it, and I think it's a great thing in our city to get everyone together, so thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the fourth individual?
Karen June Cahill, Homelessness.
It's me again. Last year, when I spoke to you, I talked to you about some initiatives about homelessness that actually have been proven to work, like direct payments to people. Now, instead of making the direct payments to people, you've been spending $440,000 to clean up the encampments. But you could have just given that money to the people, and they could have, added that to what they had and got someplace to live. And you decided to go ahead and go your way. That's what you did last year when I talked to you. And this is where we are now. I mean, $440,000 to clean up homeless encampments, when you could just give that money to the people that are homeless and they'd have a home. It doesn't make any sense. You're keeping people homeless, you're wasting taxpayer money. And do you know that with this silly thing where you have to have 3 times the income for rent? I've never in my life, except for 2 years, had 3 times my rent and income, ever. I mean, some of us are poor, and for somebody, they say the average price of an apartment is $600 to $1,200. I go with the middle, $800. But to rent an apartment that's $800 a month, a person working minimum wage would have to work 80 hours a week. 80 hours a week. You'd have to make $15 an hour to only work 40 hours a week to be able to rent that apartment. And so I think that's stupid, and we should get rid of that. And that's what I feel about that. And also, there's some policies at Sedgwick County that's making people homeless that are on Social Security. Because if they set if you get arrested in January for a probation violation you did in December, you don't go to court until February 22nd, and then you get out March 5th, which should have been 3 days after. But then the court sets your official hearing date 2 months before your hearing. And so that way, the jail gets $400 a month, and you get saddled with a 3-month overpayment, and you come out of there with 2 months not paid plus you're not getting your whole check. And the average Social Security check is like $1,800, so that would be a $5,500 overpayment they'd get saddled with, so that the jail would get $400 a month. And I think that's a bad policy that needs to change, because Social Security law says that until a person is convicted and sentenced and they start serving their time, ignoring all time before the trial, there has to be 30 continuous days that they're locked up. But if you only get sentenced to 3 days, then there shouldn't have even been an overpayment. But you're saddled with $5,500 so the jail can get $1,200 and you're homeless. They're causing it for some people that are on Social Security, and that's ridiculous. And I heard you talking about the thing about the tenants and the landlords. And I'm wondering why the landlords would be mad. I mean, why aren't you working with them to help them get the grants for the community, or the block grants, or the 504 thing? I mean, there's grants out there to bring places up to code for low-income people. So why aren't you guys working together to help them get those grants? That's another question I have. And anyway, those are my concerns, and I just sometimes get a little frustrated with you guys. Spending all that money on cleaning, throwing people's stuff away. I mean, there's people, they already don't have enough stuff. I mean, they are already out there homeless, and you take all their stuff away and go throw it away, when you could just give them the money so that they could have a place to live. And it would make them a lot more sense, and then we wouldn't have any homeless people. And I'm done. I'm not going to use the rest of my time, but thank you.
I'm going to ask for some decorum in this council chambers. I know that there's going to be a lot of conversation between two stakeholder groups. I'm going to ask that clapping stop at this moment, just to have decorum here in this chamber. So I'm just asking kindly to please follow the rules that we have had set for council chamber decorum. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. To our last speaker, just two of the points that you made. Your last one, the Kansas Housing Resource Conference, is a great place for landlords to go and learn about all the resources there and get connected with that. Our housing director also goes to that, so that is a great place to do that. I believe it was your second point. That is not a policy of the council that folks are required to pay 2 or 3 times or make 2 or 3 times their rent. That's up to the property management company or landlord. To your point, it is very hard for some people to do that, and that's why some people live in substandard conditions today. 2 people can be fully employed, gainfully employed, and not make that amount, and they cannot move from wherever they're at. That's a terrible place, and go to another one just because of those arbitrary rules. But again, that's up to that property management company and landlord. That's something I've been saying for a number of years, and I hope more people pay attention to that and understand that it is causing some people to not be able to have housing, even though they can afford it. They just don't make that amount of funding. But I just wanted to highlight that's not a policy of the council. That's in the free market.
I just want to address something since this topic was regarding homelessness on the agenda. The Park and Recreation Operations is available online for folks to see. Homeless remediation. In 2023, there were 289 work orders totaling $229,795. So far this year, there have been 375 work orders, and the total cost has been down to $156,704, and that is due to having this now in-house rather than contracted out. Again, the topic was regarding homelessness on the public agenda item. This means that we have 2 open spots for anyone who would like to address the council on any other topic beyond the scope of what we will be talking about during council today. Are there any individuals who would like to address the council? I see none. Oh, I see someone right over here. Can you please state your name and your address?
My name's Sarah Cowling, and my address is 2116 South Seneca, number 302. I actually have an address now. I just wanted to speak on kind of building on something I wanted to, I guess I talked to Steve from Housing, and the municipal ID it's been a really good idea, and it's helped a lot, but there's been a couple things that I wanted to address, because I've got some friends, like, right now, like, we're not going to be able to house all the homeless by the winter, but it's going to be cold. And so I kind of talked to some people out there, and one thing that I'm seeing is a lot of people have like menial warrants, things for like missed court dates out there. And I just wanted to ask for like maybe a recommendation as how we would go about maybe changing some policies that when people come in for like the municipal IDs, if they have warrants for those things, maybe setting out a court date. I presented something to you guys, I think in March, talking about like how cost efficient it would actually be in order for them to set out court dates instead of have people arrested, book them, house them just to come out and get an ID. Because right now, the easiest thing they tell people is if you go to jail, you can get things taken care of. You know, I think that's a lot of wasted money and a lot of wasted effort, and it also reduces the security that these people have. You know, we have people that don't want to get caught because they don't want to sit in jail, where, you know, you might wait a month or two to go because you missed court and be out there not having a phone or even like a time, something to remind you what time it is. You know, there's a couple things. Another thing that we're finding people are having issues with the I-9 compliance is that it's not on the drop-down menu. So some people are still not taking those municipal IDs. That's basically what I have for right now on this topic. So I'm glad to see you guys, and I'm also in the Civic Engagement Academy, and supposedly next week you guys are supposed to be there, at least some. I hope to see all of you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you for participating in the Citizens Engagement Academy. We really want to have more individuals in our community participate in that, and I'm glad that you're now housed and talked about the municipal ID. I do want to make mention that Thursday, Second Chance Thursday is happening over at Evergreen Community Center and Library. Again, this Thursday, October 23rd, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's where you can have resolutions regarding traffic, notices to appear, as well as environmental warrants. So again, that's Second Chance Thursday this upcoming week. Councilmember Glasscock.
Sarah, thank you for coming out today. Congratulations on housing and congratulations on moving to District 4. I'll be your representative, and so if there's any way, I would love to sit down one-on-one and talk about some of the items you just mentioned. And so my email is dglasscock@wichita.gov. Reach out and I would love to connect over coffee. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sarah, for coming up. I'm wondering if our comm staff, I'd just like to echo the mayor's sentiments as far as Second Chance Thursday goes. I wonder if maybe we could print flyers with those and have them up there whenever we are doing IDs, just in that way people are aware of when those are coming up. So more a comment to our comm staff to maybe see if that's something we can jump on.
We have room for one more individual who would like to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. I would like consent agenda item number 8 pulled from the agenda for separate discussion. Thank you.
I see no other individuals, as we had 5 individuals speak for public agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Consent agenda items 1 through 16.
Council members, items to be pulled. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 15 and 16. Thank you.
I will pull item number 8. With that, I will move to approve the consent agenda without items 8, 15, and 16.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will go in numerical order. We will start with consent agenda item number 8. The subject is funding for Crystal Prairie Lake Park Phase 1 in Councilmember Maggie Ballard's district. I would like to get a briefing regarding this project, and also I would like to know if this project will have any further phases. I know that the community has been shown graphics and renderings regarding future plans. I would like to know if that is happening.
Mayor, I'm going to ask maybe Reggie Davidson to talk about the park as a whole. I will tell you the approved capital improvement program has $2,250,000 over a 10-year period allocated for improvements at Crystal Prairie Lake Park. Reggie can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that is for bike path extensions around the lake. None of the development that is outlined in the master plan other than bike trails is anticipated at this time. At least that's my understanding. Reggie? And Tim?
So Tim's going to give an overview of where we are with the process, but the master plan was done roughly about 10 years ago with what Crystal Prairie Lake was going to be the improvements, and the first phase of that is going to be the trail and access to the park and the parking lot along Hoover in that area. So we're in the process now of getting ready to go to our park master plan, and part of that is going to be looking at all of our assets that we have and see how we move forward with future development. So that's kicking off at the beginning of next month.
Hello, Tim Kellums, Public Works and Utilities. So a little bit of background. On January 7th, earlier this year, City Council approved Supplemental Design Agreement number 3 with RDG. RDG was part of the team that has worked on the master plan. And they've been working here in Wichita for decades and on the project for many years. So this was a supplemental design agreement to kickstart phase 1 for improvements. I will note that there is public art as part of the project that'll be coming back to City Council at a later date, so that's not part of this agenda item. So analysis, just kind of giving you a graphic on the project. This is pretty similar to what was shown back in January. The parking lot has moved to the north to help increase with traffic flow. Made more sense to move it up there. Otherwise, the project has stayed pretty much exactly the same as what was presented to you in January. So kind of a brief overview. It'll be a multi-use trail along Hoover Road. There'll be a gravel parking lot. Gravel parking lot is proposed because if there are future improvements, we're not building some giant parking lot that we're going to have to renovate or move later. So feel that gravel parking lot would be a good idea to do for phase 1. There will be a fence around the landfill. Again, that's to help separate the park from the landfill. Right now, there's no fence, so we need to put a fence in to help protect the park and the landfill. And then the multi-use trail will ultimately go down to, will be along Hoover Road and will collect Crystal Prairie Lake Park down with Sedgwick County Park. Here is a graphic showing the illustrative site plan. I will note that, kind of going back one slide here, the Crystal Prairie Lake will, or the trail along Hoover Road, there are a few gaps in that project connecting from the Crystal Prairie Lake Park down to Sedgwick County Park. The renovation or improvements along Hoover Road will help create that connection. So ultimately, there'll be a connection after these two projects are done, connecting these two parks. So just a lesser site plan again, creating a connection. That's 45th Street on the left there, so that will be able to go into the park pretty smoothly. There will be a trail that runs along Hoover Road. Kind of going down here a little bit further again. The trail will be inside the park, moving it off of the off of Hoover Road. This allows some separation and provides a safer environment for users. And again, there'll be a seating node with future art in that area. Again, that's not part of this conversation now. We still need to go to Design Council for approval. And then there'll be a pedestrian crossing across Hoover Road there connecting, I believe that's Edgewater Development, to the park. So creating a safe signalized crossing for pedestrians to go back and forth between the community. Again, this will be going down further. One of the biggest challenges with the project is getting under K96. So that's kind of, been having conversations with KDOT in order to do that. There'll be a retaining wall under the bridge, again, trying to make sure that we provide a safe environment for all users. And eventually we'll go down and connect to the existing trail. You can kind of see there at the lower part of the screen that they'll connect again into the existing pathway that's already there. Just a few photos of kind of some examples. Again, you see there on the left, example of a trail under highway, pretty straightforward. Biggest thing is just getting that retaining wall in to make enough room for the trail. And then there'll be the signalized crossing to allow people to get across Hoover Road. Just want to chat a little bit about the donation agreement. There was a donation made to help kickstart the project. That was $1 million, and again, that was part of the agenda item that came before you on January 7th of this year. There is about $2.5 million in ongoing projects for Crystal Prairie Lake Park. Again, part of that is the $1 million donation to help start the project, and then there's $50,000 allocated for artwork. Wanted to pull a few notable provisions within the agreement. Again, that was the donation there that notes the $1 million that will be donated. And then here, just kind of want to describe exactly what Park is agreeing to, what the city is agreeing to. There is, you can see there on point B, the minimum donation of 1-to-1 over the aggregate of the term. We would then be fulfilling that agreement by allocating the money to do the project. So we would be absolved of any required future matching or anything along those lines with this. Did want to point out here that these are future funding. I will point out that there is an ongoing section. I'll go back just one slide for you, or a few slides here. There is that 2.5 roughly. It runs out to about 2.6 if you add in the art budget. That was already approved. That's already in the ongoing section. So we're here today to help initiate the remainder of those funds. That was allocated in 2025. And then here is the remaining funds allocated in the CIP for Crystal Prairie Lake Park. There's no associated grants or agreements or anything along those lines with future funding. This is just wanting to help push forward, continue to develop the park. We know that it's a big interest of the community to have improvements and get this park activated, so that's what this is for. So staff recommends initiating $2,370,000 with a budget of a little over $2.6 million. The law department has reviewed and approved the amending bonding resolution. And it is recommended that City Council approve the revised budget, adopt the amending bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. And I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council members, beginning with Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go back to slide 3 real fast? Okay, just to confirm, when we're talking about the blue area that says future phases, those are bike lanes, those are not alleged development projects in these areas?
Correct. We don't know, we have the master plan. Again, that's an old master plan that is a great thing to kind of provide us as we move forward. But no, I don't think we have anything locked in place or anything along those lines. I think, as Reggie mentioned, having the system-wide park master plan will help us determine kind of what's needed in the community. If something should come up, that'd be great. But no, there's no.
So that's not what these future phases are?
Correct. Yeah. If they're bike lanes, great. If there's something else, we're going to want to get feedback from the public for that.
And then can we go to slide 12 real fast? So this will work. With the second one, the future CIP funding is not associated with any grants or agreements. Our accepting of the donation doesn't stipulate or require anything beyond the economic match, correct?
Correct. We would, by, I guess, moving forward and doing the project for this first phase, we would fulfill the agreement of the matching requirements.
There's no subsequent things we have to fulfill?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Glasscock just answered one of my questions here. Can we go back to slide 10, please? Okay, so essentially are we obligated to do 200,000 a year, or if we decide not to do 200,000 a year, what does that agreement look like? Does that just simply mean that the donation wouldn't come in that amount? So if it's 800,000, would it just be matched up to 800,000?
I believe right now we have the $1 million to help get through the project. I'm not sure exactly the exact timing of all the funds that have been paid. I'm not sure if what Mr. Russell's numbers are on that yet, but I do know that obligated to provide that $1 million.
Okay, and he did donate in '24, correct?
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Okay, and that was before we had the agreement signed?
Correct.
Okay, so we brought it,
Wait a second. No, I believe we do have, yeah, I guess that would be from 23 to 27, so yes.
okay, and '25 is when the agreement, January '25, came to us?
That'd be correct, yes.
Okay, was there any violation of policy in that, or as far as locking in an agreement before it comes to council?
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask the city manager or law to help with that one.
Councilmember, no, we had that money in an account, and if the council had not approved the project, we would have returned the funding.
Okay, so,
It had not been spent, it has not been spent by the city at this point.
okay, so that would have just canceled the contract if we had not approved it?
Well, there was no contract to cancel if you had not approved it, right?
Okay, I see. And just a bit more history about this project. It was a $25 million project a couple of years ago, and we took that money from the CIP and spent it on fire stations, if I remember correctly.
I think some funds may have been used for the ballpark as well. I don't recall exactly where all those went.
Okay, yeah. Just wanting to just put that out there into the public as well, that it was a $25 million project, and now it's $2.5 million. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor,
City manager.
my recollection is a portion of the funding was used for the baseball stadium.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask Bob to clarify that there was the $5 million in the CIP that was pulled for the ball stadium. Thank you.
Can I go back to the map one more time? There, thank you. Again, the proposal that came forward 10 years ago is not the same proposal that is here before us in 2025. Is that correct?
In the master plan, there was always a trail along Hoover Road. This is just a portion of that. So I guess this would be a part of the master plan, but the big ideas that were part of the master plan, they have not come to fruition, and they're not planned or anything beyond them staying in the master plan.
I will ask that question to the city manager. What are, beyond our commitment to just make sure that there is a connection between Sedgwick County Park and Crystal Prairie Park, do we have any other commitments that we have outstanding with this person who is donating a portion of the dollars?
No, Mayor, we do not. And in fact, I think the future of this park will be determined by the park master plan update.
And I know that the community has seen renderings of the proposal of this master plan for this park. Can you tell us how likely that actually is going to come to fruition?
Well, until the council considers the new master plan or the park plan, it's hard for me to answer that. The council, when it diverted money to the baseball stadium, at that time, they stated their intent not to move forward with the original master plan. But that can always change with every council, and then when a new plan comes forward, it'll be up to the council to make a decision on what they would like to do. And I can't guess where we'll be after, during that process.
And again, this will just be a 10-foot multi-use sidewalk that can have bicyclists, scooters, individuals walking, and it will connect the final piece between Sedgwick County Park and Crystal Prairie Park. Is that correct?
Yes, in conjunction with the Hoover Road project. So those two tied together will help make this total connection.
Thank you. Councilmember Glasscock.
One last question. The item we approved in consent, item 4A, is part of this contiguous path that's going to connect this project, the existing path, and then the project approved in 4A will be the final connector from Sedgwick County Park all the way. Correct?
I'm not sure what, yeah.
I'm looking at a map that may show that.
Paul Gunzelman, Public Works and Utilities. Yes, that will connect the path. That is the Hoover Road project that is scheduled to begin construction in 2026 from 21st Street to 29th Street.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions for staff. Thank you. We will now open it up for public comment regarding this item.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. Celeste Reset, West Wichita, longtime Wichita native. The reason why I bring this up, and I apologize to everybody who's waiting, is what bothers me about this whole situation is we accepted donations from a local developer, Jay Russell, of $200,000 in 2024 before we had any kind of agreement with City Council. And there is a policy, I'm just not able to pull it up right now, I think it's an administrative reg that discusses accepting money ahead of your approval of accepting that money. He also, as a local developer, has been advertising Crystal Lake on his subdivisions for years now. Edgewater advertises the lake. If you go to his website, he's been advertising Crystal Prairie Lake Park for years in the hopes that his donations would spur you to do this development out there. And it says phase 1. So if you say phase 1, that leads me to believe that we could be going on to phase 2 and phase 3, not that we are, but it could lead to the $9.5 million he wants for Crystal Lake Prairie development. And that was in the original master plan. So I guess what I'm here to say is I know he makes campaign contributions, and I'm not going to go there, but my concern is when you accept money from developers a year ahead of having an agreement, you're going down a shady path with our taxpayer money. So thank you for allowing me to pull this agenda. I won't go on any longer, but I'm concerned it's phase 1. What is phase 2 going to cost us? And that's why I'm bringing this to your attention, and I will find that administrative regulation and send it to Bob when I get back to the office. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, one quick question to Bob, just to solidify the fact. Any phase 2, any phase 3 beyond what we passed today would have to come back to this body to be approved and have some public comment.
On multiple occasions. To start off with, it has to be in the park plan. Second, it needs to be in the CIP. And actually, a third time, then you have to approve the project. So a lot of action and review by the council and the public.
Okay, thank you.
And one more clarifying question, since there were dollars allocated in the CIP in 28, 30, 32, and 34, those are for what phases, or what will those dollars be used for?
Mayor, right now, those are placeholders. If you were to ask me today, I would say probably for bike path extensions, but there are no projects that have been designed, and the council actually would have to approve those projects before they go forward. And as I said before, I think the park master plan will determine direction for the park going forward.
And again, that park master plan will begin next month. So we will have lots of opportunities for community to be engaged in the park master plan process, as we're wanting to be cognizant that we have over 120 parks, and we want to be responsible with the assets we currently have and think forward with what to do with our park system as a whole. So again, this will only be for phase 1. Even if there were other phases beyond today, they would still have to come back to the council for public comment. Is that correct, City Manager?
That is correct, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Reset, could you please also send that email to the rest of us as well as soon as you find that administrative reg? All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else from the community who would like to speak?
Yes, I'm Craig Gable, 150 East 44th Street South, and I didn't come here to speak on this issue, but it came up. And yeah, I just wanted to point out another thing. If you and I'm taking this picture from my head and whatnot, there's no housing to the east because we've got the landfill. There's no housing to the north and whatnot. There's no housing to the south because the highway's there. Now we're going to make some kind of crossing thing, but I don't remember much housing over there. So basically, this park and this expansion and this, what we're talking about today, is going to have one beneficiary, Jay Russell, and his one community or multiple communities he's building to the west of it. And it just doesn't seem quite right, you know what I mean? When was the last time we spent $2.5 million on a park in South Wichita? Long time, whatnot. So, and like I said, there would be beneficiaries all the way around because there are no areas where there's land. Well, maybe the sewer plant might keep it, but you know what I mean? And then the maintenance for years. These are just the beginning numbers. What does it cost to maintain a park, especially when you build it up so that it's made for daily use for people getting in there and use it? You've got to mow everything right down at the water. You've got to keep it up and stuff like that. And we're having a hard time with that. I go to Watson Park and it's covered in trash. It's not being taken care of. It's eroding into the ponds and stuff like that. Let's spend the money on the assets we already have instead of expanding them out for a single beneficiary.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gable. A couple of points. One, we do have to work on connectedness throughout our community. So it's not just the beneficiary of somebody nearby, but it's the beneficiary of anybody on the north side or west side who wants to get from one part of town to another. I'm glad you brought up spending on parks down south. I guess you're not familiar with the $5 million we spent recently on Clapp Park. Built a playground for kids with disabilities. So it's really neat. I encourage you to come out and check it out. There's a big boom. You can take a kid up on a wheelchair. They can go to the top of a slide, go down the slide. Zip lines for kids on wheelchairs. A little section for kids with hearing disabilities to actually be able to talk to other kids as well, like a little sign language post. And as far as the sewage treatment plant goes, yeah, I'm hopeful that after the major odor control upgrades that we have going on right now that should be complete this time next year, that there will be a lot more room for development down south, both with amenities and with housing as well. So I appreciate your opinions on this, sir. I just wanted to offer a little more background as far as the things we do have going on down south.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gable, thank you for speaking. I'll also kind of tack on to what Councilman Hoheisel said. We've invested in the last couple of years more than $1.8 million, Pawnee Prairie Park, a little bit further southwest. In addition, we just approved the Osage Park Fitness Court, which will be the second in the community. The other one is over in District 6 in Maggie's district. We spent more than $130,000 for an outdoor fitness center that's currently being constructed. It should open in I believe it's the second quarter of 2025. Reggie could probably correct me if I'm wrong. And made significant investments to the basketball court there as well. And then looking at some investments, we're working on an RFP and a partnership at South Lakes as well to activate South Lakes with some potential outside organizations as well. So there is development happening in a lot of the parks in South Wichita, and Clapp is a great facility and a great example of that too.
Any further public comment regarding this item?
Richard Hill, 4555 South Laura. Is the area we're talking about on this, is that county or is that city? If it's county, let the county deal with it. If it's city, we need to examine where the money's going. But if you're taking my city money and putting it in a county, even though it may end up doing good, I don't trust Jay Russell. And that's all I've got.
City manager, this is city property, is this correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further public comment regarding this item? I see none. I want to say thank you to Celeste, to Mr. Gable, and Mr. Hill for speaking during public comment regarding this item. I was the one that pulled this item, and again, it's only for phase 1, and I see no further commitments regarding phase 2, so I am going to move that this item get approved with the revised budget, adopt the amending bonding resolution, and authorize necessary signatures. Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you. Since this is in my district, I have a couple comments to share. The beneficiaries of this project are all of the people that live in the community. There are several HOAs in the area. We talk about providing a walkable, rideable community almost every week somehow on council. So I'm excited for this project and for all of the residents that live in the area. And I'll second your motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Ballard. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call, consent agenda item number 15. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Due to a conflict of interest, I will be abstaining from this vote.
Any questions for staff regarding this item? I see none. This gets public comment. Would anyone like to comment on Hangar Dynamics Jabara 2020 LLC? I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I move to approve the agreement and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll.
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All those who abstain.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. Consent agenda item number 16. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Due to a conflict of interest, I will be abstaining from this vote.
Any questions for staff regarding this item? Again, this item is Wichita State University Campus of Applied Science and Technology Recognition. I see none. We will open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I move that the Wichita Airport Authority approve the recognition, attornment, consent, and estoppel agreement and the memorandum of lease and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 6-0 with one abstention. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Board of Bids and Contracts dated October 20th, 2025.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, Josh Lauber, Department of Finance. I've never seen so many members of the public interested in bids today, so I'm excited to see that. For engineering, we have the water main extension from Via Christi Street to Teresa Secondary Feed for NOAC Construction Company Incorporated for $805,341.75. We have the water distribution system to serve Clear Creek 3rd and 4th Edition Phase 8 for Meese Construction Incorporated for $105,607. We have the sanitary sewer to serve Clear Creek 4th Edition Phase 8 for Meese Construction Incorporated for $119,469.60. We have the downtown two-way street conversion concrete street repair Phase 4 for Roston Construction LLC as the lowest responsive bidder for $120,100, awarded from their original bid of $114,332. This is how to become a vendor with the City of Wichita. This is our purchasing calendar, our small business resource partner events and items that will be occurring. Specifically on 10/24 in Topeka, we have our reverse vendor fair for a professional association. Encourage anybody that wants to attend. We have our open public opportunities out on the street today. And I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions and recommend your approval.
Thank you, Josh. Questions for staff? I see none. This does not get public comment. So I will move to approve the Board of Bids and Contracts dated October 20th, 2025.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Bear with me, it's a long one. A charter ordinance repealing Charter Ordinance Number 159 pertaining to judges of the municipal court by the addition of the position of judge of the neighborhood court. A charter ordinance amending sections 2 and 11 of Charter Ordinance Number 223 pertaining to judges of the Wichita Municipal Court. An ordinance repealing section 104150 of the Code of the City pertaining to the establishment of the neighborhood court. An ordinance sunsetting Title 801 and Title 2004 of the Code of the City of Wichita, repealing sections applicable to property maintenance. An ordinance creating Chapter 2005, adopting the International Property Maintenance Code with amendments. An ordinance reinstating the Board of Codes, Standards, and Appeals. An ordinance adopting a procedure for the acceptance of fire insurance proceeds. An ordinance amending the city's non-discrimination ordinance to include source of income, and an ordinance, Chapter 2006, requiring registration of rental units with property maintenance violations.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. There's a lot to unpack here, so I'll try to go over this at a really, really high level, but again, at any point in time, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, feel free to jump in. So first and foremost, a little bit about how we got to where we are today, right? This has been a conversation that's been ongoing for several years now. More specifically, we can kind of point back to August 2023. Staff, particularly myself, stood here in front of City Council and presented to City Council a little bit of background on property owner rights, but also property owner responsibilities, and then the enforcement process, particularly as it relates to property maintenance codes. At that point in time, staff was directed to review the city's existing property maintenance codes, our existing policies and procedures, and performance measures, and we, at that point in time, promised to come back to you all with a recommendation. As part of that conversation, we also introduced the idea of adoption of the International Property Maintenance Code. So fast forward to earlier this year, specifically June 3rd, 2025, we stood in front of you again with some of those recommendations, right? We provided, again, a high-level overview at that point in time of how we arrived at where we are at that point in time. We started diving into the existing codes and ordinances, a recommendation to consider the International Property Maintenance Code, and then we even walked through sort of a little bit of chapter and verse of how that property maintenance code works, as well as kind of threw out some recommendations, but also at the same time, we asked for your feedback on a couple of items and a couple of issues as it relates to property maintenance codes and enforcement. So following that, we went out to, before I go on, we went out to the various district advisory boards through the course of July, August, September. We took that presentation out to all the district advisory boards, also got feedback from the community in that context, and are coming back to you with those recommendations today. During that conversation back in June, however, though, there were also conversations around including a source of income as a discriminatory protected class. I'm just going to read this so I don't misrepresent this. A source of income discrimination refers to the practice of denying housing or imposing different terms on applicants based on the lawful source of funds used to pay rent. Commonly affected sources include housing choice vouchers, Social Security disability benefits, veterans benefits, child support, and other public or private assistance. During that time period, there were also discussions around rental registry, creating, again, a formal record of rental properties, helping municipalities oversee rental housing quality and enforce property maintenance codes. There were a couple of different iterations of where a landlord registry or a rental property registry, even so far as inspections might go. And so based on all of the conversations we've had, feedback we had, were able to kind of garner, The drafts that are before you today are simply that, drafts. It's the first turn at what a community might use to start to create a rental property registry. I'm going to go back and touch on that point, the last one too, also, that there is some language in there about having a point of contact for out-of-state or out-of-region landlords. Okay, so then this kind of dives into the documents that have been put in front of you. More specifically, as it relates to kind of the first tranche, the property maintenance code and the adoption of an international property maintenance code, there was an ordinance drafted creating chapter 20.05, adopting the international property maintenance code, and then thereafter a handful of local amendments. That code would become effective as drafted January 1, 2026. There are also amendments to the IPMC that were drafted to bring that code into compliance with Kansas statutes, specifically the nuisance abatement procedures, condemnation proceedings, and unsafe structure removal. We also included amendments to create an exception process. Owners may request an administrative exception through the Board of Code Standards and Appeals. Again, this allows an opportunity for property owners and homeowners to claim economic or other hardships. Along those same lines, an ordinance was drafted specifically to repeal section 1.04.150 of the City Municipal Code establishing neighborhood court. There are also two charter ordinances in your packet that were drafted to repeal Charter Ordinance 159, which established the position of a neighborhood court judge, and sections 2 and 11 of Charter Ordinance 223. Additionally, an ordinance was drafted sunsetting existing property maintenance codes in chapters 8.01 and 20.04 with an effective date of December 31, 2026. I'm going to pause there and just make sure that everybody understands, right, that there's an overlap. Those are not kind of misrepresented dates. There's an overlap. So as we continue to transition from our existing codes and ordinances, properties that may be going through the abatement process or the violation process today, there will be an overlap between the existing property maintenance codes will continue to run through December 31, 2026, and then the new international property maintenance code can go into effect January 1, 2026. There will be about a year overlap where we can start to transition, again, develop solid policies, efficient processes and procedures for proper enforcement without compromising our ability to enforce either the rules and regulations we have on the books today or the new rules and regulations that we're proposing. Additionally, during the IPMC ordinance amendment process, it was discovered that there were two ordinances that were repealed previously during the adoption of the latest version of the building code. So we're coming back and introducing ordinances to reinstate the Board of Code Standards and Appeals and a procedure to accept fire insurance proceeds. So that's kind of the first tranche of, and I'll get to the recommendations here in just a minute on property maintenance codes. As it relates specifically to kind of income discrimination, an ordinance was drafted to amend section 2.06060 of the non-discrimination ordinance to also include source of income as a protected class, which would include lawful income from work, legal benefits, and public assistance. And again, I'm just going to continue to read this just to make sure that I don't misrepresent any of this. The amendments would clarify in City Code section 2.06060 that the prohibition on source of income discrimination would also not limit the authority of landlords to participate in public rental assistance programs, would not prevent real estate transactions in cash, and will not otherwise affect the legal obligations of landlords and tenants. Lastly, is the ordinance that was drafted to create Chapter 18.30 to require owners of property which have two or more housing, building, or other environmental code violations within a 12-month period to have to register such property with the director of the Metropolitan Area Building Construction Department. Again, there will be a $50 registration fee. It's valid for 1 year. Property will remain registered for a period of 2 years after the latest code violation is corrected or adjudicated. Any property owned by an individual or corporation located within 60 miles outside the city limits must have that locally designated agent. We touched on that a little bit ago. With that being said, there is no impact to the general fund contemplated at this time. Law departments reviewed and approved the ordinances to form. Okay, so again, our recommendation is that you consider this in sort of 3 parts or in 3 tranches. The first one is as it relates to property maintenance codes and sort of environmental court. Action number 1, we would recommend City Council place 1, the charter ordinance repealing charter ordinance number 159 pertaining to judges of the municipal court by the addition of the position of judge of the neighborhood court. Number 2, the charter ordinance amending section 2 and 11 of charter ordinance number 223 pertaining to judges of the Wichita Municipal Court. Number 3, the ordinance repealing section 1.04.150 pertaining to the establishment of the neighborhood court. Number 4, the ordinance sunsetting Title 8.01 and Title 20.04 of the Code of the City of Wichita, repealing sections applicable to property maintenance codes. Number 5, the ordinance adopting the International Property Maintenance Code with amendments. Number 6, the ordinance reinstating the Board of Code Standards and Appeals. And 7, the ordinance adopting a procedure for acceptance of fire insurance proceeds, placing all of those on first reading and authorizing the necessary signatures. Again, we want to just pause just a minute and make sure that knowing and understand those are charter ordinances, they do require a supermajority vote.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Could you read that again?
The second action item that we would recommend that you all consider today is to place the ordinance amending the city's non-discrimination ordinance to include source of income on first reading, authorize the necessary signatures. And then the third action that we would recommend you all consider here today is to place the ordinance requiring registration of rental units with property maintenance violations on first reading, authorize the necessary signatures. And with that being said, I'll stand for questions. Our humble Assistant City Attorney, Sharon DeCraft, was also instrumental in all of this, would be more than happy to answer any questions. And also, we wouldn't be standing here today without folks from project management. Denise Peters and her team did an amazing job of bringing all this together. So I just wanted to take 2 minutes and just acknowledge and thank everybody for bringing all this to fruition.
Thank you, Troy. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a feeling there's going to be more questions coming along in the following discussion. Just a few right here. How many international codes do we already have in play through our building and inspections department?
I'd have to go back. If I had to say off the top of my head, I think 6-ish. I mean, International Building Code, Residential Code, Existing Building Code, probably Mechanical Code, Fire Code. There might be 1 or 2 others, but probably about a half dozen of the International Code series.
Okay, when we talk about having point of contact for people who live more than 60 miles outside of the city limit, I know one thing that we had looked, and I think most people here would agree, there's a big problem with out-of-state owners. That was something that I looked at when I first got on council and learned there's not a whole lot we can do about it because of constitutional issues, the Interstate Commerce Clause. If we have that requirement for point of management, is that something that we're confident passes the constitutional muster there?
I'm going to defer to legal on constitutionality.
Under the current ordinance as it's stated, yes. The registered agent isn't required unless there has been a policy violation. So there would be a rational basis to require that extra enforcement or extra information from the property owner. About 12 to 14 cities around Kansas have similar type registration ordinances, and most of them have this similar type of provision.
Okay, thank you. Can you go through this process now, like if you get a violation? Currently, we give you 30 days to fix any violation, whether it's tall grass and weeds or aesthetic violations or anything like that. If this passes, what would that process look like? And I understand we're still kind of developing some of that. That's that gap year to come up with the policy, but what are the general ideas now as far as how would that go?
So at a really high level, generally speaking, yes. If there is a violation that is identified, a property owner is given a period of time to abate that violation, right? It depends on the violation type, right? Some violations may only require a couple of days to abate. Other violations may require perhaps several months to abate, right? And so there's always going to be a period of opportunity to comply with sort of self-performing abatement of that violation. That doesn't change in this. And you may recall back in our June conversation, right, where we went through how kind of the property maintenance code and how shifting from environmental court to other court models, right, this is an opportunity to sort of reimagine, sort of retool our enforcement to become slightly more assertive, right? A lot of the processes and procedures that we have in place today are as they were intentionally designed, right? To continue to work with property owners to the point where we may not ever see improvements ever completed, right? And so some of the feedback that we've heard over the years is a want or a desire to become slightly more conservative, and that's what this process does, is provides policies and procedure, leads to policies and procedures that allow us to be a little bit more assertive in getting these property maintenance violations corrected.
Right, we have an 85% compliance rate, voluntary compliance rate when people get the fix-it ticket, so I just want to make sure
Correct.
That's still in here, that's still possible. We don't want to crack down on people, especially little old grandma who has no means to mow her lawn, making sure that we give that period for people to address and fix the issue. It's the 15%, the problem properties that come up over and over and over again and continue to get delay and delay and delay and to the negativity of the surrounding areas. So another question, the 2 code violations that would trigger this, is that per property? Is that per ownership group? Yeah, just a little clarification on that one.
That's going to be per dwelling unit
property.
as that is defined in the code, which is currently a building or a portion of a building. So that would be per unit. And as Troy and I have discussed, this is a draft. It can be amended and changed however the council wants to after this conversation. I was asked to come up with options, and this was one of the options that has been moved forward.
Okay, so 2 violations per unit per year?
Within a 12-month period.
Within a 12-month period.
And currently, I know one bone of contention is that it does not require a conviction. Again, you can require conviction. If you required a conviction, I would recommend that you increase the amount of the look-back time, because by the time
It goes through the court
Yeah,
process.
yeah, you're not going to be able to get too many violations through the entire system within a 12-month period, depending upon the violation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, I'm going to do rapid-fire questions because I have this many questions for you. And I'm going to do round questions of you, take a break, and I'll do round of questions for Sally as well. First off, I'll start with really the code as well. When we're talking about the code official could enter or inspect your property whenever they have reasonable cause, would this be the same standards as a criminal search warrant, or would this be different standards than a criminal search warrant?
So there's 2 ways in which a code enforcement officer could enter into a property and inspect for a violation, either 1, with the property owner's permission, or 2, They would have to go through the administrative search warrant process. That's the same process that exists today. We're not suggesting making any changes to that process. You'd have to go make sort of a case to a judge and obtain an administrative search warrant in order to get into a property to confirm or deny a violation exists.
Okay.
The standard is slightly less in an administrative case than a criminal case. You still do have to show a level of probable cause. A warrant would have to be approved by a district court judge. Municipal court judges don't have the authority to approve any sort of a warrant. And I again know there's been allegations made that this is a terrible, horrible thing. All of those provisions are already in our code. Title 20.04.090 has pretty much mirrored what is in this ordinance regarding authority to entry, and authority to entry is not a right to entry. The officers are still going to have to comply with all of the legal requirements for search and seizure under the Fourth Amendment.
Okay. When we talk about source of income, includes child support, also includes tips. How are we verifying tip income? How would a landlord verify that?
So we should probably talk a little bit about just kind of what the non-discrimination ordinance talks about, right? It becomes a scenario and a situation by which, and I'm going to tread lightly here until my attorney steps in and corrects me, right? But the relationship between either an existing landlord or a potential landlord and an existing tenant or a potential tenant is that if for whatever reason that tenant, existing or considered, feels as though their renewal or their denial of a lease agreement is a result of a income or income discrimination, then that is a cause for that tenant to then sort of file a non-discrimination claim, and then there's an investigation. If there's sufficient evidence to believe that there's an investigation, then it goes through the entire non-discrimination process. There's nobody doing sort of oversight, so to speak, of that landlord-tenant transaction. It's only in those cases where a tenant, again, either existing or considered, feels as though they were denied a lease agreement for income and income discrimination, would they be able to file a claim, and then it goes through the process just like any of the other discrimination.
How many cases have we had go through the NDO process so far?
In regards to income discrimination?
In regards to anything.
Oh, I don't have that information.
I believe that 15, and none of them have been found to be.
None of them have been found? Okay.
Have been upheld.
So when we look at regarding the rental registry, does this include, let's say, trivial or administrative citations? Is there any difference between, let's say, a landlord knowingly having a facility that has mold in it, actively growing, versus a lawn that is too long? Is there any difference in terms of citations that is mentioned in this ordinance? Or are both of those treated the same?
I'm going to venture to say a violation's a violation's a violation.
So there's no difference if somebody knowingly has mold versus just a long yard?
Currently, no, and I need to clarify something. None of these offenses require an intent. They're all strict liability offenses. They've always been strict liability offenses. So whether I intentionally let the mold grow or whether I just didn't care and didn't know, there's no distinction. Currently, as the registry ordinance is written, it would be any type of violation. Again, that can be significantly narrowed if the council wants it to exclude the, I'm going to say exterior, the nuisance type, the cars, the weeds. If it wants to be limited to interior type violations and structural type violations, that's something that could be easily done through this discussion process.
And it's not a conviction, correct?
Currently is not a conviction, but again, that could be changed, but I would recommend that your time frame be extended.
Okay.
And if I could chime in for just a minute too, right? Simply because the code enforcement officer goes out to inspect the property and identifies a violation, we're also not necessarily suggesting that have they been given an opportunity to abate that violation, that it would then require this registration, right? There's always going to be that opportunity for that property owner to abate that violation voluntarily.
Okay. I may let you off the hook now. I'll have other questions for Sally in a minute. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. First, thank you, Troy. There's a lot of people to thank, and Sally and the team, and Councilmember Hoheisel and Becca and Tasha and Becca, or Brooke. Just a lot of work has been done. Appreciate that over the years. Just two quick questions for you. You answered one, or Sharon answered one, but my first one, there was some talk about the administrative process. Got a few emails and even a couple phone calls yesterday that complained that MABCD would write a violation, MABCD then hears an appeal to that, but there was no mention of the Board of Code Standards and Appeals. Could you walk through maybe what that process would look like as written today?
Yeah, so Metropolitan Area Building and Construction Department is different than the Building Code Standard of Appeals, right? I just want to make sure that those are two different groups. They have overlapping sort of interests, right, in building code standards, right? But at the same time, probably giving you too much information here, but the entire International Code Council, in every volume, there's a provision that addresses the Building Board of Appeals, right? And what that is it specifically lays out where that body, who is members appointed by you all, governing body, right, to serve in that role and that responsibility, to hear cases in which an individual feels as though the building official is incorrect in their interpretation or application of the particular code section, number one, or number two, it's usually a little more nuanced in that there may be new technology that exists usually, or an alternative means of compliance with a building code provision, right, that maybe hasn't been adopted or considered by the International Code Council, that the Building Code Standard of Appeals could hear those cases, right, and rule separately from the building official, and in this case, MABCD. Those are the two that sort of International Code Council lays out for this body. The third role that this body is in the code sort of adoption recommendation process, right? So this body makes recommendations around what codes should be adopted, local amendments, so on and so forth, which ultimately come to you all for adoption. The way this has been crafted, right, that this body would then sort of take on this fourth role and responsibility of hearing those appeals or those exceptions, right, where we talked about hardship or economic hardship, right, an individual who feels as though maybe, again, one, the code enforcement officer's interpretation of the codes or ordinances is wrong or inaccurately applied. Maybe there's a different way of complying. Maybe it's a hardship. It would be that body that would then hear that appeal, that would stay any proceedings or process. Depending on how that body rules, we would then sort of pick up and make a determination on whether or not that satisfies abatement of the violation or otherwise, or whether or not we need to continue through the prosecution of that.
And then for what's in our package now, the Board of Code Standards and Appeals would be folks with a specific expertise that would be appointed.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I correct something, because it's been misinterpreted, I think. The current ordinance creating 1810 essentially puts back in place what was there before regarding the appointment of the Board of Code Standard and Appeals. There's been some literature that those are all city appointments, and that's not correct. I mean, the composition of the board has not been changed by any of the proposed ordinances. The proposed ordinance brings back the Code of Standards and Appeals because sections were deleted. It also, to add this exception process, is going to require some ratification by Sedgwick County, which is why that particular ordinance is written in the manner that it is that it goes effective on January 1, subject to their ratification of adding this exception process onto the Board of Code Standards responsibilities.
Okay. My other question, I also have to thank Chris and Kaylin. I'm pretty sure I got on you guys' nerves for a little bit. When we look at the number of violations, I know right now it just says 2, and there was a comment made about potentially looking at When you look at the registry, I know there was some concern from some property owners and landlords I heard from yesterday about having external violations count towards that. Sharon did say we could increase that number if we wanted to. I think back to, and rest in peace to Ms. Overton, she would always complain about 5 to 10 maybe specific properties, and it was always an external thing. Our staff always knew that these properties were probably going to come up every year, and they normally did like clockwork. So we would be able to increase that number for external. Therefore, we're dealing with life and safety, but also dealing with some of those outside issues that we continue to hear about from neighborhood presidents. So I guess that would be a discussion for later after we hear from the public. But I do think with every change that we've made, we're also looking to address some of those issues, because there are specific properties that we know of that will continue to have tall grass and weeds or some type of blight or some form of dumping on it, and it's year after year. And as you said, Troy, going through environmental court sometimes gets resolution, but oftentimes we also don't see resolution. So I think it's definitely worth considering, as we're going to hear from the public, what that looks like, either 2 or more, what may happen, but again, addressing some of the more serious issues that we've seen.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick questions. One was spurred by Councilmember Glasscock's question. We said that there were 2 as an administrative warrant, and then also invited in by the property owner as far as being able to get inside to do inspections. Is the tenant inviting us, is that part of the administrative warrant, or is that separate?
No, a tenant has has the ability to have a code inspector enter the premises. It's their lease. They can control who comes in and out. And we'll just leave it there.
Okay, so that's essentially the same as the property owner?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear as well. The second, there had been some dialogue going around that we were considering rental caps. Is that part of this at all?
Rental caps?
Caps on rent.
No,
no.
that is not included in any of this, no.
Okay, so that's an untruth that's out there.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Back for round 2, but this time I have questions for Sally. Hello, Sally.
Good morning. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department.
Thank you. This actually might be for legal or you. Maybe one of these can answer it. So I was reviewing the notes from stakeholder meetings that Councilman Johnson had sent out. One of the notes said there's not a landlord registry. It's illegal for city governments to have a landlord registry. Lawrence and another city did it, and the legislator banned it. Maybe Councilman Johnson can speak to what was in his notes, or legal could speak to what was in the notes?
I can probably answer that. There are two things that work. There is a state statute which bans rental registries which require interior inspections. Nothing that is before you today is talking about an interior inspection.
Does Section 8 require an interior inspection?
Yes, it does.
So those things would actually conflict, correct?
We can't have a city ordinance that requires annual or interior inspections from an ordinance standpoint. Now the state can't overrule a federal program because of supremacy issues. So Section 8 in the federal government could certainly require inspections, and there was a bill the last session that Topeka asked for that ability for Section 8 housing. I would think under the federal laws, they would have that ability anyway, but that bill was not passed, and the statute was not amended.
So by forcing a landlord to accept Section 8 vouchers, we're not necessarily requiring for interior inspections, but we are if they accept a voucher because they have to get an inspection from the federal government.
There's nothing in the income discrimination ordinance that would require a landlord to accept those types of payments. It is discrimination if I come to you and I'm already have my voucher and you say, no, we're not going to do that.
Sally,
quorum.
Now my questions are probably directed towards you. How many vouchers go unused in Wichita currently?
Well, we have more vouchers than we have funding available, so HUD allocates us just about 3,500 vouchers. Right now, we're only able to use 2,700 of them, just due to the cost of housing and not increases from HUD for those rent
But
assistance
every
payments.
voucher is being used currently.
We have people that are out looking for units consistently. We have 30 to 40 vouchers that turn over every month. So we have 30 to 40 people who go off the program, some for good reasons, for bad reasons. So those units are consistently turning over, but it is about 30 to 40 per month.
Okay, and then just confirming, HUD does require annual inspections.
Biannual inspections,
Biannual
actually, unless
inspections.
the property goes into abatement, which means they did not correct a previous deficiency within the time frame, and then it reverts to annual.
Okay, and then also bypassing, let's say, the Section 8 portion of this, or the non-discrimination, income non-discrimination, would we be compelling landlords to do business with the federal government?
No, the contract is not between the landlord and the federal government. It's actually between the landlord and the PHA.
Okay. Sorry, I have a few more questions. Da-da-dum. Actually, that may be all my questions for you. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to a couple of things. Can someone give the background on the non-discrimination ordinance and reiterate how many cases have come before and how many have been substantiated, how many have been thrown out? I would like us to all level set on the NDO.
I'll try to answer what I can. There's been about, as the manager said, 15 cases that were filed. The process is that the law department, we assign an investigator. The investigator then reviews all the information provided by the person making the complaint. It can be referred to mediation if both parties want to go to mediation. I think we've had 2 attempted mediations that I'm aware of. None of the allegations have been found to have violated the non-discrimination ordinance. A few of those I do know were appealed to district court, and eventually those were dismissed at the district court level.
Then I wanted to know, since environmental court would be eliminated from this, can we get data regarding how many cases come through environmental court, how many are found guilty, not guilty, and also some background regarding charge disposition?
Yes, we can work on getting you that information.
I can supply that information.
Mayor, you had asked for some data on environmental court outcomes for the last 5 years, from 2019 to 2024. During that period of time, there were a total of roughly 6,900 cases. About just slightly less than 4,500 of those, which is about 65%, were dismissed. About 900 guilty or diversions, and 5 were not guilty. And then there were about 1,500 where we couldn't serve the person because for various reasons that we couldn't find them for service.
Is it accurate to say that over the last 5 years of environmental court, a large majority of these cases are dismissed,
Yes, Mayor.
but require time from both staff as well as individuals involved in those cases in order for it to come to this final stage?
That is correct.
Can you quantify that amount?
I don't know that we provided that information in terms of the hours involved in the cases.
I think it would be important to have this data point for community to understand the amount of time, both for tenants, landlords, and the court system to go through each of these cases. I feel like our green sheet does not provide enough data. This data that I asked was only provided to me because I asked for it. However, I think it would be appropriate for the rest of the council to receive it. I just got it last night. So I'm asking these questions because I feel like oftentimes we are lacking data and trying to make decisions without full data. And again, this would be eliminating that final process that currently is being utilized. So I want to know if this can be provided to community also. City manager.
Yes, we can figure out a way to do that.
Thank you. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Sally, I'm sorry, I have one more question that just popped up. I'll ask the question while you're coming down. How does the current government shutdown, especially in relation to HUD, affect payments to landlords? I know that there is reserve funding through November, but if it extends beyond that, what would happen in terms of payment vouchers?
So we were just notified yesterday that HUD is allocated actually through the end of December. So the PHA funding budget actually doesn't run on the federal fiscal year. It runs calendar year. And so this last quarter was covered under last year's appropriations. So for the voucher program, we are definitely covered through the end of December. If it were to roll into January, I sure hope it doesn't, we do have some reserves that could come into play for at least most of January.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. So what happens to the 1,500 complaints that are not able to be processed or served? They just go away, or like?
They are generally dismissed for lack of process. In some cases, the inspectors will go out and try to find better addresses, but generally those are dismissed along with those that we can't get served.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions from the bench at this moment. So we will open it up for public comment. Here are a few ground rules that are at every city council meeting. Please come up to the bench, say your name so that the clerk can have your name for the record. Please state your address again for the record. You will have up to 5 minutes, and the time clock will be at each of these monitors. Once 5 minutes has expired, we ask that you please sit down. The next individual can then come forward, and the process begins yet again. We will now open it up for public comment regarding this item.
Good morning, Mayor Wu, council members, staff. I'm Tony Porter, Vice President of Government Relations and Military Affairs at the Wichita Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to express our opposition to the proposed charter ordinance that would significantly restructure Wichita's property maintenance, rental housing, and municipal code enforcement systems. While we support efforts to improve neighborhood standards, this ordinance introduces sweeping changes that risk unintended harm to Wichita's housing market and business climate. First, adopting the International Property Maintenance Code replaces our local responsive standards with a rigid national model. This could lead to inconsistent enforcement and higher compliance costs for small property owners. Second, the rental registry adds bureaucracy and fees for landlords, even those who promptly address minor issues. This discourages reinvestment in older neighborhoods and adds unnecessary administrative burden. Most concerning is the elimination of the neighborhood court.
This specialized court has been a proven, efficient tool for resolving nuisance and housing cases. Moving these matters to general dockets will delay resolutions and increase costs for both the city and property owners. We urge the council to defer action and convene a working group of business, housing, and neighborhood stakeholders. Together, we can modernize our codes without over-regulating or dismantling systems that work. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Before we continue, I did ask for decorum, and I appreciate that there are individuals for and against multiple issues, so I'm going to ask that you please not clap during this portion of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, good morning. My name is Kurt Holmes, 445 North Waco here in Wichita. I'm an attorney here in Wichita for over 40 years. My office since 1983 has represented property owners and landlords in this area, including large apartment communities to rental owners with family-run businesses. In addition, I grew up painting rental properties owned by my father and my uncle, and I have been a rental owner for 35 years. Because our practice has been in existence for over 40 years, we have a large network of rental groups, the Apartment Association of Wichita, as well as hundreds of landlords. We believe that if a policy is going to be implemented that affects landlords, the landlords and property managers should be informed. These are major ordinances that all of us, for the most part, had 4 days to review before being voted upon. This was done with little collaboration from the groups that I have mentioned and affects so many households in the city. Given that, these ordinances are being implemented in response to properties like Emery Gardens that has become the poster child for change. In our 40 years of practice, I've seen that property rehabbed, I've seen it destroyed, and I've seen a continual cycle. And now it houses tenants that's being reported that have mold and bugs. That's wrong. We all agree. The city has the power to stop it. You inspect them, you find them, and you have the power to shut them down. We know that has not happened. You don't want to be the ones to do it and add to the homeless situation. We understand that. I don't know if the funds are available with federal cuts. I know that funds are limited. But given that, let's collaborate on what can be done and implement plans to help those folks that need to be moved from these properties. Educate tenants. If the tenant has a right to file a notice and give a 14-day notice and terminate that. Many tenants don't know that, and the lease can be terminated and they can be allowed to move. I would suggest more workshops be done to get new Section 8 landlords. I would like to see that housing be approved immediately with plans for immediate payment while any items that need to be repaired be done in association with the tenant and inspector. Taking 3 months to implement a new house and having inconsistent inspectors and lack of oversight discourages many landlords from taking Section 8. It needs to be voluntary. I was chairman that saw 2 phases of tax credit properties built at Central Community Church for income qualified tenants called Central Landing on the grounds of the church. Some of you in the council, I think, were at several of those opening ceremonies. This is an example of a win-win for both tenants and landlords. If a house has to be torn down, then a new one needs to be built so that tenants can have quality housing that they can afford. Any ordinance that seeks a source of income in its protected class is problematic for landlords. Turn down a one-time payment for a tribe, say no to a one-time payment for a nonprofit, or say no to an assistance program that the owner may then face a discrimination complaint. An ordinance that requires tenants or requires registration of residents can and will result from minor infractions where the registered owner becomes the offender and warning other renters to avoid renting from them with little safeguard to the causes that put the owner there. If a tenant does not mow, has a junk car, or is just unclean as defined by the ordinance, and the landlord fails to move quickly to remove the tenant, the landlord becomes the offender. Finally, And again, these hurt property owners and discourage investment in housing. Finally, why pass an ordinance that threatens to put property owners in our city in jail, fine them exorbitant amounts, and remove any judicial discretion? We all know that this will not happen with LLCs and outside owners who are protected by that. Property owners and property managers should never be threatened with jail for code violations. We can't house our criminals now. You have the tools, use them. Let's work together. I encourage you to vote no on these ordinances. Let's find ways to help both the tenants and landlords operate in a market that for many is very tough and financially draining. I thank you for your time.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just add a point of clarification. I don't know if Troy wants to speak to it, Mrs. Porter's comments earlier. It's not just the international code, but we are also keeping many of our codes with property maintenance in this proposed ordinance as well. Is that correct?
So I'm going to try to answer your question. There's the overlap between the existing property maintenance codes that we have on record today. Those are, if adopted today, that would sunset those codes December 31st, 2026. It would adopt the International Property Maintenance Code effective January 1, 2026. And so there would be that overlap. But yes, eventually by January 1, 2027, the property maintenance codes that would be on the books are the International Property Maintenance Code with local amendments.
With the local amendments.
That includes all of the local amendments, right? In fact, the International Code Council recommends local amendments. In fact, there's a number of local amendments where the property maintenance code is actually drafted in such a way where it says sort of fill in the blank, depending on your local jurisdiction's preference of certain standards, right? And so included in that is not just adoption of the International Property Maintenance Code carte blanche. It is amended with local amendments to comply with state statute as well as to coincide with the history and practice of property maintenance codes locally.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody. Yep. Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, could I ask you a question really quick? Sorry. I just want to say also thank you so much for everybody being here. The question that I wanted to ask Sally is, I'm grateful for everyone that is here, whichever side you're on or whatever feedback you're able to offer us, because Sally has worked hard on working with landlords, and it has been really difficult. I don't know if we're not getting the word out in the right way, but we have tried to engage landlords, even had incentive programs, even for damages that could potentially happen, and we just have not gotten very much traction on it. So I'm sorry that you're all pissed off, and that is what took it for you to get here, but we really have tried to engage. So if you guys have any other ideas of how we can communicate some of these programs that we have been trying to work on, I think we would all be grateful for that. But can you speak to the couple things that we've done just to try to engage landlords?
Sure. Obviously, we hold the Greater Wichita Housing Conference. It's an opportunity to try and engage landlords, also provide training on fair housing and other issues. When funding was available through the CARES Act, we launched a landlord incentive program. At that point, it was ESG funding, so it was designed just for landlords who were taking people coming from homelessness. And we had CARES money set aside for that program, held $100,000 for damage claims, rental vacancy. In a year, we had 0 claims. And that funding went away and it is dissolved. Based on that experience, we actually launched, when we had ARPA funding available, an additional landlord incentive program that wasn't limited to just new tenancies for people coming from homelessness. It was all tenancies. That started in January of 2023. For new landlords who had never leased Section 8 previously, there was a $1,000 signing bonus. For those that were returners, so someone who hadn't had a tenancy in the last year, but took a new tenancy, they got a $500 signing bonus. We also made vacancy claims available as well as damage claims. We actually had 2 claims. We had one for vacancy that was a domestic violence situation where we had to move the client in the middle of the term, and we had 1 damage claim. Covered 683 tenancies in 18 months and had 2 claims. So.
We still have a couple more questions, sorry, to the rest of the individuals. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. And this is for Troy. I feel like Troy and Sally should just kind of park it right there, right? You're going to burn a lot of calories today. Troy, thank you for all your great information. Thank you for all your work on this. I have lots of comments and questions for later. I was kind of waiting to have the process, but you did say something that I wasn't aware of and didn't see it in the packet, that the International Property Maintenance Code kind of has a section where it says fill in the blank locally, correct? So when we are filling in the blank, who do we consult to get that information? Are we reaching out to property owners? Are we reaching out to tenants? Are we using staff, obviously content expert, but has there been, who do we reach out to fill in the blank?
So probably one of the easiest examples, right, is in the property maintenance. For example, high weeds and grass, right? It says high weeds and grass shall be maintained at a height of no more than fill in the blank. Well, we already have those provisions in our codes and ordinances today. I think it's 12 inches. 12 inches? Sorry. So we just took that from our existing codes and ordinances and sort of filled in the blank, right? Okay. So a lot of it is taking from what we already have in our codes and ordinances today. Number two is just throughout the years, better understand. There's another, we made a local amendment while we're on that topic, right? We went to one of the district advisory boards earlier this year, right? And I met some ladies who talked about some of these alternative garden types, right? And so we said, yeah, you're right. We've got some of that language on the books today. That language does not appear in the International Property Maintenance Code. So as part of the draft before you all today, we've incorporated that language, being responsive to folks in and around the community who've said, we also need to understand that there are these sustainable gardens and those kind of things, and strict interpretation and literal interpretation should be amended, right, and looked at to take into consideration what we're now seeing out in the country. So just other examples.
Thank you for that. And not a question, but just a comment that one of the things that I've heard consistently in the last few days is, especially for landowners, property owners, landlords, whatever term we want to use, they haven't felt like they've been engaged enough, especially in this process. So wanted to see if there was some engagement, all the way along, as there should be. So thank you very much, Troy.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to wait, but Mr. Holmes said something that I really think should be out in the nexus. So we talk about Emory Gardens, and everyone's seen that in the news and how terrible it is for a lot of the folks there. As the council member who's probably been in the most terrible spaces, it's not just Emory Gardens. There's apartment complexes on the west side. There's apartment complexes also on the south side. There's more in District 1. I've been in individual homes, and I know that in the code, when we talk about the fines or even the jail, it may not be some of you fine folks in this room, but there are some people that probably need some much more assertive penalty for what they're doing and forcing people to live in those conditions. So that's not saying that the folks in this room need to go to jail, but when you go into a space where there's a pregnant woman who has a 9-month-old and they've been to the emergency room 8 times, and they can show you how many times they've reached out to try to get something addressed or to get something remedied, and it doesn't, and it gets ignored, what do you do with that person? You just keep finding them? What happens for the justice for that young lady or that baby? And that's just one story. I've got plenty in my phone. I've been in those places. Anybody who follows me on Facebook has seen those. So as we've talked about being a little more assertive, council did say at the workshop we wanted a hybrid model. So it's not just big stick on every landlord, but there are certain situations that somebody should get a bigger punishment, and they deserve it for what they're treating people like and the conditions that they're putting them in. And those folks aren't selling their properties to good folks like you all. They're continuing to get a paycheck, and they're not fixing the problem. So somewhere in there needs to be more assertiveness, and that's what this is trying to get at. Happy to hear more ideas on what folks think about that, but when you have seen what I have seen, when you've seen these folks break down, Councilmember Ballard and I went into a space where a woman in District 6 who had been to the emergency room, I think 8 times, and went to the emergency room the same day that we left after that. Something's wrong with that. And we got to be able to do something to address that. So some of this may seem assertive, and I know folks are concerned about some of that, but those are the issues that we're dealing with. Again, it might not be y'all in this room, but there are some folks who have to deal with these types of things. And to the point of if we were to do something about Emory Gardens, where are these folks going? The speaker this morning already talked about that. What happens when we say they give their 30-day notice because things aren't being addressed and they want to move out, but when they find a place, they have to have 3 times the rent that they're making? They can't go if they don't make it. They're stuck. They are very much stuck in a space like that. And there's a lot more people than what you might realize in those situations. So again, people's real lived experiences out there, and you may hear from some of them today, but most of them get retaliated against. So you may not see them at the podium. And some of them won't even send emails to us because it's a public record. It happens. It truly does. You've seen it. And if anybody invites me back out, most of the time they get retaliated against. Happy to show you. But I've seen some real terrible stuff. I've even had staff tell me I shouldn't have went somewhere because there was so much black mold and pest infestation. These are some bad spaces here. And unless we do something more than what we have been doing, people are going to continue to live in those spaces. So happy to hear more ideas on that, but just wanted to say this is not just some one-off and one apartment complex. It's a lot happening in the city of Wichita.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I was going to save some comments for later too, but I just want people to understand where we're coming from in the Emory Gardens incident. And it's not just, again, to Councilmember Johnson's point, it's not just unique to Emory Gardens, but I will speak on this one. We had pictures coming in from people with their children, with their backs just ridden with bed bug bites. These people had been paying $4 a month for pest control. This particular property owner was taking that money and not actually doing the pest control. So that was an issue right there. We went in there, we looked around, we saw just, again, the black mold, doors off their hinges, all the conditions that we were looking at there. We reported it, we tried to work to get it addressed. A couple weeks later, we finally tracked down the property owner after going through, I believe, 7 different LLCs, a couple of different states. He was out there that day. We went out there. He had in his hand a list of people who had made complaints, a list of people who had been open with their criticisms, a list of people who had worked with the current property management system, who the current property manager said, okay, we understand about this infestation issue. You don't have to pay rent until we either get it taken care of or you find someplace else. He had in his hand this list and was going around that day evicting people, including single moms. I had to look a single mom in her eyes who was getting evicted. This is illegal on the state level, but there was no enforcement arm on it at the time. That's when we came up with the landlord retaliation. But seeing a single mom who shared the pictures of her 1-year-old child with the bed bugs just ridden up and down that child's back, and knowing there was very little that we could do. So talking to her about it, the reason I'm here is because my family at home, drug issues, major drug issues. I will not have my child around that. So getting the eviction notice in her hand, she looks me in the eye and she says, well, I have a car, so my child and I will be sleeping in this car until we can find housing. We managed to actually get her into some temporary housing until she was able to find a place. But just understand, looking a woman like this in the eyes, seeing elderly people who are getting evicted, people with disabilities who are getting evicted, and knowing there was very little that we could do to actually protect them and help them. That's what spurred this. That's what has spurred this entire conversation. So like Councilmember Johnson said, I'm eager to find ways that we can work with people. I'm eager to find ways that we can actually address these issues. That's the goal here. It's not to be punitive on anybody, but it's actually to hold the people accountable who are making a profit off of people living in substandard living conditions, who run it straight like a business, dollars and cents, that's all that they're looking at right here. So I did just want to put that out here before this discussion. And again, please, if you have suggestions to make this more effective, less punitive on people, the good landlords, but more effective for the bad landlords, for the people who are forcing people to live on this, especially people who have nowhere else to go. Let's have this conversation. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. We will continue with public comment.
Hello, my name is Dakota. I am with ICT Tenant Union. My address is 1746 South Glen. I also work at Pyxis, a program that provides a safe and stable environment for children in foster care without permanent housing. I'm speaking out for future renters and all workers who couldn't make it here today because they can't afford to miss a day of work or didn't have enough time to plan ahead. I do see a lot of landlords in line behind me, but the decisions today impact the renters of this city. Their honest hard work can hardly make up for rent, bills, and basic health care, let alone groceries, schooling, or emergency crises. A lot of these emergency crises are due to the state that their property is in, whether it's a flood, infestation, destruction of personal property, health hazard, or the foundation of their home deteriorating. Most renters are the working class of Wichita and the backbone of the city. They're what's keeping things moving, yet they're being taken advantage of. Everyone deserves safe and affordable housing. If you can't supply that as a landlord, then why are you renting out your home? Forcing people to live in a home that you wouldn't consider fit to occupy for yourself or your family is inhumane. I'm speaking from personal experience, not only living in uninhabitable conditions, but being treated as though my safety was not a concern. I dealt with infestation, constant flooding, mold, and eventually unlawful eviction. This was 10 years ago, and I was only 16 years old. Now, all this time later, I am hearing the same stories and the same treatment from tenants living in the same building with the same landlord. No child should have to suffer unsafe housing. No parent should feel the burden of not being able to supply a stable home because the demands from landlords are unaffordable and the lack of care is unlivable. It's not just big landlords like the one I experienced. We've been hurt by the small landlords too. They learn all the tricks of the trade from the out-of-state developers, and they're only mad at the big landlords because they're losing money from them. This has nothing to do with their concern for tenants. Not only that, but children are constantly aging out of foster care, having suffered unfair treatment and unstable housing their entire lives. Ensuring landlords accept Section 8 housing or any form of assistance and holding landlords accountable for providing safe housing would mean children who have a disadvantage growing up can not only find a home, but feel safe and secure for the first time in their lives. Slipping through the cracks of an unjust system begins before many people even become working-class citizens. It's time we strengthen the renting class to not only benefit individuals and families, but our community as a whole. And don't forget, tenants are the core of our economy. Thank you.
We just wait or just another 2 minutes? Cool. Hi, I'm Kat. I'm a staff member at Safe Streets. I'm an advocate, and I'm also a member of the ICT Tenants Union, and I live in District 1. My zip code is 67214. Now, I believe that tenant rights and harm reduction are deeply connected, as stable, safe housing is a foundational aspect of an individual and community well-being. Protecting tenant rights, such as income protections and access to habitable living conditions and freedom from discrimination, helps reduce harm by preventing housing insecurity, which is a major risk factor for poor health, substance use crises, and criminalization. Now, I got laid off during COVID, and I learned firsthand how brutal the housing system can be for people who are working and without it. Without steady income, I got screened out of every rental, even though I was actively looking for work. It took me 7 applications to actually secure housing, and that spent $350 to get those in. I couldn't imagine doing that if I were like homeless or had less funds available. It felt like extra discrimination and screening for conditions that are beyond my control. Renters like me need protections that recognize housing as a necessity and not a luxury. Renters in Wichita are some of the hardest working individuals in this city. They are young people looking to buy and save homes, elderly who have retired from a long life in the industry, working class people working to just get by. Our tenants union knows that strength comes from the home. These tenants need strengthened. They deserve homes conducive to building strength and maintaining their health. These ordinances don't just take the heat off of some of those that we've mentioned, like Emory Gardens, but it uplifts and strengthens the tenants of tomorrow. Mayor Wu stated during her campaign that Wichita needs to focus on the basics. These ordinances are the basic rules and regulations for rental homes. If landlords are to lord over their tenants, they ought to respect and steward the land and property that their tenants live on. Vote yes for the good of the tenants and strengthening of the workers in Wichita. Thank you.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, my name's Garrett Holmes at 445 North Waco. I'm also an attorney here in Wichita, and I come from the same office as Mr. Kurt Holmes who spoke earlier. Like he said, our office represents property owners and landlords across the city, from large apartment communities to small family-run operations, mom and pops. Those are the people who love Wichita and who are keeping Wichita housed. When these ordinances were released last week, our office issued a memorandum explaining why we think they're dangerous. They're an unprecedented expansion of the city's power and an infringement upon property owners' rights. Unfortunately, the proposed ordinances, if made law, would not be effective policy and achieve their stated goals that we've been told that they would achieve. The truth is that the ordinances weren't born from collaboration. They were written with one side in mind. The very people who provide housing, the ones in this room, weren't invited to that table. And that matters because when policy is written without collaboration, you don't get cooperation, you get conflict. Instead of building bridges between landlords and tenants, these ordinances build walls, they divide, they discourage investment, they create red tape and resentment. Now, we've all seen the headlines. Councilmember Johnson just spoke about them. Wichita doesn't have a landlord problem. It has an Emery Gardens problem and some other properties, and we all know who those properties are. A handful of bad actors have ignored the city for years. They've ignored the headlines, the news articles, and they've allowed the conditions in their properties to rot. They've made every responsible landlord, the ones in this room, in this city, look like a villain, and that's wrong. The city already has the power to deal with these properties. You can fine them, you can inspect them, and when they refuse to comply, you can shut them down. That's where the focus should be, not on punishing everyone, but to enforce the laws you already have against those properties who refuse to comply. These ordinances, if made law, would not get the properties like Emery Gardens to all of a sudden probably clean up. Property like that isn't going to pay your fines. They're not going to all of a sudden invest millions into the rehab process because they've already ignored it for years. The only action that the city can take against a bad actor like that is to take the stand that we're not going to allow that, shut that place down. And when a property is shut down, you need a place for those people to go, and that's where the collaboration should really come from the city's perspective and where the focus needs to be. Work with the good landlords, the people in this room who care about Wichita, incentivize them to take in the displaced tenants, help fill those gaps, incentivize those government programs that already exist, strengthen those, and really try to build real solutions. The best way to move forward is not through blame, but through partnership. These ordinances, they don't achieve the goals that they're set out to. They expand power, but they don't expand fairness. In particular, the proposed property maintenance code gives a single official the power to be the investigator, the prosecutor, and the judge. That's not due process, and that's not how a fair system should work. Landlords are long-term stakeholders. Long after you all have moved on to your next opportunities, wherever that may be, the properties are still going to be here, and a lot of the property owners will still be owning the same properties. They're here for decades. They maintain properties, improve neighborhoods, and provide homes to our community. They're not the enemy, but part of the solution. So I'm asking you respectfully to vote no on these ordinances, not because you don't care about tenants, but because you care enough to get it right and invite everybody to the table. Use the enforcement tools you already have, shut down bad properties, work with the good ones, to rehouse tenants, build trust, not tension. And this is our opportunity to turn a divisive moment into a collaborative one, to show that Wichita can solve problems without punishing the very people who keep our city moving. So let's take this opportunity together. Thank you.
Before we move on, Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I do want to highlight, it's been said a couple times, I was looking for my list. While we, again, may not have met with everybody in this room, we did actually meet with private landlords, landlord companies, and I know personally went to Rental Owners Incorporated twice, in which in those meetings, I think there were anywhere from 25 to 40 landlords in there at the time. So as it continues to say that we did, and we talked about these things and we got some feedback. That's where some of the current even amendments came from, because there were some additional things that we were interested in, and that feedback helped out. But that did happen. Just want to put that out there. It wasn't us doing this in a vacuum. We have been talking to people.
Councilmember Johnson, do you have those dates so that people know?
Yes, we met with private landlords. This was back when this was supposed to come up in 2023. We met with private landlords in August, September, October of 22, January of 23, and then there were some additional conversations I had in 24 over at Atwater Neighborhood Resource Center with private landlords.
Before we move on, I did ask for this very question, which is, can you provide a list of dates in 2025 where you have engaged all stakeholders?
So going back to sort of public meetings that have been conducted, I can say specifically, we had the city council meeting back on June 3rd, 2025. We went to District Advisory Board 1 on Monday, June 7th, District Advisory Board 2 on Monday, September 8th, District Advisory Board 3 on July 2nd, District Advisory Board 4 on August 11th, District Advisory Board 5 on August 4th, District Advisory Board 6 on July 14th. And I know that I met with a gentleman representing some landlords, specifically, I don't know why his name is, it's going to come to me, representing some landlords. I met with him personally during this period. I'd have to go back and get exactly when I met with that one gentleman.
This is just a comment really quick before we move on to more public comment. To me, that is not full public engagement. And I understand that each of the 6 council members have monthly district advisory board meetings. However, as I've gone around the city, I've asked people, do you know which district you live in? And most people don't even know that very answer. They don't know that their council member hosts monthly meetings that are specific to their districts, and specific comments that come out of there then at some point will come to a city council meeting. And so I feel like there has not been enough engagement because of that very reason. The dates, thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for reiterating that some of the dates that you have were from 2022, 2023, and now Assistant City Manager Troy mentioned 2025 dates. I always believe that you have a seat at the table, and I can understand the frustration, whether it's tenants or even landlords that just saw this item come forward last week, even though it has been discussed in multiple different settings, however, never in this length and in this detail. And so I first and foremost want to encourage people to, number one, get to know these individuals who represent your districts as they have these monthly council meetings. And then in addition to, I believe that you mentioned the Renters Association. That was not engagement recently, and a greater group of stakeholders needs to be engaged, and that is the landlords, as well as the tenants. And I hear that there's that association for tenants. So I want to make sure that real full engagement is actually happening, not just one landlord and one tenant, speaking on behalf of all tenants and all landlords. So I see that there needs to be further engagement. Councilmember Glasgow.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this room is evident evidence that we did not properly engage people, because when we properly engage people, this many people don't show up to a meeting. So I think that's evidence number one. Second off, and this might be somewhat disingenuous, about the District 4 meeting on August 11th, I did not, our District 4 board, I'm there every single month, did not hear source of income. We did not hear rental registry. The only thing was about the International Property Maintenance Code, and it was more of a high level. And so we have not had public engagement since the language of these ordinances have been published at my district advisory board or any other meeting. A lot of the meetings that happened in 2023, I was not even on the council during that time. We didn't come in until August of 2024, and again, I think today shows that we did not do proper engagement, because that would not be the outcome that we would hear from people, not to even mention the hundreds of emails that we've all received over the past couple weeks.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Troy, I also don't have his name written down, but he is actually the new president of the group that I mentioned that I spoke with. So you did talk to that gentleman. And then two, just want to highlight as we talk about public engagement, it's tough. We always say we want public engagement, and we encourage people to go to district advisory boards, and that is public engagement, I guess, in that sense. But at this point, when we talk about going to district advisory boards, it's definitely not enough. Now, yes, we can reach out to more groups, but I can guarantee that with naming specific groups and having that, we still wouldn't touch everyone. So the goal is to get out there and get as much feedback as possible from as many people as possible. Often that is a district advisory board, but there's always going to be some named gap in trying to reach people where they are. And so, again, I'm glad to see so many people here today. However you found out about this was coming, I hope that everybody stays engaged, not only as this continues to get developed, but over the next several years, because there's always some issues to engage with, and it's great to have people to be able to talk to, and we don't always have an ability to reach out to this many folks. So again, thank you all for being here.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Also, I appreciate everyone who's here today, everyone who has reached out, either email, text, phone call, grabbing me at the restaurant last night. I do want to have a call to action, if I can, for the people who are speaking, other people who may come up and speak, people who may email us or contact us after this. I think I'm hearing there's going to be consensus probably that we want to delay this to try and get more feedback from landowners and from tenants. I can't say I'm prepared for a motion when the time comes, if that's a probability. But when you are speaking to us, if you could provide, I know it's last minute, some of you towards the back will have more time to think, but how do you want to be engaged? What might that process look like to be the most effective? Is it having a town hall like this and letting landowners and tenants come and speak to us? Is it a committee that we form to help us look through the International Property Maintenance Code and see what revisions might be possible? I'm just really curious if we can take this unique opportunity when we have so many passionate Wichitans here to see if we could also not only hear your opinion, but provide us with suggestions on next steps. So thank you.
We will continue with public comment. There have been two lines that have formed since the beginning of this public comment series. If you mind, please stand in line. I know that a line has naturally formed on each side.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We have someone at the podium.
That had done it before, and I just wanted to make sure that I was getting in.
No, yeah, they should not have done it, but thank you.
Well, it's a passionate topic, but my name's Nella Bayouth. I'm the owner of Cedar Mills Property Management here in Wichita. I am opposed to this being passed today. However, I think that this has a lot of very important merits that we as a community need to talk about and make action forward on. I think the reason there's so much presence from both tenants and landlords is there's a lot of ambiguity that people don't understand exactly some of those gaps of how it will play out, how will a small nuisance be compared to like the larger ones like Dalton asked, how will the protected class of source of income impact the people's ability to actually pay, or a landlord's potential to be exposed to getting sued. So I think these are the concerns we have. I think that we need to move forward with this, and we need to have a more strict process to deal with folks who are not complying, because it makes the rest of us look very bad. And most of us are good landlords. Like, I know my company, we do a make-ready checklist before any tenant moves in. We proactively try to address any maintenance issues, cleanliness, smells, all the things. And I don't know if everybody does that, but I think being proactive provides the tenant a better move-in experience, and it creates a better partnership for us to work together. So most people are doing those type of things, but that 15% that are not getting hammered when they need to, I think that's the issue we need to resolve. We need to find a path to effectively holding people accountable, like Councilman Johnson said. And I would like to participate, and I think there are a lot of other property managers and folks who are stakeholders in the community, and tenants alike, that have opinions and have good ideas, because we are in the trenches, so to speak, every day dealing with these problems that arise. And they're not all landlord problems, they're not all tenant problems, sometimes they're economic problems. I mean, we've seen what inflation's done to our community and the affordability of housing. But at the end of the day, if you want me to follow fair housing laws, I have to have standards and precedents to outline what are the qualifying criteria. And the 3 times the rental income is one of those, because we have found when we make exceptions, people struggle and then they end up getting evicted and on the street. And that's not really a good solution. I don't want to move a family in, or a single mom in, or a young person in, and then have to evict them because they're behind and they cannot pay rent. So while there may be other ways to create a process that we as a community come together to have more emergency funding for people who are in bad living situations, I'll use the Wichita flag license plate as an example. That program is so successful. I mean, people pay $50 a year to have this specialized license plate, and there's a huge fund for Parks and Rec, and they're trying to come up with ways to use it in the community. What if we did something along those lines, but that benefited housing? And make it voluntary, not a tax, not a forced item, but I bet you if you had something really cool to offer, like a flag you can hang outside, or some other, I mean, I'm not creative on the spot right now, but something like that, where people can say, hey, I care about my neighbors and my friends, and I want to make sure that if they are in a hardship, there is something we can draw upon to get them out of a bad situation. I think you would get a lot of support and participation. So I guess my point is, I think we need to take a little bit more time because it is such an important topic, and bridge those gaps of the details that are lacking and come together and support each other, and then hold those people accountable who are not carrying their weight and are not doing the right thing, and make sure that they have the appropriate consequence so they can either get out of the rental market or do whatever they need to do, but so the right people can start administering those properties. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have questions from council members. Councilmember Glasscock.
Mayor, to the speaker's point, and this would be maybe for the city manager and Councilmember Tuttle's comments, if people want to stay engaged, I know we don't have a list that people are writing their information down right now. What's the best way for them to continue to engage the process? Do we want to put a list outside if they want to engage? Is there an email that they should reach out to so that they can be involved in perhaps future correspondence?
Well, as much as we have people identify themselves and their addresses, the clerk captures that. In terms of follow-up, we could probably get a list out in the lobby if people want to sign up for that.
Okay, so let's maybe plan on that. Maybe on your way out, there'll be a list that will be outside of these 2 doors in the middle that you could put your information down, and we'll have comms put that out there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for your comments. I do want to just clarify one thing, that the flag revenue goes to the Parks and Recs Foundation, which does help Parks and Rec. For instance, they paid part of the fee for the planning, the year-long planning they're going through. I want to say that I've engaged with a lot of landlords, some tenants also, and all the landlords I've engaged with want the bad landlords taken care of and punished. They absolutely want that. So, and they want to find a way to do that, and they want to be engaged and find a way to do that. And one of them gave me a pretty good analogy. He said, you don't kill a fly with a sledgehammer. And I think in some respects that's what we're doing here. We do need to take care of it. I'm with Councilman Johnson. Something needs to be done. I just don't think we're there yet. So, but I do want something done, but we just have to make it so it does punishes those 15% or 6 or 7 landlords, not all the good ones. So thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I did just want to give some additional information to the last speaker regarding our ability to help with affordable housing funds and whatnot. A lot of it's been cut. I think 98% of our housing department is funded through HUD. And currently, we are looking at somewhere between a 17% cut to those services in the Senate bill and a 43% cut in the House bill. So with the upcoming budget discussions, the upcoming budget, our ability to actually help with vouchers, with affordable housing, with any of that, will be severely limited and less effective going forward. So that will have to be part of our discussions as well, is how do we help with affordable housing? How do we help with vouchers with the people, including seniors who are getting squeezed in the middle? I know it's the same thing with property taxes, went up 8.6%. Social Security, that's not keeping up with that. Disability, that's not keeping up with that. Rental prices have gone up more than that as well. So there's a lot of people who are being hurt and are being squeezed in the middle. And that's going to have to be part of our community discussion also going forward, because our housing department's in for a number of issues in the upcoming years due to federal budget.
Mayor, Council, I'm Joseph Tex Dozier, 215 North Parkwood Lane. I'm here today also as a DAB1 member. This came up in large part focused on the codes, as Councilmember Glasscock mentioned, and there was only one single slide at the end that referenced some potential policies that makes up the bulk of this. So I just found out a few days ago, and I'm more here in my capacity as a DAB member giving feedback as I would having found out like before a DAB meeting on some things. I'm not a landlord, but I have done past advocacy work with local property owners as well as community organizing in Texas, Chicago, and elsewhere. And so we have a good opportunity to look at comparatively at other cities at what they've done, not a sledgehammer, as Councilmember Johnston said, but maybe a scalpel approach that is able to focus on the bad actors. First and foremost, predictable rules protect good housing, not bad actors. And right now, we don't have much prediction and much clarity on certain things. Councilmember Hoheisel might say that this does not mean to crack down on people who maybe their grass is a little too long, but unless the letter in the law is there on clarifying, we need to do that. After all, I think about politicians who, when they came up with the federal income tax, said only the top 1% to 3% would be taxed at a 1% to 3% rate, but because we didn't put it in writing, we now deal with what we deal with these today. So I like the idea that if we adopt the international codes, we need to have our own American guidelines within them. Administrative warrant, I would say, skimming through this, define imminent hazard clearly and narrowly for no warrant emergencies. I would pause per day fines while verified work is underway. And most importantly, it was brought up earlier, prevent stacking penalties across overlapping codes for the same defect. With the reinstatement of the boards of code standards and appeals, I'm not sure on their full process, but out of respect for landlords, there should be a guaranteed timelines of like 30 days for a hearing, 15 days for a decision, ideally. And then the biggest threat, I think, and potential risk for a backlog is the cross-the-boards violations registry. I would probably look at cities that have success with a risk tier system. Violations across the board often just bogs down the system. Detroit's own violation-heavy registry became a failure, and Buffalo's got weighed down so many years that the courts had to step in, higher courts had to step in. It's lots of paper, little compliance, in percent digits on compliance, huge backlog. Let's learn from others and look at cities like Minneapolis, where a risk-tiered system is triggered from adjudication for life safety violations. Minneapolis has a 1, 2, 3 model where the first tier for best performers on an 8-year cycle and the chronic 3 tiers get annual visits and higher fees. Grand Rapids and other cities in Iowa also use longer certificates for clean records, and they don't drown city staff while punishing good actors. So we should look at these and tie fees to risk, not to any local Wichitans who fix things when you actually call them. Source of income, if you want landlords open to vouchers, don't make it a big government unfunded mandate. Make it a good deal for them. If this is about housing, clearly limit the SOI to housing within the language so it addresses some of the things that Holmes and others have brought up. Add safe harbors for objective screening. Credit if it passed eviction history, and inspection funding timing failures. Pear, I heard the ESG, there was some funding, but maybe we could look at Kansas City. Kansas City has a $1 million landlord risk mitigation fund when they updated their policy, and so we can maybe see if there's success from that. They don't dictate to their own property-owning citizens, they recruit them to be a part of the solution. They pull housing supply into voucher acceptance voluntarily and much more efficiently than just by SOI alone, which is slower. Finally, fees and transparency. If fees must be set by council resolution, I would encourage a specific additional public notice before such would happen. Maybe include a brief cost recovery memo, and if there is a reasonable annual cap or any discussion of that, that could maybe be only exception barred for the supermajority vote of the council. It sounds like there's a good sunset and transition policy in place, but it's important to measure, to manage, and publish to trust for the predictability. I was thinking of how the sledgehammer was mentioned in football season right now. We often say go big and go home in sports, but that's the opposite here. Going big, even with well-intentioned policies, can often keep us from real reforms that make the greatest lasting impact. It can mean higher rents and fewer providers, especially the smaller local ones who we care about so much, and against the frustration of a lot of the out-of-state folks that I know we've encountered with zoning cases in District 1. So the council should provide strong tiered oversight that targets the worst while not taxing the rest and the best, especially our local Wichitans who keep so many housed. By doing so, we'll hopefully get safer homes, faster fixes, more voucher leases as proven in those incentive programs, and most importantly, more places for Wichitans to live in peace and in prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a mention. Communications has wichita.gov/outreach. Again, wichita.gov/outreach as a way for you to stay connected, to tell us how you want to be communicated. Again, wichita.gov/outreach. We'll continue with public comment.
My name is Gail Clark. I live in Sedgwick, Kansas. I don't reside in the city of Wichita, but my husband and I have 9 rentals here in town. I don't know what districts they are in. I would guess out of all you guys, we are going to hit at least half of you. So for us to not pay attention, but to investigate when you're having your neighborhood meetings, I find it odd that I can get phone calls every week, at least 5, and written communication from investors who want to buy my home, but the city can't notify us of when this type of communication and meetings occur. I have 2 pages that I have spent a couple days on preparing, and a lot of people have already covered the issues, so I won't recover it. However, in the people that have talked here, I've heard the word high level come up 5 times. And if this has been brought up since 2022 and started to be looked at that time, why wasn't the devil's in the details? And this has got a lot of devil in it. Why wasn't the details presented at that time? The assistant city manager was mentioning that pass this and we'll work on policies. No, that's not good. You either pass the policies before you approve the ordinance, or then you get more public input as it moves forward. So that's a concern. I also think there's a big concern where we're trying to add more bureaucracy to an 85% compliance rate. I don't have any examples of people or industries that have an 85% compliance rate, but if my occupancy rate was 85%, I'd be skipping rope here. I'd be loving it. So 15% complaints, the none were found guilty. Again, making the issue out of a non-issue. The registry of landlords who have violated or maybe not violated, I would say that's a really bad idea, and if it passes, I would like to see a registry of tenants who have willfully damaged our properties. And that's illegal.
Again, I just asked for decorum in this council chambers.
So we have our networks, but unfortunately, they're not far-reaching enough. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about the registry. The reduced appeal rights, when you consolidate and you remove oversight down to a few minute people, that's just unconstitutional. First Amendment gives citizens the right to petition government for what's called a regress of grievances, or the right to correct a wrong. And I see that being ignored if these ordinances were passed. With respect to a suggestion on how we get better housing and for tenants, socioeconomic status does not absolve someone from keeping property clean, whether it's a landlord or a tenant, okay? So that is a huge issue. Just because someone is on disability or what have you doesn't absolve them from taking care of your property. But did you know that I cannot garnish disability or Social Security? So if you want to make that a protected income, probably ought to work at a higher level, whether it be state or federal, for me to garnish said protected income. Because right now we can't do it. So if I'm going to rent to someone whose sole income is Social Security, I have to look really hard about doing that, not because I don't want to be a good landlord, but because I have no repercussions of getting my money back for damages and lost rent. I hope that you defer voting on this issue.
We'll continue with public comment.
You can go. No. Oh, okay. I guess I was here first, but thank you so much. I really appreciate this. My name is Beth Snyder, and I live at 2302 North Rosemont Circle. Me and my husband own Empower Homes, LLC, a small family-run business here in Wichita. We're what people call mom-and-pop landlords. For us, this isn't just an income, it's a mission. We take great pride in providing safe, beautiful homes that are well-maintained and thoughtfully decorated. These 3 proposed landlord ordinances were introduced with almost no notice or collaboration with local property owners. I believe your intentions may be good, but the process was too rushed, and the consequences could harm the very people who are keeping Wichita's housing stable and affordable. First, the property maintenance ordinance adds new fines and inspection layers that will punish small, responsible landlords right alongside with the bad actors. Empower Homes already maintains its properties with great care, yet one missed repair or subjective inspection could bring heavy penalties. That's not fair or sustainable. Second, requiring landlords to accept all housing vouchers may sound fair, but it forces small landlords into complex federal programs they aren't equipped to manage. If that becomes mandatory, many of us will leave the market, reducing, not expanding, quality, affordable housing. Third, the expanded tenant protection ordinance, while well-intentioned, goes too far. In reality, 90% of tenants are wonderful people, hardworking and respectful, but about 10% know exactly how to exploit the system. They file false complaints, delay payments, or weaponize laws to harm honest landlords like us. These new ordinances would hand that small group even more ammunition. I've learned that not everyone shares the same honest values I do, and these rules could easily destroy the very people trying to do the community good, like me and my husband. If these measures pass as written, good landlords like us will leave Wichita's rental market, and that will increase homelessness and housing shortages, not solve the problems. I respectfully urge you, pause these votes and invite landlords to the table. Let's work together to craft fair, balanced solutions that protect tenants and preserve the small local landlords who make Wichita a wonderful place people are proud to call home. Thank you for your time and for listening to those of us who truly care about this community. And I think it's wonderful. I can hear on both sides, there are definite reasons for this. And what I would like to say is I think 90% of landlords are just like me and my husband. We're trying our best to provide quality, affordable housing for the citizens of this city. And I really hope that you will go in, the city will get stronger to punish those truly bad actors. I mean, it sounds terrible to live in places like that, but that is definitely not what we have. In fact, I would say my husband and I, through trying to be really good, honest landlords, sometimes end up getting abused by some of the tenants that we had great faith in, because there are those people that do know how to exploit the system. Thank you so much.
No questions? Craig Gable, 150 East 44th Street South. I want you to understand up front, I want good landlords. I want everybody to be a good landlord, and I want tenants to have good places to live. And, you've got put forth an idea here that seems, we already have the mechanism out there. We already have laws that you punish people. I do agree on one thing. There should be a landlord registry for anybody that lives or any group that owns rental property from outside the city limits, just outside the city limits, not 60 miles, not 100 miles, not whatever. Anyhow, because those people are the ones with all the empty houses that the homeless people are breaking into. Those are the people that you can't get served and they get by over and over and over. Anyhow, so with that said, I want to tell you a little bit about myself before we get started. I bought my first rental house in '74. I think in '74, a huge percentage of these people were in grade school or younger. Anyhow, and I bought my first rental house here in Wichita in '84. At one time, I owned 0.1% of all the rental houses in Wichita. Anyhow, that's a lot, and it was crazy. I was crazy when I was younger. Anyhow, but like I said, I've been in it a long time. I've been on the end where, we're short on money and didn't do as good a job as I should have, and I've, learned and learned as I've gone along. And what I've learned is if you make a house as nice as possible, you're pretty discreet on who you rent it to, that they'll stay with you forever. And if you answer their call and fix something within 24 hours, you're going to keep that renter forever. And I've had renters that one 17 years and one 26 years, and both of them died before they moved. Anyhow, so with that, I have recommendations as opposed to complaining about this thing. The problem is this communication to start with, okay? Anyhow, to fix this communication problem, it's both for the renters and for the landlords, okay? To fix the problems, require every lease to contain a rental checklist for in and out. In when they sign in, out when they sign out. It should contain a 14-day 30 notice, which allows the tenant, if the property is not fixed properly within a reasonable period of time, a few days, to give a 1430 to their landlord. And that gives them, if they don't fix it in 14 days, they're out in 30 days. They can go find something better. Contact info for central inspection. There should be a sheet in there so that they know who to call if they have a problem. And theoretically, if they have give a 14-day 30 notice, they should call central inspection. Let's get central inspection out of there. We need a Section 8. If you want us to take Section 8 renters, we need a Section 8 checkout, outgoing checklist. Because what happens with Section 8, and I did Section 8 for years, and I finally quit it, is the tenant gets in there, and some of them have to pay a partial of their rent. Well, if you give them a notice to pay part of that rent, they do some damage in the house, pull a plug in, out, take a smoke detector down, and they call the inspector. Well, then you can't collect your rent that much. You get it up there. You'd call the inspector to come out. By the time he gets back out there, it's down again. And then when they finally do get around to moving, their lease is over and you're not going to renew it and stuff, they leave the place this deep or trashed. And I said they need a checkout list, and those people need to be penalized inside the system so that they don't rent again, or at least a month or so they can't rent, in order to be fair. Require an automatic small claims case whenever an eviction is filed. So that, right now a person has to go and evict somebody, and then you have to go file a small claims code. It turns into a nightmare and a time-consuming one. Let's talk about Emory Gardens, okay? You know it's bad, okay? you could get with that inspector, you could get a warrant to go in and inspect every one of those properties. You could put a case against every property. You could put the bill for that into the hundreds of thousands and whatnot. And like I said, then whenever you guys identify those 15%, make sure that there's some kind of little resource out there to just help somebody get from one to the other. Maybe the deposit, might be $300, might be $500 or something like that. And like I said, you could fix this problem a lot. Please delay this item until it can be fixed. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate some of the insight there. I did just want to touch on one thing that you had brought up, the vacant homes. That is a big issue in a lot of our neighborhoods for a variety of reasons. You're not lying. A lot of people do break in there. They cause damage, squatters and whatnot, some drug issues that come with it. So I did want to just talk about two things here real quick. One, the state has been considering doing a probate process because one of the reasons for a lot of vacant homes is there's no designated inheritor after somebody passes away. So the state is looking at possibly doing a probate process for homes under, I think maybe they were looking $180,000 or so to help with that process because it can often be an expensive and time-consuming issue that leads to little or no resolution. Another one is, so I just want to put that out on your radar, so that way if you are having discussions with some of your elected officials, you might bring this up and see if that's something you would support or not. Another one is, and this one is kind of touchy, but right now we have to wait for vacant properties to fall 5 years behind on taxes before we can have any action. And that's fine because I want to give everybody, I don't want to kick people out of their homes for not being able to afford their taxes. But whenever there are bad actors who are just letting their property sit on a corner and depreciate and fall into disrepair, it would be nice to have some sort of recourse to get that property. Either we crack down on it and are able to move it along or get somebody in there who will actually take care of their property. So those are two issues that we are facing with vacant properties in our neighborhoods and some solutions that we are looking at, including on the state level. So again, just some information to provide for the public out there.
Okay, so it's back to public comment now? Okay. Tracy Terrell, address 1526 Northwest Lynn in Wichita, District 6, but I also have property in every single one of your districts. I do want to thank you for the ones that took my call and text messages over the weekend to try to understand this clearly. A couple of things that I do want to mention. I was going to get up here and give a speech pretty much that everyone else has already given, right? But as a realtor and somebody who cares about everyone's housing needs in this city, even our unhoused neighbors, there's a couple of recommendations, Councilmember Tuttle, that I would like to bring up. Malcolm Gladwell wrote a book called The Tipping Point, and one of the things that they were able to change, make major systemic changes in the New York system, or a New York City crime system, was about doing something very small like catching people who were jumping fares to get on the subway. And what they found is whenever they had enforcement on those little issues, systemically it created the ability to be able to change the directory later. And I think sometimes on these complex social issues, we have to look at what are some things that are within our control to be able to facilitate this conversation further. While there are some really great things on this, and one of my biggest concerns is that all of this will be completely tabled, and I know most of you from having conversations know that we do need to have accountability to property owners. I have vacant houses right now because they were just remodeled and they were trashed in 2.5 months later, right? And with that, that property is gonna sit until I'm able to get back to it and rehab that, right? With that being said, there are also things and initiatives that are going on right now to increase landlord engagement. United Way The COC, Continuum of Care, is currently hosting landlord engagement times to try to increase the number of landlords that can learn about all the bureaucracy and the things that happen behind the scenes with Section 8 housing or housing choice vouchers, right? So it all goes back to when Mr. Anderson, when you first presented this back in August of 2023, one of the very first items on that agenda was education. And education for property owners, education for tenants, right? So the City of Wichita Housing Authority created a handbook, and that handbook is available on the City of Wichita's website. Now, following you on Facebook, I see all of the concerns from tenants that are voicing their opinions and feeling like they have been unheard, right? So I think it's an opportunity for us right now to then go out and say, what's the communication strategy that tenants have to feel respected and validated when there are concerns, to ensure that there isn't going to be retaliation and having evictions, and understanding what that process looks like. I have a tenant right now across the street from one of my properties who's having an issue with their property owner, and she's like, well, what do I do? And I said, well, hun, these are real concerns. I'm not providing legal advice, but what I would tell you is that there is an avenue called a 14-day 30. I said, but you have to be prepared at the end of that 14 days. If he doesn't correct it, then you need to be finding another place. And she's like, well, I can't afford to find another place. And I said, okay, so here's the thing. Here's the power that you do have is let's come up with a plan, an action plan of how we can try to get you out of this situation. Now, it may not be right now, but it could be that next step. So when we go back and we look at these issues, I also have to look at where's the community support services to protect individuals that are facing these types of situations. And we are having those discussions, and those discussions are ongoing, but I do think as our council, we need to be doing a better job of communicating what are things that tenants can do, what are things that property owners can do to start bridging that communication gap. Because at the end of the day, guys, it doesn't matter what relationship you're in, whether it's a tenant-landlord situation, whether it's a council and your constituents, it all starts with having communication with one another to bridge that gap. Thank you very much for your time today.
I'm short. Hello, good morning, Council, Mayor Wu. It's nice to see you guys again. For those of you who are not familiar with my work, my name is Donna Garcia. I'm a nurse and a family nurse practitioner doctorate student. I'm getting ready to graduate. Next time you see me, I'll be Dr. Donna. So what we do, I'm the executive director and co-founder of Grassroots Bridge Builders ICT. We're a nonprofit organization providing trauma-informed homeless advocacy and peer-based housing navigation. So every day I'm working alongside tenants and landlords, case managers to help individuals transition from homelessness into stable housing. One of our team operates at the direct intersection of public health and housing access. Grassroots Bridge Builders is built on collaboration. We partner with property owners who open their doors to voucher recipients, low-income families, and individuals rebuilding their lives. Most of these landlords are not large corporations. They're small business owners who live here. They care deeply about their tenants, and they often carry the financial and emotional burdens of maintaining older properties on super tight margins. Through these partnerships, we've learned that communication and collaboration work. When landlords, outreach providers, and tenants collaborate, evictions decrease, units stay habitable, and neighborhoods stabilize. That's why I'm concerned about the proposed landlord registration and code enforcement changes, which we don't have time or my personal scope to go into right now. So while the intent is to improve housing safety, is commendable, a broad registration system without a path to resolution could unintentionally harm the very people that we rely on to keep housing affordable. Many code violations already fall under HUD's Inspire inspection requirements, which I believe, Sally can correct me, are coming online in 2026. Creating the second layer of reporting and penalties can result in duplications and conflicting standards, particularly for landlords who are renting to our voucher holders. If we increase this regulatory complexity, as we've heard, without support, we're risking losing these good landlords that we've worked so hard to identify. They're doing their best, but they simply lack the capital or the manpower to upgrade immediately. And every lost landlord means fewer affordable houses for the next family trying to get off the street. There's a better way. Wichita already manages restoration and rehabilitation funds that we've heard of. These funds can be expanded or redistributed to help small property owners achieve the compliance rather than penalizing them for a lack of resources. Imagine if we created a clearly advertised pathway within City Hall, a one-stop application process connecting landlords on the registry to local nonprofits, LLCs, and contractors who can assist with affordable repairs or make ready work. This would transform the registry from a list of violations into a community problem-solving tool, one that promotes collaboration, transparency, and a shared accountability. Now, I didn't come to you with just recommendations. I came with results today. At Bridge Builders, we've developed exactly that kind of pathway, and you'll probably hear from a couple ambassadors who are living it. Our trauma-informed housing restoration program pairs property repair and healing with skill building. When a unit is vacated or in disrepair, we bring on individuals who are waiting for housing, many overcoming trauma, addiction, and years of instability, and they help prepare the unit for the next family moving in. This approach gives landlords labor and fast turns around and helps participants get hands-on job experience, structure, and most importantly, purpose. It transforms code compliance into a community act of rebuilding. Each project involves the property, strengthens the neighborhood, and helps people rebuild their own stability at the same time. It's proof that restorative housing is both possible and effective. Real solutions that save money, build equity, and restores dignity. If the city supported and scaled community-based restoration like this, and if tenants got involved feeling so passionately to give their time and their sweat equity, then we can see compliance that no longer relies on property loss and punitive measures. We would be able to achieve safety and health without sacrificing ownership. I do have a couple recommendations for the council as written. We should add citizens and nonprofit oversight to any advisor or appeals board, as is mentioned in the language. Create city hall restoration pathways that connect those landlords on the registry, and publish annual reports. All those good things that we can do to keep accountability. Mayor Wu and council members, Wichita's housing future depends on collaboration, not on punishment. The registry alone cannot fix code issues, but a registry with built-in pathways for assistance and partnership can. Let's connect people with those who need help and are ready to provide that kind of help. The resources are available to keep units safe, preserve affordable housing, and promote dignity. So, thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and Mr. City Manager. I do have a couple of questions. My name is LaVonta Williams, and I do have a question, even just starting out. I thought I heard something about 69 cases that have been presented and went forward. I thought I heard 4,500 were dismissed, and maybe another 500 that went nowhere. Are we asking why they're dismissed, why they didn't go anyplace? That would be one thing that I would ask and that I would like to know. Why are the cases not going anyplace, especially if there's something wrong? I appreciate everybody who is here, everybody that is here. I appreciate the landlords, but you're hearing very little from renters, especially renters that have some type of a situation in the place they are in. So yes, I hear the landlords, and I just want to say from the beginning, it's not an attack on landlords. We know that there are many, many, many responsible property owners doing great work and doing great things to provide safe, quality housing. But this is about some that don't do this. Some are not there. I would say that right now I'm representing those little kids that go to school. Runny nose, sneezing, breathing hard. That could be from mold. I'm talking about kids that could pass away from being exposed to some of the things that our young people are being exposed to today. Then as a teacher, I see those kids. As a person who looks at equity, I'm wondering, are all rental homes the same? No. There are some people who fix up a home just barely enough that it will pass code. And sometimes it doesn't pass code, and sometimes we don't know what happened. There are some landlords who have 100+ homes that they rent out. What is the quality that they're renting out? Do we have any idea of those types of issues as well? And then I look at things from the position of myself as being a AARP volunteer. And I'm looking out for my seniors because that was what I stood on as a council member. My seniors and my young people as a teacher, and now as a senior myself. Those are very important things that we need to look at. Are all rentals the same? Obviously not. And then I look at the time that I was a city council member. And I look at some of the things that I did that really hit the tip of the deal, pretty much like Councilmember Johnson, Hoheisel, who went into some of these places that were not livable. Later on, I went into one and found out you should have worn a hazmat suit because that's what the inspectors put on, a hazmat suit. No, I didn't do that. And then there was an area that was a huge concern for me. It was an area where we took a survey of that part of the community, and they told us that the city forgot that they lived there. It was in terrible condition. The city forgot they lived there. That was the way that group of people felt. And so we checked even further. The person that was working with me at the time, she said, "Ms. Williams, don't go in there and sit down." Well, I did. I went in there and I sat down and I talked with people. But there was one lady who just sat on the porch, a seniorly lady, just sit on the porch most of her time. She had a bed sheet that was around her porch area, and she would sit there. I lost this little old lady to death. And I know that it was because of the living condition that she was in. Was that on the document, her death certificate? Probably not. But I know that she died because of the living conditions that she was in. So I applaud you. I applaud you for moving this and looking at this again. But think of all of those that you don't know that have passed away because of where they live. That is so important. Please think about this. Don't wait another year. For 10 years, we didn't move it. You have the opportunity to move this in the direction that it needs to go. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Levanta. I appreciate all that. I want to be respectful of the people standing in line, so when we're done with that comment, if maybe we could have somebody from our inspection units or MABCD or maybe Troy come up and talk about some of our difficulties in prosecuting some of these cases. And then also to touch on Levanta's issue, one of the complaints I get most commonly is slumlords essentially just painting over black mold, trying to cover it up that way in order to pass inspection. So yeah, that's another concern that I hear quite a bit of as well. Thank you.
My name is Rochelle Small Clifford, 330 West 2nd Street North, number 48812, Wichita, Kansas 67201. This is Darla, my service dog. I'm here to provide a more personal, first-hand account to what it's like living in a contaminated space. I became disabled after living in an apartment with very poor air quality, and I'm very sad to report that the same has now happened to my mother. I'd like to say right off the bat that 15% dismissal of the environmental complaint cases does not equate to 85% compliance on the part of the landlord. Mold is very slow growing. There are many opportunities to abate for a watchful landowner, a watchful landlord. The International Building Code, also I'd like to amend. It does not specifically address mold, mildew, or fungus. However, it does include provisions related to moisture control and unsafe conditions that could contribute to mold growth, emphasizing the need to treat the underlying causes of excess moisture. Experts have said that mold can cause respiratory issues, but it's not against Wichita's housing code. You can read more on this at https://www.kansas.com in an article provided by Celia Hack from KMUW, July 10th, 2023. Our National Institutes of Health Clinical Center writes, chronic exposure to air pollution causes cytogenic damage, DNA strand breakage, epigenetic changes, and altered gene expression. I think this is very important. We need to understand, landlords, that it's tantamount to holding a loaded gun to the heads of your tenants. It doesn't affect just this generation. Gene expression, you're reaching into their future generations. Okay? All these changes are associated with higher risk factors for many diseases, especially for cancers. Gorani Azam and others, 2016. Mold is present in every environment to some extent, but when a resident claims that mold is causing or worsening a health condition, it then becomes a fair housing issue. I want to say thank you, as many others have, to the landlords who cared enough to show up, the property managers who care enough to keep the properties in good condition for those of us who need places to live that are safe. But I sadly want to highlight that the memorandum which Councilman Johnson has cared enough to move his feet to put on the board today, it's in minority compared to the number of states across the country which have bothered to do same on behalf of their paying citizens, many of them well-paying. I know someone who spends $2,500 a month on rent in a luxury building and has had a problem getting their maintenance to remove a black moldy mini split. That's a relatively easy problem to fix. Nonetheless, we do have predatorial landlords, predatorial property management companies who are slow to respond. They have a tendency to ignore or avoid the states where the laws are more stringent, and they tend to go to places where the laws are more lax, and they can find vulnerable populations on which to feed. They make their money on the backs of sick people, eventually sick people. And I have to say that they're often underinsured. So we spend our days, well, not me anymore since I'm disabled, but honest people spend their time going to work day after day to pay the bulk of their expense, which is rent or mortgage. And then they find that after all of that, they're left with tremendous medical debt and nowhere to live after their homes are found to be condemned and unlivable, and they're recommended to move out by their doctors. So we have to stand up. There has to be a standard. Wichita has to make a law to say that mold is not okay in homes. It's got to be illegal. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Hatrup. My address is 297 South Pershing. Madam Mayor and council members, my husband and I have accepted Section 8 in the past and would like to relate to you why we stopped. We have been hearing it claimed that if we had problems with Section 8 tenants, the city will back up landlords and hold tenants responsible for any damage they cause. But in our experience, we have never had a Section 8 tenant that did not cause damages far exceeding their deposit, and the city has been of no help whatsoever. Our last experience with Section 8, The experience that resulted in our decision to no longer accept Section 8 was a tenant who deliberately vandalized our property. Briefly, every single wall in the entire house had multiple holes, multiple windows were broken, every window screen on the house had been sliced, and there is more, but I won't go into the entire list. This house has passed Section 8 inspection for her to move in. These were most certainly not pre-existing conditions. We did call the Section 8 office to inform them of the damages. We thought they might like to know what this tenant had done because this tenant was still in the Section 8 program and still had a voucher. We requested that an inspector come out to view the damages. The first person we spoke to actually laughed out loud. She said only a supervisor can authorize an inspector to come out, so we requested to speak to a supervisor. A supervisor did call the next day, only to tell us the damages were our own fault because we did not mitigate by conducting monthly walkthrough inspections. So we informed the supervisor that we would mitigate against future damages by no longer accepting Section 8. He responded that he did not care. What landlord does a monthly walkthrough? Would you not consider that harassment? The cost to repair that house was $4,400 in excess of the deposit, and we received no help from the city. Instead, we received laughter and blame. Every single Section 8 tenant that we have ever had caused damage, and that comes out of our pockets, a mom and pop operation. Why would you force Section 8 on us? We do the majority of our work, and we pride ourselves on being good landlords and taking care of our tenants and our property. We have tenants that have stayed with us for over a decade, but Section 8 has been nothing but a nightmare for us. We don't understand why you're punishing us. Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question to that, and that will be if you can provide the name of the individual, that inspector's name or supervisor who laughed at you and basically did not hear you. Can you just provide that name to the city manager?
Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman. Thank you for having us. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Cody Arnett. My family and I own PMI Wichita. It's a property management company here in town. Also a landlord. I'm also a tenant. I've been a tenant in slums before. I'm born and raised Wichita. I love the city. I love the people here. I can't express enough to all of you, tenants, landlords, my heart's with you, because I've been in multiple situations. I've been, the kid whose mom's trying to make it, and we're living with mold. And we're living with, I've had to, just as you, Councilman Johnson, I've had to look a single mother in the eye and tell her, I don't know what to do for you, because she has mold and she can't afford to move, and the landlord can't afford to remediate the issue. Well, then the question's asked, well, if you can't afford it, you shouldn't rent out your home. Well, they were able to afford it before, but then taxes and insurance go up. Maybe neglect and abuse from the tenant happens, just as we've heard before. We've made this property as clean and as functional as possible. We vetted the tenant, we made sure that they were good, and that they were qualified and they take care of the home. Something happens, they get hit in a car accident, they get hooked up on painkillers, crack, whatever. Mental health issue, this perfectly fine tenant destroys the place in months. Well, what a situation. And I've seen it in so many, being a property manager, I've seen both sides. And our job in property management is to be in the middle and to be an advocate for both sides, just as your job is in the city, to a degree, right? I want tenants to have good homes. I want landlords to be able to be landlords and to afford it. We have to have some better collaboration here. These ordinance, though I don't oppose the intention, I oppose punishing the landlords. Let's collaborate, let's not punish. If you pass these ordinances today, or if you pass them as they are, I'm telling you, mark my words, it's going to be an adverse effect. Rents are going to have to jump. They're going to have to increase. they're already so high. In the years that I've been doing this, I've seen rents go way up. And as a landlord, great, but it's just to break even, man. Like it's not to make money. We're not rolling it down here. We're just trying to survive as landlords, but same as tenants. How can you afford 3 times the rent when rent's so high? Well, I can't move you into a property and half or more of your income is going to rent. That's not going to work. I'm putting you at a disadvantage. I'm putting the landlord at a disadvantage, or myself at a disadvantage. That's not fair for anybody. So if we're going to make that a protected class, good luck. You're going to see tons of evictions. And that's terrible, and I don't want that for anybody. And I can't express enough that this is important. I'm glad this is happening. Probably unpopular opinion, but I'm glad it's happening because we're finally getting a dialogue going here. And instead of passing these ordinances the way they are, let's keep the momentum going. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's bring everyone to the table and let's solve these problems for our community. Because it's generations after us that are going to get the negative or the positive impact from our decisions today. And you know that, I know that. Let's get together and solve these problems together. Let's not just punish one side or the other. Both sides have their issues, and we shouldn't have this division. We should be people. We're human beings at the end of the day. We're human beings. Let's be human beings to each other. Thank you.
I'm just going to make a quick comment. Please put your name on the list outside. Communications has provided a list outside these doors if you want to be part of that engagement process. Before we continue, I just want to make mention that we did order pizza for the individuals who are here today. I know that this is going to be a very long meeting. So outside the chamber hall, you'll be able to grab a slice of pizza.
You had me at pizza. Hello, everybody. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name's Jerry Mendoza. I work for Mennonite Housing, 2145 North Topeka. And we focus on affordable housing and income-based housing. And so we work with LIHTC, HUD, and Section 8 programs throughout the city. And my values go in line with what Mennonite Housing is as a transplant from inner city Dallas. Don't hold that against me, though. I appreciate it. But their Section 8 was a bad phrase to hear when I was growing up. It meant, like he was saying, there's unlivable conditions. And what we strive to do is make these conditions for these tenants that can't normally afford regular housing to where you can't tell the difference between regular housing and affordable housing. And so that's our goal. And so with that, we see we're advocates for the tenants as well. We want to make sure we are offering anything we can. We're working with programs too that are reaching out to homeless individuals as well. But with this new ordinances, I feel like it's open-ended to where it's gonna double or it's going to duplicate the charges that we work with or the inspections that we have with Inspire. Our LIHTC and our Section 8s are with Inspire, and as they mentioned, HUD is going to start in 2026. And as they also mentioned, HUD has more vouchers than they do funds for this program. And so I'm afraid that with these increased fees, we will not be able to offer as much affordable housing as we have in the past because of the increases in fees. And so we'll have to increase rental rates. And so we want to make sure that, like they've said before, we have an open dialogue and have a round table or a gathering where you get both tenants and landlords to come together, both from the affordable housing side and the regular conventional housing. And so to get an idea of where we can meet in the middle, because it is a problem. We do see it. And I'm standing here, I can't say that all our housing is perfect. There are some issues with some of our aging housing. You know, we have issues that come up more regularly, and we try to get in front of those. But there are issues, there are times where, you know, it's more time than when we feel like it needs to be. And so we feel like if we get together and work together, we can create a program that benefits both sides. It doesn't harm one or the other. It penalizes those people that are doing it on purpose, are out there for just the money, and they don't care who gets in the way of that money train. And so I appreciate you guys, all the hard work that you've done, and I just ask that we just temporarily delay it so we can get more information and figure out who can come to the table and work as a team and get that program to the best of anywhere. You know, in other states, they'll replicate what we have here in Wichita. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question, sir. And for anybody else in the crowd who maybe has experience with this, how is the new Inspire methods
It's
going?
very strict.
Very strict?
But yes, we've been working with it for Light Tech a while now, and so we know what to expect. And so we get in front of it. I'd like to say most of our maintenance team has gotten an average of maybe 97, 98% on most of our inspections. So it is meant to keep us on the straight and narrow, and so they get on us if we have any issues.
Okay, I know it was also designed to maybe give some leeway on the bottom end with things that aren't necessarily as serious issues. So I am curious.
They give us a variable date time to get those corrected. Some are life-threatening, so they give us a 24 to 48 hour time to turn it around. Others are not so much, so they give us a little more leeway. But the ones that do affect the tenants, they do focus on getting them turned very quickly.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I have just been curious how that's been working out since it's rolled out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello again. Excuse me. I'm going to get really good at this one of these days. My name is Sarah Cowling, and I'm 2116 South Seneca, number 302. Formerly, I was homeless at Tin City. I also lived at the Economy Inn. I also lived at the Frontier. I also lived at 2141 South Erie. And before that, I lived at the residence behind Grace Baptist Church as a facility manager. Some of those addresses you might recognize as things that have had violations, and some of those things, the house I had before I was homeless on Erie, it had an incident that happened there. But before something had happened there, we had several nuisance reports on whether we had no trash service at our house during COVID when we lost our jobs. Our grass is too long. We didn't have a carport that was enclosed enough. If we had our trailer on the side of our house, it could not have trash on it. It was repeated calls and violations, like in a certain amount of time, and it came to the point where, like, our yard, we had moved into a house that had been basically abandoned. The landlord was the pastor's stepmom, and she took care of the house. It had electricity, which meant that people were breaking into the house, and but she didn't want to lose that house, and we moved into it after our pastor had passed away. I'm trying to think of how many calls we had just as far as the trash. When we moved into it, was trashed. And so we'd moved in, and there was things that we had to do in order to make sure that it was safe, but we were getting calls about stuff that was happening in the yard. And my point, long story short, some of these calls that people get are neighbors, that multiple calls, and a lot of the times people aren't seeing what's going on with the tenants, and this, hold on. Sorry, I have one hand, and this is something that's perfect. I just got housing, and then I was in a car accident. I broke both my ankles and my wrist, which could jeopardize me because I'm unable to work. And, sorry, sorry. Okay. Maintaining safe, healthy, and compliant housing is essential. We must recognize that removing homelessness starts before we put people in homelessness. And this is our chance as Wichita maybe to start something new. Because if we always do what we always do, we're always going to get what we always get. We keep changing ordinances and making policies to enforce on these tenants and on these landowners. But what we're not doing is addressing the people inside of those houses. Like with the church, the house is only as valuable as the people that are inside of it. And people are real people. You know, I like the Gathered Strong. I love the idea that they have all of these organizations that collaborate. And like, we have all these resources that are provided for the homeless, but a lot of people are disqualified because they might fall under certain categories, but not others. I mean, some of the people that we have that are homeless don't have a phone or a contact to them. But before they were homeless, they did have houses too. You know, they didn't, according to my neighborhood, I became one of those bad tenants. You know, it didn't matter that nobody saw that my grandson had passed away or that my son-in-law was killed. They saw my trash was piling up. We need to, I believe, and before we start just cracking down on things because they don't fit into code or because they're violations, we need to address maybe why these things are happening in these neighborhoods. Why is the person down the street, why isn't their lawn getting taken care of? Why did all of a sudden their trash pile up and, you know, they look vacated? You know, it's usually something that has nothing to do with the actual building. It has to do with people going through things. You know, maybe their lawnmower broke down. If a violation or penalizing them, or the glass gets too long, something breaks in a house, and a lot of people are too afraid to ask their landlord to fix it because they're worried that they're going to be moved. When stuff like that piles up, then nothing. I wanted to say a lot more. I will write it, but I think that this gives us a chance to maybe create a board of people that will go, and before it becomes a violation, talk to these people. You know, have services and like an umbrella to, if they are having problems taking care of these violations, services provided so that nobody loses their home. Nobody gets, it's not a legal problem, it is a person problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a program like that with the city. They do reach out and try and help people, especially people who do have issues, disability issues, aging issues. I know we've worked with SB Mowing quite a bit to help get some issues resolved that way as well. So we do have that program out there. I think we can request it whenever people do call in to see if that's an appropriate path to go on. And of course, we don't want to be punitive. A lot of times we start with the education piece, given a 30-day fix-it ticket, and really try to be humane in how we deal with a lot of these issues.
We'll take two more, one from this side and one from this side, and take a short break, if that is sure.
Mayor, when we do that, can we also have a list so these individuals can go in the line that they've already lined up as well, so we don't have to recreate the line?
That would be great. Can the clerk provide a list of names for each side? So we'll take one from this side and one from this side, and then we'll take a short break.
Hi, my name is Destiny Williams, and I am an ambassador for the Grassroots Bridge Builders. I became homeless at the end of April. I do now have housing. I am happy that I have some place to call home. But it was a struggle to even get to that destination. I went through the whole summer with looking at buildings while I'm walking down the street, having my homeless moments, you know. Looking at like empty buildings that are, you know, across the city. Why couldn't these be, you know, refurbished? Why can't, you know, like the hospital that's just vacant, you know, why can't that be something that is for, you know, transitional housing for the homeless? I went through a lot just being in that situation. But I also started understanding what was the point for me being out there. You know, I have education. I am a CNA by trade. You know, and it was hard when I lost my job back in April. I lost it at the beginning of the month. And then towards the end, it was just one of those, wow, you're on the streets. Look at this. nobody to help me, no nothing. And at that moment, I decided that I wasn't going to ask anybody for help. But one particular day, I see my friend, she's coming along with this RV. She kind of helped me out of my situation. There is no kind of to it. She helped me out of my situation, guiding me to a destination that has me with my daughter, and we are both striving and surviving. I just want to say that maybe y'all should revisit the whole landlord thing, because some landlords are pretty good, but their houses, their facilities might be in some type of disarray. Maybe, look into seeing how you can help them instead of throwing people out because their housing isn't up to par. I thank you for at least hearing my side of the story. Thank you.
Need to reset this, or? My name's Kristen Williams, 8603 East Mulberry. I own a property management company called Granite Key. The reason that I created that company, I'm not going to take a lot of time, but I was on the opposite end. I used to work in aviation, and I was a single mom for a while, and I would always have trouble with landlords getting something fixed, whether I was paying for a higher end house or a low end house. When you're a single mom, you just get the end of your lease and you get. But a lot of times I've had landlords show up while I was breastfeeding, and I'm being graphic, and walk in your door with no notice. I've had air conditioners go out and say, I don't know what to tell you. But however, that said, I was also an aviation professional, and my studies at Wichita State University is international business. One of the things you have to remember, I know everybody's focusing on, and I do care for people, I love people, but it's a business. Primarily, there's a small percentage you inherit property. It's been in your family a long time, and you're just the landlord by default, and you don't really know all the laws. And that's why when I decided to create the company, I did have was working on a homelessness project with Wichita State. And we interviewed and videoed, we made a whole production of different people that have been in and out of homelessness. Found out some came from really good homes, went through a divorce, some had drug issues, some were abused and abandoned. We are just an area of people. So one of the things I get is a lot of my clients are international. Some of them are not even American citizens, and they just want you to take this certain amount on. It's all about budget. It's all about profit and loss statements. It's all about, but one of the things that I do when I first get somebody is I try to look them up and find out more about who they are. Sedgwick County does not have a good database for that. It just tells you who owns it. You see a lot of LLCs, like you said, you got to look them up. You've got to dig down and find out more about that person or the owners of the conglomerate. The individuals that I do a lot of work for, all in Kansas, and we're also in Oklahoma. So Oklahoma City has a situation like this. One of the things is that I would suggest that we table this, and you have to remember we have multifamily properties. We have single family properties. We have different kinds of situations that where you can't just put it all in low housing Section 8. I couldn't take a Section 8 customer recently because their voucher was for $2,400, but the zip code said that the rent was too high and it was only $1,300. It was a really nice, fully remodeled home, and they could not use their voucher because they were turned down by Section 8. So there's a lot more than you realize that goes on. It is a business, and it's governmental. You've got to have a finance background, a marketing background. You're a counselor sometimes. There's times I love hearing a tenant has gotten married or they had a baby, different things. But then we also have real issues. If I have an owner that will not fix a mold issue, we literally, this whole pile here is checklists. I'm very nerdy. So we get the property, we checklist the house, we do a property inventory inspection, and then we make a report for the owner, say, listen, this is what we're seeing. We have all the assets, your HVAC is bad, you need to clean your vents. And then they get mad, they think you're trying to spend all their money. Because it is, again, a business. So we try to find the spread, what do you need to have? And then we have to sing for our supper as a property management company to say, we also have to follow fair housing laws, Fair Credit Act, American with Disabilities Act, and on and on and on, and every new thing that comes forward. That's why, for people that wonder about why they say 3 times the rent, it's just an average put out there. But what that means is your rent is one amount, but you have electric, gas, water, insurance, utilities, yard care, cleaning the house. On top of that, that's why we say it's not that you have to be a millionaire to rent the house, but if your rent is $500, well, then you've got, you're going to have City of Wichita water, it adds up. So what we want to make sure you can afford to move in, or you need to look at a different house. And so there's a song called, I'm not going to sing it, but Fiddler on the Roof has a song called Matchmaker. And we do interviews to match people with their properties. So honestly, there's owners that I have quit because they won't, and I've lost income. But there's also owners that I praise, and most of our landlords are awesome. So some of them here spoke today that we do some leasing for. And we know that every checklist, that the tenant has the chance to find out what's wrong, because we see every house has scars, because they do. Brand new ones, I've seen them put faucets in backwards. But the point of it is, I really think we need to table it into workshops based on, is it multifamily, single family, rural, local, and then really give it a more serious thought on how to handle the situations case by case. Thank you.
Thank you again, and we have now taken the names of individuals in both lines, we have not? The city clerk will be doing that right now. We will take a short 15-minute break, so everyone can go take a quick break, 15 minutes. 1:20 we will return. Thank you very much. Most council members here in the room. I think we have all council members now in the chamber, so we will continue with public comment. We will now resume public comment regarding the item. I know that we had two lists. We will begin with the right-hand side.
The first individual is Joe Corey.
Are we ready? Okay. I'm sorry I'm late. I was born late. My wife says I'm always late, so I'm late again. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you to the council for having this meeting. My name's Joe Corey. I live at 3117 North Ridgeport Street, Wichita, Kansas. My wife and I are small landlords, have a small property management company. I'm the single employee. I've had a hard time convincing my wife to come work for me because she doesn't like spiders, roaches, and mice. So you're looking at the only employee here today for my company. First, I'd like to say that as a small landlord, I consider these proposed changes to be an undue financial responsibility put on myself and my wife, as well as other companies. We have a lot of financial responsibilities that you don't hear about every week, every month, every year, and we don't need, undue unnecessary financial responsibilities anymore. I kind of liken this sort of, and I don't want to put this all out of context, but as another attempt by a ruling class to play Robin Hood and to take from the rich and give to the poor. Except most of the people that you're taking from aren't rich. We're not rich people. We're just everyday tax-paying people, just like most of you in the city council are. I think that most of the rules and proposed changes you're talking about are already on the books in one fashion or another, maybe not specifically spelled out, but there are rules and regulations in the Kansas statute for landlords and tenants. You have local ordinances that are on file already for things like mold and the health issues you're talking about that can be enforced with the current laws. Currently, the landlord has no recourse and no way to recapture money on a tenant causing some of these property violations, either interiorly or exteriorly. I went through this several times this year already, where tenants were causing violations to the yard with trash and debris and tall grass. And I ended up cleaning those up because the tenant would not do so. Even had to go to court and pay fines for those because the tenant would not do that. Even under the duress of a 30-day notice or 1430, they still would not do it. So I ended up doing that to save the place from being shut down by the city. There are, like I said, there are other solutions for the tenants. They can give written notices to the landlord. They can call the city inspectors. They can even call the police, perhaps, for violations. And they eventually, at the end, they can also give a 30-day notice to move out and have the landlord pay for those moving charges and also pay for, lost money by going to small claims court. So they have legal recourses that they can do on their own. Also, I'm thinking that at this time, I'm recently cleaning up 2 properties at this time that the tenants left many violations, code violations like tall grass, debris and furniture outside in the yard. I'm repairing damaged walls, ceilings, lighting fixtures, water damaged floors, broken doors, windows, pet damaged carpeting with pet urine and pet defecation stains in them. These are all caused by the tenants, not to mention the loss of rent. So in the end here, I'm trying to say that basically, if you're seriously considering this new proposal, and it's been mentioned earlier by several people, that if you're going to start some type of penalty system and develop lists for tenants, you should also probably do that for tenants as well. We have a lot of proposed list nationally for people, you're talking about putting landlords on a list, what would be next? Somebody who carries around $200 bills in their wallet, or maybe a single mom who has more than 3 kids. We don't need any more list or type things like that where people are publicly noted for that. But if you're going to have this type of list, I also would say you need to create another list, another violation list for tenants who do these things purposely and repeatedly. I've had many tenants do it repeatedly, and if you're going to put me on a list and take me to jail, you should also allow us to do that for tenants as well that do this repeatedly. And I'd say that if there would be a fine or a fee to pay, I and most of the landlords in this room would probably gladly pay the tenant's fee if they're not able to be put on that list and be registered as a repeated violator. Thank you very much for your time today.
Hello, my name is Lonnie. I live on 837 North Gow, and I'm a tenant and member of the ICT Tenant Union. Members of the union have been involved in bettering the community of Wichita for years in other organizations. They urge all of you to vote yes on new IPMC standards, yes to ordinance number 52827, yes to ordinance number 52828, and yes to the reinstatement of the Board of Code Standards and Appeals. To ensure housing is habitable, there should be updated code standards to include black mold, for example, to be a safety and health hazard, plus the bare minimum standards to hold property owners accountable. Tenants provide their landlords their livelihoods, meaning they pay rent and are expected to do so even if the property has issues and is uninhabitable, and renters have nowhere else to go. If City Council voted yes, this could help reduce slumlords. The regular landlord that is doing their due diligence should have nothing to be concerned about. Renters are the backbone for the city to function. Their time, labor, and money contribute to the future of Wichita, and if we want to keep dedicated individuals to investing in their future of the city, we must establish protections for them that are long overdue. Just as regulations for hospitals that are a core function to society, landlords also need to have some set regulations because they provide housing, also a core function to the society, yet have the least amount. The need for the proposal approval is affirmed when I speak to tenants as they're living in conditions with leaks, black mold, and is making them sick. Broken appliances, no functional AC in the summer, no heat for their families. In the winter, their foundations of their home are falling apart and the list goes on. Yet, their concerns are met with demands to pay rent instead. Tenants need to live in habitable homes and feel safe enough to bring up any issues that may arise without fear of retaliation. Currently, there are more repercussions for tenants who do not pay rent if they are, rather than when landlords do not acknowledge or pay or make necessary repairs to rented homes. I've seen it repeatedly where renters will address concerns in their living spaces for months or even years and are ignored. And that breaks my heart. But the moment they are behind on rent for even one day, property managers and owners will address the payment firstly instead. Renters in Wichita have shared their stories with us about homes that lack heat during the winter or concerns that their landlords are about, but their issues become so severe that it has landed in the hospital. We had someone comment to us that they addressed a concern of a gas leak with their furnace, and it got so bad that even when the CO2 and the gas leak was monitored going off, they were so they were so sick that they didn't understand that the beeping was to tell them that they were in danger. They called their parents to tell them, like, maybe you need to call 911, and they ended up in the hospital. So, whether it may be mold, leak, or other hazards, tenants have to survive and are expected to pay rent because there's nowhere else for them to go. And income protection, for example, aren't necessary to ending homelessness in Wichita. It's inconceivable to expect someone in Wichita to find a home if discrimination on income is enabled. It is compassionate to vote yes on income protections, and a bit hypocritical to vote no if preaching to end homelessness in this city. As someone who works in grassroots efforts with our unhoused neighbors, and income discrimination is one of the biggest obstacles that people face when looking for housing. If you want to make Wichita an attractive city, please vote yes. Keep tenants safe from arbitrary standards set by landlords. If residents cannot afford to buy a home, they look to rent. If they cannot afford to rent or cannot find a property that will accept their form of income, they become unhoused. Landlords choose to be landlords. Renters do not have many other options. So why not make renting safe and an accessible option? Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, thank you so much for your time. My name is Pat Daniels. My address is 14700 East Timberlake Road in Wichita, 67230. I'm the President and Government Relations Officer for Rental Owners Incorporated, which is the largest independent landlord group in Wichita. We are not a haven for slumlords or for anybody that is a negligent property manager. Our group was formed in 1967 with the charter of helping good landlords become better landlords. Every month we seek speakers. We've had Sally Stang speak about Section 8, and it's very encouraging, some of the changes in that group. However, we have had tons of reports about horrible issues dealing with Section 8 in the past, and that is one reason that a lot of property owners are very gun shy about taking that. There are tremendous variances from one inspector to the next. One will pass the house, another one will violate it for multiple different things, dealing with the same house. And again, this is older information. This does not necessarily impact what's happening there now. But that is a real concern for people about being forced to take Section 8. I believe I am the mystery person that Councilmember Johnson was trying to think of their name, and the same thing with Troy Anderson. I did meet with Troy Anderson on July 24th. We met for a little over an hour. I did not get a copy of the IPMC, but he showed me different excerpts on his computer. It was a productive and positive meeting, and I did go online and look through it. However, what I saw online was a generic boilerplate version of it. It did not have all of the modifications in it. I begged him at that time during the meeting to please be involved in the process. We have worked hand in hand with the city on previous ordinances, worked with staff in a positive manner. It was not adversarial in any way, shape, or form. And at the end of that, we ended up putting our full support behind the legislation that came forward, but we did need a little bit of input into that. Being in this industry and professionals, we do have insights that may not be something that staff or others would think of. So we very much want to be at the table on this and work positively to move forward and try to reach a point. I'm not even sure if this is needed or necessary, but as we delve into it, we can determine that. The number one thing that I see as an issue with MABCD was back when it was called Central Inspection, Tom Stoltz became the director, and he was trying to solve a problem that nobody before him could solve. So he tightened up the amount of time on the inspections to a 30-day window with one possible extension beyond that. The courts were immediately flooded with minor nuisance things, exterior paint jobs. This is the middle of winter. You cannot paint a house in December, January, February. And at that time, there was a no tolerance policy. I think they have taken a little more common sense on that now, but there's still a very short window before you end up in court. And I think the courts may have inadvertently become a little apathetic about it because they're so flooded with cases. Court should be the last resort. The inspector who has boots on the ground that is looking at your house, that should be the person that makes the decision about extensions along with their direct supervisor. As long as you're making demonstrable progress on the property, it's a large house, you've got it 20% painted, maybe 30% painted in the first 30 days. That is absolutely grounds to give another extension. Now, when they give an extension and nothing happens, and there's no valid reason for that, then maybe it's time to look forward to going into court. But I think under the current system, things are rolling into court too quickly, and it's almost a production line type of thing once it gets to court. But we need to have a lot of carrot and a lot of stick, but there needs to be a large divide between those two. And as far as Emery Gardens and places like that, it is my understanding that they have the authority to close that down now. But there is a huge problem with displacing the people that are living there. That's bad optics, and it's a human tragedy. They're living in horrible conditions, but at least they have a roof over their heads. So that's a decision that has to be made by the council and by MABCD. But it's a very, very tough call, but that can be dealt with without any of this being added into it. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working with city staff and council. And I've talked to the city manager on numerous occasions, and he's been very proactive and has always been positive to work with on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pat. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Pat, glad you're here. Sorry that you were mystery earlier, but glad you were here. I just had a quick question for you, though. You said the court process is too fast. Is that the process now or the process that's being proposed?
They go into court too quickly now. There's a very short window. You receive your notice of violation, you get one extension, and then a uniform criminal complaint, and you're appearing in court. And again, I think Tom Stoltz did the very best that he could at the time, trying to cure a problem that nobody had been able to cure up to that point, and it still seems to be a somewhat uncured problem. But the inspector themselves, it's our belief, should have the latitude to grant more extensions, maybe 2 or 3, depending on the size of the project. An 800 square foot house versus a 3,000 square foot house, and it's on the same time frame to do an exterior paint job and rescreen and re-window, they're not comparable. And then, of course, with their direct supervisor, but these are the boots on the ground people that are really dealing with it, walking around and looking at it. When it gets to the judge, it's almost abstract. He just has to listen to what the inspector says, and I think we're wasting the judicial time. I think that needs to be reserved for the people that are really violative and negligent on their properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Councilman, Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor. My name is Michael Moscato, and as a member of both ICT Alerta and the ICT Tenants Union, I want to speak today on behalf of the workers and immigrant tenants in our community, the ones who are hard at work right this moment because they can't afford to take time off. I urge you to support the proposed ordinances on income protection, the landlord registry, and stronger housing code standards. The union has uncovered landlords in a local online group openly advising one another to call U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, on tenants as an act of intimidation, discrimination, and violence that cannot be tolerated. At the end of last summer in Aurora, Colorado, a property manager and his property management company spread rumors of a gang taking over an immigrant majority apartment complex. That complex had long since grown dilapidated. Tenants were asking for menial repairs, and the property manager was facing legal repercussions for multiple code violations at multiple properties. Instead, these rumors were used to justify intimidation and evictions. In February of this year, an Illinois landlord faced consequences for their discrimination when they were ordered to pay more than $80,000 for threatening to call ICE on tenants based on perceived immigration status. Despite that win for tenants and immigrants, those inflammatory narratives from last year had real consequences. At the end of last month, a South Shore Chicago landlord profited from the violation of their tenants' constitutional and human rights, regardless of tenant citizenship status, for the purpose of evicting 37 people and intimidating the remaining tenants in an attempt to evict them. This is the violence that our landlords have been joking about. And tenants are already being met with violence and retaliation because they have asked for repairs by landlords that say, if you think tenants are annoying now, in reference to repair requests and the power these ordinances offer us. The question I have to ask, when an inconvenienced landlord, property manager, or rental company is able to profile a tenant rather than provide the required updates to keep their property in code, are my immigrant friends and family safe under this current system? The tenant union believes no, not yet. As I've said before, local landlords are already comfortable posting online as though immigration enforcement is their tool. They casually talk about how annoying tenants and their repair requests are. If this is how local landlords speak in public when they think no one is listening, what kind of culture exists behind closed doors that leads one to think this is appropriate, not just as mom and pops or small business owners, but as individuals in our community? Without a robust landlord registry, code enforcement, and income protections, our most vulnerable renters remain at risk of being exploited, harassed, evicted, or even having their lives further threatened with immigration enforcement. These ordinances are not only about housing, they are about dignity, equity, and safety for all workers and immigrants who simply want a home and to live without fear. If we must delay, then I must ask on behalf of the working tenants that I am representing today, that we return at an accessible time in the evening after most are finished with their work for the day. It isn't fair to the hardworking tenants of Wichita to go without representation after paying the wages of these landlords to come and represent themselves. Thank you each for your time today.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Eric Maybe Property Inspections. Address is 143 North Rock Island, Unit 202, Wichita, 67202, District 1. I come as an inspector. I'm a third-party inspector. I inspect hundreds of homes every year. I see a lot of what Brandon Johnson does see. I see it from both tenants and landlords on both sides. One of the things that I do like about this bill is the incorporation of the code, International Maintenance Code. One, it sets a standard of what we're inspecting. Two, when I go to inspect for a tenant, I can pull through that. If I go to inspect for a landlord, I still have the same paperwork to do so. Again, I'm independent. I'm not representing either case or either side, but we do inspect hundreds of properties that are neglected, either from tenants or landlords. We talk about 15%. When we put that into numbers, we're talking thousands of homes that are in that condition. 15% sounds small until we talk about the number of homes. That being said, it needs to be fair on both sides because we do see the complaints from both sides. I heard mold, spoke a lot today. There are landlords out there that do take mold seriously, that do mold tests and do follow up. Those landlords should be, put on the spotlight because they're doing what they should be ahead of time before this even came up. That being said, there are landlords, you could do 1 million tests, you could do 1 million inspections, and nothing's ever going to be done. MABC, I don't have a lot of trust in them. We do a lot of new construction inspections, and they're scary. And now we're adding one more thing to their plate. I don't see how that's going to accomplish anything. Something else needs to be done as far as that goes as well. I heard HUD and Inspire brought up the difference about International Maintenance Property Code. It actually does have tenant responsibilities where HUD only has the financial responsibilities. It doesn't actually have the maintenance responsibilities.
Hello. My name is Adelia Carter, and I live at 4831 Eastwood. I'm a tenant, a Civic Engagement graduate, and Civic Engagement Academy graduate, and a founding member with the ICT Tenant Union. I'm here today because of my conviction that every one of my neighbors deserves a safe and affordable place to live. Here in Wichita, Kansas, the minimum wage still sits at $7.25 an hour. At that rate, a tenant would need to work 81 hours per week to afford a one-bedroom home at fair market rent. That any one of my neighbors is spending their days hard at work only to return home at night to pests black mold, inadequate heating and cooling, or hazardous structural conditions is unthinkable. And yet the time I have spent going door to door and speaking with my fellow tenants has confirmed that not only is it happening, it's common. I would like to tell you about a few of the tenants I have met, united not only by the fact that they are elders and on a fixed income, living with COPD and asthma, but by their conditions. Burst pipes and other units led to issues like a sagging ceiling and rampant mold growth. The mold was painted over, but quickly grew back. One tenant confided in me that they suspected the mold spread to their air ducts, saying that coming home to their apartment and turning on the air made them feel sicker and that they were afraid of what they might be breathing in. As if the blow to their health wasn't injustice enough, when their AC broke, maintenance did not address it. The unit ran nonstop, unable to keep up, racking up a staggering bill month after month. The alternative was suffering through the heat of the summer while ill, with no airflow at all. They fear getting on management's bad side because they cannot afford to go anywhere else. Pest control refuses to spray every room in the unit, so they are forced to use their own money to fight off the roaches and bedbugs, desperate for some relief. Again, their story is not uncommon. It is reflected in countless properties across our city owned by slumlords who neglect and take advantage of our neighbors. We are here today to put a stop to it. My heart is also with those of our neighbors who are waiting with housing vouchers, tribal benefits, or Social Security in hand if only they could find a landlord to accept them. Their money is good, regardless of where it came from, and their need is dire. Some case managers report needing months to find a landlord willing to say yes to housing their client. It is unacceptable to me that multiple people have lost their vouchers altogether because they expired before they could secure housing. The City of Wichita has made a great financial commitment towards ending homelessness, and many city leaders have been vocal in their support of that goal. The next step is voting for policies that make it possible for people to find and keep their housing. The point has been introduced that landlords also have grievances with their tenants, that they are sometimes faced with thousands of dollars of damage and repair costs after somebody moves out of or is evicted from their unit. To put it bluntly, this is a red herring. There are avenues that a dissatisfied landlord can take to seek resolution, but the aim of these standards and ordinances is to make immediate improvements to the protections offered to the tenants of Wichita, and they will do that. The landlords of Wichita should not hold the safety of their neighbors hostage until they get what they want. To close out my comment today, I would like to read a quote from Pope Leo XIV's apostolic exhortation, "I have loved you." Popular movements invite us to overcome the idea of social policies being a policy for the poor, but never with the poor, and never of the poor, much less part of a project which can bring people back together. If politicians and professionals do not listen to them, democracy atrophies, turns into a slogan or formality. It loses its representative character and becomes disembodied, since it leaves out the people in their daily struggle for dignity in the building of their future. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is David Robinson. I live at 11603 West Burdock. I'm a landlord. I'm very, very lucky because my wife is very, very active in our business. I had a whole bunch of stuff drawn out, and it's been mentioned over and over. I did want to key on something that the lawyer had said on the registry. Because I didn't read it this way, but she said it was 2 violations on a property, not 2 violations on properties. I am concerned with that because there's a vast difference, and obviously you know it and you know it, there's a vast difference how some landlords react to getting a notice of violation. I got one last summer. I had a tenant. He got informed by FedEx that he wasn't going to make the cut when they merged. His mower broke. He just locked up. He went home and went to sleep every day. The day I got the notice, I loaded my mower up and I went and mowed the yard. Well, if I had gotten 2 of those, the way I read the law, then I'm going to have to register, even though my reaction wasn't to give him a 1430 notice. I went out and took care of the problem on that because I was concerned about that. I don't want to put up with things I won't put up with things in the neighborhoods I have homes in that I wouldn't put up with in my neighborhood. And as I told JV, I have a house just up the streets from the clinic that he does great work at. I have houses, I don't think I have one in yours. Possibly not yours and then Maggie's, but everybody else I have rentals in. We start in College Hill and go all the way to 119th and Central. Okay, I wasn't sure. On the issue of Section 8, I've never applied for Section 8. I've heard horror stories from some of my friends that have taken it. I'm really have an issue with a law that's compelling me to have to enroll into a voluntary federal program. And I understand, I said, as I've heard the horror stories about Emerald Gardens, I'm actually going to go by there this week just to look at it, just to drive through. I understand because I have a friend that knows you and I've seen some of the pictures on your Facebook page. Those landlords need to be held accountable. I'm wondering why that there's not a vehicle right now to do that. You know, you talked about tenants being afraid of retaliatory landlords. Is there not a law that a landlord cannot do in a retaliatory eviction? Is there not a process that if someone feels that they were evicted in a retaliatory manner that they can seek redress in courts? Just like that young woman said, is if I have a tenant that destroys my property, I can seek redress. I can go in and sue that person in court. Now, whether I get paid or not on it is a completely different matter if I win. But is not there a process that prevents the landlord from doing a retaliatory eviction? And lastly, I'm really concerned with this. Before I Googled what an average landlord was, I actually thought I was a real small landlord, but the average landlord has his home and 2 properties. I'm actually, because after reading all this, I'm wondering if my investment in rental properties is worth it. What's the landlord with 2 properties going to think when he goes, oh, wow, look at all this stuff I've got to do now? There may be a consequence of going through and passing everything that's been listed here. And what that's going to mean is you're going to have less rental properties available. And probably the ones you're going to lose are not the Emerald Gardens and not the people that you've been in the homes to see how horrible they are. They're going to be the guy that's just doing a really decent job and he's renting houses that he would not have a problem living in. And he's going to go out and seek a different investment. Thank you for your time.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate you coming up and speaking, sir. You do sound like a very responsive landlord, so I do appreciate that. 2 of the issues that you were talking about, one, I don't believe that it's just simply getting a fix-it ticket that will trigger, or getting 2 fix-it tickets. It's having that go without it being taken care of. So the 30 days, if you...
When I read it, it said notice of violation, no conviction required. And it said 2 notices of violation. It didn't say per property. She did clarify it. I would love the law to be adjusted to clarify if there's 2 violations per property. I still think that's a little excessive, especially if I'm able to react and get everything handled on that. The landlord that is my mentor, one of the things he always said to do is before you do a 1430 notice, if you got a problem with the tenant, you need to sit down with them. You need to see if you can find a solution before you have to start putting pen to paper. And that gives you the quickest way to resolve problems. So if you got a car parked where it's not supposed to be parked in a backyard or in a front yard or whatever, if you can talk to the person, you can get them to move it. If you put the notice up there, then everybody's got their back straight up and they don't want to agree to it, and then the tenant's going to wait 15 days to move the car. It's just an instance.
No, I can appreciate that, and I know Councilmember Johnson's the same as myself, and anytime we do discuss these issues with landlords or tenants, we encourage dialogue, and we also encourage keeping a record of that dialogue. To the point of some landlords, I remember Councilmember Johnson talking about a time that it was written in the lease to actually, there was no fan in the bathroom, so you have to have the window cracked in order to give some air throughout the space, and the tenant hadn't been doing that. And that's something he had talked about as far as making sure you keep records of your dialogue and whatnot, so that way we can get to the bottom of a lot of these cases. The second one I did want to touch on is the landlord retaliation. You're correct, it was illegal on the state level. The problem was there was no actual enforcement arm to it. And then also we are beholden to the Landlord Tenant Act. So what landlords can do, it was obvious to us that the reason that they were being kicked out was, and the guy admitted it to me, we didn't have any enforcement at the time. But you can go back and you can look 6 months in the past and say, you know, you were 3 days late with your rent 6 months ago, and that can still be grounds for eviction. We can know that that's retaliation straight up. But just having that, and that, again, that's the state landlord-tenant law that we are preempted on, that we have to uphold as well.
I'm not super sure that's true, and Kurt and Garrett would probably be able to confer. I don't know, would you ever take anybody to court because your landlord came to you and said, hey, the tenant was 3 days late 3 months ago for an eviction?
He's asking you.
I'm
We'll keep it, just so that everyone is trying to hear from our YouTube channel, we'll keep this conversation at the bench. If there are direct questions asked of the individual, would you like that individual to come forward, Councilmember Hoheisel?
Sally's the one who, if he wants to, yes. But Sally's also the one who has talked this issue through us.
Sally, can you address this?
Oh, there she is, way back there.
We are beholden to the Landlord-Tenant Act, for sure. We don't see a lot of cases. We do see cases, though, where someone will file a complaint, and then all of a sudden they're will be served eviction notice for things that have been allowed in the past. That's for sure.
Okay, yeah, that was one that we had talked about during the whole landlord retaliation. So it's,
Correct.
I mean, I understand, and I understand your perspective here, sir, and I respect that. I just,
I don't take Section 8, so I don't have her to call and complain. If I've got to move somebody out because they're not paying rent, then I'm dealing with my lawyer, and I'm pretty sure my lawyer would look at me and just tell me I was stupid if I was going to want to get somebody evicted for not paying part of rent 3 months ago. They're still living there.
I can appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be for MABCD. Quick question. So without naming any particular ones, let's say we have a bad faith actor, they have a multi-family dwelling place. Instead of condemning the whole property and pushing hundreds of people at the same time or dozens of people at the same time out into homelessness or try to find other solutions, is there a way that unit by unit could be condemned to try to get them in compliance, unit by unit, and that way we're not exacerbating the system with so many people on the streets?
The unit-by-unit strategy is exactly what we normally employ. That's what we find to be the most effective with what we have at hand. So we would not specifically condemn a unit, but we would list it as uninhabitable. So if a tenant is in it at the time, then we would seek to work with the property manager or the landlord to get them temporary quarters if it was needed for the repairs. If the unit is vacant, then they're to repair it before they move someone else in.
So we have existing tools already in place
Yes.
that we can utilize to do that.
And that tends to be the most effective, again, given access and authorization. If we can keep a tenant engaged where we have a valid complaint and a tenant who is still there and still engaged, that's the way we work through it. And we're actually, just like everything else that's been discussed today, a high percentage of our cases go exactly like that. There is always that percentage of outliers where we have problems that bring us to a discussion like this today.
But even on those outliers, we could still do a unit by unit displacement to make sure that people.
Correct. The biggest challenge we have there is so many of those complaints come to us after or as the tenant is leaving.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris just actually answered my question about what happens and how far in the process is it. Are we able to actually do an inspection and reinspection of the unit? So sometimes accessibility is the issue. And again, we have to rely on the tenants to actually invite us in or the landlord. to actually be able to inspect a lot of these units. So-
I follow up to that, and this would have been a question for legal earlier, when we had said that we already have administrative tools to be able to do that, administrative warrants to be able to do that. Wouldn't that be able to solve that problem?
And it is a possibility. We do have that at our disposal. The challenge there tends to be getting the evidence to gain the warrant and to get that. So if you look at a large multifamily complex, the effort that is involved in trying to bring that through a process like that is fairly large. And then again, too, and Sharon could probably speak to this better than I, but we have to have, just like with any other case, we have to have enough hard evidence to warrant the warrant.
Well, this seems like a great tool to be able to hold bad faith actors accountable if we figure out a way to refine this process, what you're talking about, and maybe add more teeth to that particular process, then the rest of this conversation may not be needed if we can make sure we're holding bad faith actors accountable through that type of process.
Exactly.
So, thank you.
We feel the same. That and then, anything that helps us kind of increase our ability to retain access where we know we've got violations, but based on a technicality, we're not authorized back in.
Well, let's strategize about that, because I love that pathway. Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
Hello, my name is Ayana Stidham. I am a realtor and property manager. I would like to say that I highly oppose the entire ordinance. So instead of saying what everybody has already said already, I will say this after prayer. Thus says the Lord, I am the Lord that teaches you to profit, who leadeth you in the way that you should go. I am a just God. It is unjust what they are proposing. Wichita realtors and landowners and property owners that are God's. We are God's people and children. You are to invoke your tithers' rights. Rebuke, resist the devil and his devices from stealing from you. No weapon formed against you shall prosper in Jesus' name. That's it.
Amen. Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city manager, and council. My name is Corey Harkleroad. I own HJH Investments. It's a commercial real estate syndication firm. I am a landlord and I am a tenant at 300 West Douglas, Suite 1031. There is much that is wrong here. This is a rush to get something passed before taking the time to get it right. Brought forth by parties that are only thinking about one set of priorities. Unintended consequences will be plentiful. The way this is written, it'll create a mess. It'll cost the city significant amounts and city employment alone. On the flip side of that, having a big single decision maker playing police, judge, and jury creates a system that allows for abuse, and significant abuse. I'm a commercial guy. There's been no consideration of the effect on the commercial world that I can see in anything that is written in here. And yet the commercial people will be affected by these same policies. These sources of income clauses don't consider what's going on in the commercial world. I have to make a decision on behalf of my investors that I have a fiduciary duty to make a decision as to whether or not I have a large corporation come into a space or a startup business that has very little income to pay for their rent. Now I have both as tenants, but I have to make a decision as to what's right and what I need to do in each circumstance. And that decision should lay upon me as the manager of that property, and not a city bureaucracy or a single abuse of power. Property maintenance registrations on large properties, 2 violations is too small. If you think about the size of some of the properties, the commercial properties in this town, it's very easy to have 2 violations in one visit from a code enforcement person. These things need to be considered, and they haven't been considered in what we're reading. Registration of leases. This is a data grab. This is big data grab, purposeful data grab that's going on, and that should not be allowed. It'll also slow down the leasing process as it exists. I'll let you guys answer this. Did we reach out to the CCIM chapter in this town? Did we talk to the large real estate companies in this town and ask for their advice? I didn't hear anything, and I haven't heard anything from any of my compadres, so you guys can answer that. If you guys approve this in this form, the way that it sits right now, you guys are going to create a mess that you won't have to deal with. Most of you won't be involved by the time that the consequences actually start occurring. And these are control measures that we see in big cities like Chicago and LA and New York. Do we really want to act like those cities? If you really care about everyone, you'll vote to wait until all stakeholders have a voice. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Garcia. I live at 1818 North Stony Point, Wichita, Kansas. I'm a property manager and a property owner in Wichita for over 10 years. The majority of my personal properties are Section 8. It's been a program that has worked for me and my business model. In fact, I wish I had more capital to invest in other housing to serve these citizens in need. The standards and requirements of this program, in my opinion, keep people honest and has allowed me to sleep well at night. Do we have landlords who are not following the rules? Absolutely. I see it all the time when I drive down to my properties on the south side of Wichita, and it upsets me. Does something need to occur to correct these issues? Absolutely. But to force landlords to accept public assistance or face claims of discrimination or require a registry to include having fees, I believe is government overreach. I wanted to offer special thanks to Kurt Holmes for bringing this to our attention. Because I do think it's very important to get stakeholder feedback. I would hate for something in its current form to be shoehorned in without stakeholder input, which I think is very, very important for something that's very, very important to the residents and residents and landlords of the Wichita community. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name is Carl Mushwick. I live at 497 Northeast Price Road up in El Dorado, but I have a large chunk of rentals here in Wichita. The vast majority of them are Section 8, SPC, Humankind, and the like. I am what's known as probably a second and third chance landlord. We don't discriminate based on income source or anything like that. But I'm here today to tell you that I am very concerned with what I am seeing here with these ordinances and requiring folks to take Section 8. For one, anytime that you raise the cost of doing business, we have to pass that on. And I can tell you right now as a Section 8 landlord, our spread, just kind of give an idea here, you get a $100,000 loan, you have a certain amount of money, because you have to go by zip codes for Section 8, and you have your interest payment, insurance, property taxes, all of what has gone up there, and then you have their payment. And now we're talking about adding more cost to somebody like me. I can either raise the rent, which unfortunately means that Section 8 tenant it's no longer affordable for them. They're going to either have to move out. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is the compliance cost, and I want to share a story with you all. In April of this year, I had at one of my properties an individual that agreed to move out due to non-payment of rent. We had served the 3-day notice. We were going to go through the eviction process, and on Monday of April that month, he said, "I'm out. No problem. We're going to set up and we're going to go do what's called a make ready." 3 days later, that individual showed up to my property with a saw and literally sawed the front door off and reoccupied the property. I called Wichita's police department, and they came out. You know what they said to me? "We're not going to get involved. This is a landlord dispute." This dispute didn't end there. While we're waiting for the eviction process to happen, this individual started to destroy the house. If it wasn't for a city inspector who came out when they were trying to play card this house and said, "Hey, something is not right here," I would have been on the hook for, all sorts of problems and issues. Probably damage, I want to say, in excess of $15,000. I cannot imagine going through that experience under these ordinances that you all are proposing. I'm trying to do the right thing, and I would have been punished because there was more than 2 violations. So I'm asking you all to think about it as a, whether you call me a business owner, whether you call me a landlord, whatever there is, the cost of compliance here is going to go through the roof. The other thing that I think that we're not talking about here is other cities that have adopted these types of ordinances, these types of, whatever you want to call them, non-discriminatory payments there. They all have ended up in court. City of Kansas City, Missouri is currently right now in legal battles about all of these types of ordinances that we've passed, looking at the arbitrary decisions when it comes to inspectors, looking at forcing people to comply in a voluntary federal program on this local level. So I'm asking you all right now, please either vote this down or at minimum, or let's pause. Let's take a breath. Let's get stakeholders together. Everybody wants good, safe housing. But the way that we're going about it right now, you're going to force myself, who I am very proud to say, I house probably about 65 people, 65 women, children, some men, but mostly women and children in my Section 8 homes, in my SPC homes, and these humankind homes. I don't want to see them on the street. I want them to be able to live in these safe environments there. So I'm just asking you, please stop this madness. Let's get regroup. Let's come up with a win-win solution for everybody. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Danielle Johnson, Executive Director for Wichita Habitat for Humanity and District 1 resident. I will share that I did send an email earlier, and thank you for those of you that had the opportunity to reach back out. And I also had some team members, board members, and folks that did reach out as well. So my hope is that you will get the opportunity to review those emails. Millard Fuller, one of Habitat's founders, said, "For a community to be whole and healthy, it must be based on people's love and concern for each other." I also want to start by saying we have no shortage of incredible landlords that myself and my team are proximate to, some of which serve on our board. My dad is a mom and pop shop landlord, if you will, and my daughter is now currently experiencing what it's like to get up early in the morning over the summer to work on some of those homes herself. What I truly believe is there is an opportunity here to have some accountability truly put in place. And I do believe in the spectrum of housing, which includes affordable housing, be it fair market to high end to affordable rents. Shelters, rental, home ownership, we need the spectrum in our community. We also have great and horrible tenants. We as Habitat have offered to support other organizations in helping to support classes for tenants so that we can have some opportunities to do some home education there like we do with our homeowners, so be on the lookout for that information. What I'm here in support of is safe and quality housing. All Wichitans deserve safe, well-maintained housing. I've seen firsthand how substandard conditions impact and affects tenants' health and well-being, some of which are the partner families that are homeowners today. Adopting the IPMC with local amendments ensures clear standards and accountability for property owners and landlords. Fair access to housing choice vouchers should not be a barrier. Everyone deserves an equal opportunity to rent a safe, affordable home. Accountability for repeat violations, those who continue to violate codes, leaving tenants in unsafe conditions. Registration of these properties is a necessary step for accountability. I believe a happy medium is being proposed, not everyone being on that registry, but truly the offenders that continue to offend and create harm in our community, and there are quite a few. Strong enforcement and guidance for judges will help ensure repeated violations are addressed and not ignored. It's important to note that tenants' obligations to pay rent remain separate from a landlord's repair and maintenance obligation. That means even if a rental unit is still in bad shape, tenants may still be required to continue paying rent on time. While renters can give 30-day written notice to terminate due to unlivable conditions or take the appropriate legal steps to withhold, which have been shared earlier, the 14-day 30, many, and I do mean many, don't have the means to just move out or go seek legal support to withhold rent. Oftentimes, renters are paying more than 30% of their income in housing, and many are cost burdened, and so are those of us that are homeowners. We are paying more than the amount that you should be paying. If you withhold payment, the landlord can begin eviction for non-payment of rent, and you might lose your legal rights to counterclaim. There are a lot of rights for our landlords. You're aware of our tight housing market and rising rents. Often reporting conditions or triggering an inspection results in retaliation and eviction. We've seen it time and time again. I have partner families that have spoken to that as well. A point was made earlier about paying 3 or 4 times of the rent, and while that's not within you all's control, as a payee to a family member with extreme mental health issues, I know what it's like trying to find just substandard housing for my family member to be able to live into, and she is on disability. No ability to maintain or engage any more dollars. So just to find and know I'm putting my family member in substandard housing is problematic. Having been someone that has had to pay the rent for her time and time again, be it in an apartment, a single family home, or a duplex, and seeing a myriad of varying landlords treating myself and my family member very poorly, with no true recourse. Trying to get a hold of LLCs, state owners, through personal experiences can be incredibly hard. In my hat as the executive director and within our organization, we are looking to buy land, and oftentimes we're looking for those homes to be able to purchase, but getting a hold of an out-of-town LLC is incredibly hard. So I can only imagine oftentimes what tenants and some of our partner families experience trying to get a hold of someone to do basic fixes, things that are within the contract when you're paying your rent on time. I believe in the both and. We can provide decent livable conditions and hold both tenants and landlords accountable. And it would be great to see this get accomplished within the next 30 to 60 days through collaboration with tangible accountability that works. There is common ground here. The same fervor of folks that show up to stop these measures, I hope, are the same fervor of folks that will show up to ensure that no one lives in substandard housing. Some of the same folks showed up when former Councilwoman Lavonta Williams did some of these same measures, so this is long overdue. Let's make a change today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Lawrence. I'm at 321 North Lorraine Avenue, 67214, and I am in Councilmember Johnson's district. I have lived there for many, many years. Part of my time there, I lost my house because of a divorce. So for a year, I was a renter. Now, I rented this house that I loved because I'd seen it. It was in my neighborhood. I was so excited. It's the cutest little duplex. But I didn't know when I got it and did the walkthrough, you can't see everything when you do that walkthrough. When I signed the paperwork and went back in there the next day to try to use the oven, it was closed only by a magazine. You had to take the magazine out, open the door, close it with the magazine. That's not against code. It's not against code. But I thought it was, so I called my city inspector, who I knew would know. And he said, the last tenant was supposed to call me when they moved out. There's open cases on this apartment. I had no idea. I said, well, it's the oven, right? He said, no, it's not the oven. That doesn't qualify. But he came, I invited him into my home, and he came out very quickly and told me that of all the many things that needed repairing, the major point was that the furnace was improperly vented. and I could be killed in that duplex. This landlord knew that he had a case against him, and he still put it back on the rental and put a sign in the yard that I walked by and saw. I hope that this ordinance passes. We need to manage these people who are not taking care of their properties. I love all the landlords that are here today that do take care of their properties. I wish they all would. I hope that this sort of ordinance would also help get my situation so that I wouldn't have had to live like that until he could get in there and get things fixed. It was a hazardous situation. We need to make some changes, and everyone here has said the same thing. Landlords, renters, property owners have all said the same thing. Things must change. Putting it off and putting it off and putting it off may not make the change that we all agree on already. If all of you landlords want to get involved, do it now. Don't wait. Do it. We need to solve this problem, and we need to solve it right away. There's too many people that are suffering in our city, in my district, in my community. Thank you, council. Thank you, members.
Thank you, council members, for having us here. My name is Gary Stuber. I actually live at 2907 East Douglas. I have a company called GMS Properties, and I do currently work with HUD Housing and other associations. So it's perplexing for me knowing what I've had to go through in order to qualify those houses that were really here. Because we've already heard from Mr. Johnson that he has seen people that have bug bites and everything else. We've heard from you that you've experienced this too. We heard from a past representative here, Mrs. Williams, that she saw it as well. And that's 4 to 6 years ago. And this shouldn't happen. And the people that I think we're all concerned about are helping the poor. And it should be a fair, even situation. But I think you can ask Mrs. Ballard how much problem that we've had in an area where I have a house and there are other rentals around it that should be condemned. And we have over and over and over gone to the city again, and nothing has been done. And I will be more than happy in private to tell you those addresses, but honestly, I've been in litigation from the person for 4 years. And this can go on because people have an interesting way of representing themselves. They're not doing it with an attorney. They're pro se to where they can manipulate the system to benefit them. Why are these landlords why are we discussing this? And if we are coming to an agreement, is it really fair for each city council member to have to vote on something that obviously is flawed, that needs to be revised? Shouldn't we consider this a town hall meeting and think about what we've heard from these people? Not each one of you have rented to low income. Are we going to make this another Douglas Design District situation where only half of us are informed, and then at the end of it, we have to go door to door, person to person, getting a petition signed so that it can stop, so that it doesn't hurt all of us? Do you realize that you're hurting the poor? We're not helping the poor. What we're going to do is all those people that call us that can get a hold of us, but you're right, you can't. They're asking about our properties. Do you honestly think that some of these people that you're having a problem with live here? No. And why are you continuing to have this problem? Shame on you. You're a board member. My God, you have all the power in the world. If I saw somebody with lesions all over them, of course, I'm going to go to the city attorney and have that done. Why are we here 5 years later? Why is Williams talking about what she can't get accomplished? And if it was really such an easy thing to do, why is the city selling off 300 plus rentals that were HUD housing to begin with? Why aren't those opened back up? Why is it something that we're supposed to bear as the audience out here of evil people that are trying to house people legitimately? And the nuisance ordinances, Well, that's because we had a nuisance ordinance due to the fact that a few landlords, one which I actually took some training from and didn't even realize I was training under a slumlord, has broken every single rule of this. And what's been done to them? They have 100+ rentals. You know what I have? 20. And you know why I don't have any more? Because they're not going to finance anymore. I can barely get paid as it is. So, and we've all had issues with mold and things. My mother died from an immune situation, and she was forced into an area in San Antonio because she was on a program. I'm a landlord trying to make a difference. Do you think I don't think about that when I go into these places? I would never put someone in harm's way. I have video monitors, cameras done all the time. Absolutely right. But the way this is written, if you will look at it, all I have to do is sell to an out-of-town corporation. They're going to have an agent. There's nothing they can do to them. And all the people of Wichita are the ones that are punished. And all of our money continues to go out of Wichita. Is that what we're interested in? Because big corporations love this. They're able to make a killing. The group that's sitting in here, we're not making a killing. We're trying to make a living and we're trying to make a difference. Please, revise this and review this before you vote on it. Because once again, we'll have another thing petitioned and poor people will get hurt. And we're talking about helping the poor. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Sally, could you talk about the dispersion of our city-owned homes and the plans for that and the plans for the revenue raised with that?
Nope. Yes, we are in the process. We've actually sold now 197 of the 352. So an effort started back actually in 2017 to try and pull the funding together in order to renovate the homes that have been greatly underfunded by HUD for more than 40 years. That effort failed, and HUD pulled together a team of national repositioning experts, and their recommendation was that those homes be sold back to the market and the proceeds from the sale of those homes be invested in new multifamily affordable housing. When we tried to pull together the financing necessary to complete those repairs, we were unable, although we secured tax credits, we were unable to find an investor willing to buy them, saying single-family homes were too expensive to manage and maintain. Even HUD went for a 202D4 loan, refused to issue a loan because, once again, the model was too expensive to maintain and manage. And so we are on that path. Like I said, 197 to date. We'll get the remainder sold off. The Housing Authority Board Council has already approved the investment of $10 million from that for building new supportive housing going forward.
So that's where the money from the sale of the houses going is to build affordable housing units.
Correct. Now that'll be just the first project. There will be additional funds. We'll be identifying future projects going forward.
Thank you,
Yes,
Sally.
you're welcome.
Richard Hill, 4555 Delora. I look at the city codes kind of like a parking violation down on Greenwood. They can't cure it. It's not going to get cured. There's ways around everything. You're talking two sides of the coin. You're talking about affordable housing, yet you're putting more restrictions on landlords, more expense. Them all got to be passed on. And if you got somebody in here, whether it's a mother and father and two kids, and they're just barely making it, and now it costs me $300 to get an air conditioner guy to go out and fix it, where 2 years ago it cost me $125. That money's got to come from somewhere. Property taxes go up, that money's got to come from somewhere. Insurance goes up, that money's got to come from somewhere. It's a pass-through. We've got all the laws on the books right now to do anything you guys want to do. You can go after Emory, you can seize the property, convert them into low-income housing. You can do it without adding more laws. What I see on this, whatever the international building, is California, New York, get together, and that's what we've got. We've been pushing the California laws in Wichita for the last 15, 20 years. They keep changing it more and more and more to the California laws. This system will not work any better than what we've got now. You've got tenants. The gal on the news said she hadn't paid rent since August. Okay, September and October. That ought to be enough money to go move somewhere. If you don't like where you're at, and that's what I tell my tenants, I've got a lease. If you want out, tell me you want out, you're free to go. I'm not going to hold you there. I try to keep them up, but at the same time, I've got tenants been with me 15, 20 years. At the same time, you get people that you think are doing okay, and then boom, all of a sudden you get a letter from the city saying this violation, that violation, and you go by and look. Yeah, it was. The grass was cut the last time I went by there and looked. And he said, yeah, it wasn't, but he got everything taken care of, which is what I always do when I get that letter. But like I say, we don't need more laws. We got tons and tons of laws to cover everything you want to do. You've got a city code. You guys need to look from within. You've got code enforcement. If they're not enforcing it, maybe some of them ought to go find a new job. Enforce what you got. Get the courts to force what they've got. When you go to court and they say, oh, we'll give you 30 more days. No. If it has to go to court, somebody gets fined. The inspector, like the guy said earlier, the inspector should be able to say, we're going to grant you 30 more days. You're making an improvement. Keep going. I've had them do that with me. I used to run low-income apartments. And some of the trash that you get in there, and I don't care how good you screen them, there's always one that knows how to play the system. And every landlord knows it. If they're new, they might not, but they'll learn it soon enough. They're called professional tenants, and they know their ways around everything. But like I say, we don't need more laws. We need to enforce what we've got. Thank you. Greenwood's still a problem.
Thank you, Richard. Commission, thank you for having us in today. What I want to do right now is just kind of give you 3 or 4 little snapshots and then I think a solution, possible solution. The first thing I want to say is that as housing providers, we have to deal with the entire community. And that means we have to deal with mentally ill people and elderly people that don't know how to work a thermostat, don't know how to turn it from cold to warm, have to be told different things, you have to show them different things. People that don't know when the toilet keeps going that you're supposed to reach down and shut it off or call the landlord because the $600 water bill is just around the corner. So we have to deal with all types of people. And occasionally we deal with people who, even though we try to smother the tenants with good service and good maintenance and caring attitude, they were brought up in a mentality that they have to curse and swear and become verbally violent at you, and you have to do everything within your power to stand there and take it and take it and take it while they go off on you. And then they explain, well, this is the way I was born. Or, have the children come out and say, yeah, mama tells that to everybody. I'm just saying, we have to deal with the mentally ill. And sometimes you don't have to. A quick mold story. Nobody likes mold in their home. I had a nice little 2-bedroom house I rented to a family, and it's in the middle of wintertime. I went to check on it for one reason or another, and the people hadn't paid their gas bill. And so how were they going to keep the house warm? Well, they had decided that they were going to put pots of water on the electric stove and turn the heat up and boil those pots to stay warm. They also had a two-burner pot maker in the living room with boiling water. Well, what happens when you introduce all of that moisture vapor into a house in the middle of wintertime? All that condenses on the windows and it runs down and it creates mold. So I'm just saying, some people create their own mold problem. It's not just the landlord. Another picture here real quick. You know, people see these high rent prices that landlords charge for rentals. They don't realize that a giant portion of that rent dollar goes to pay taxes and insurance that we have to pay if we're going to stay in business. The other thing is people don't realize things that have to be replaced every now and then at a terribly high cost. It can cost up to $10,000 to replace your roof. It can cost up to $10,000 to replace your sewer pipe. And it can cost up to $10,000 to replace your central heat and air. And so the landlord has to keep funds on hand that can be used to do this. And so, you know, they say, well, why didn't the landlord plant pretty flowers and put shutters on the house and make it look all pretty and everything? Well, maybe it's more important that he spend that big chunk of money putting in a new sewer line, something that we all have to have, but nobody runs around saying, wow, the landlord just spent more than a good used car on my house, and at least now we can flush the toilet. So those are some things we don't think about. Taxes and insurance take a big bite. Some repairs take an enormous amount of money. Some people create their own mold problems, and we have to deal with the mentally ill. One quick solution is, if you've got an out-of-state or out-of-town owner that's not fixing, why not just sequester his rent from that apartment into a separate account with 30 days proper notice or whatever, and then the money could, say for example, the people have an uncontrollable bed bug problem. Okay, $500 came in for the rent, hire the bed bug guy, take care of that. $500 came in for the rent, hire the mold guy. Sequester just that one apartment, not all 29 of his apartments. But do that with proper notice, because the people send their rent to the manager, and then that rent goes someplace else.
Thank you. Rob Perkins, 8918 West 21st Street North. Did I just hear that the city council is getting out of the landlord business? Yes. That you're selling a couple hundred units? And then you're turning around and telling us that we have to take all income sources for the units that you just ran into the ground? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense as a taxpayer or as a landlord. And you're going to build brand new apartments with that money? So you're getting out of the market that you're now telling us we have to be in, or that they have to be sold to homeowners. Yeah, that just doesn't seem fair or seem right to me. Most landlords are good landlords. We don't discriminate, but telling us we can't discriminate on income sources, it sounds like the city's doing the same thing. I mean, you're getting out of the landlord business, you're handing these units back, and you're telling the people that bought them, you can either live in them, but if you rent them, you have to take all income sources. And you just admitted, we just ran them into the ground. Don't make me work for Sally. I don't want to work for Sally. Okay, I'm a private landlord. If I take her funding source, which right now the government's shut down, you know, I'm not guaranteed that funding source, but you're saying I can't discriminate on income. You're forcing me to take income that now the city doesn't even want to take. I'm done.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a point of clarification, the public housing that we have, if you go back to I believe it was February 2019, our actual initial plan was to keep those houses, renovate them, and then bring people back into them. It's actually HUD that said we cannot. It's not that the city council or local government didn't want that. HUD said we can't. So we're in the process of, we're in the process of selling those off. That was a plan that was approved by HUD, and that's what we're doing. It's not that we're saying you need to do something that we're not going to do. We actually did fully intend to do so.
And who's Sally's funding source?
We're talking about the federal government that is requiring us to sell that off.
She's the funding source of HUD, and then you're telling me I have to take that same funding source.
So we're talking about two different things. You made the
Talking about
allegation
exactly
that
the
we
same
were trying to make you do something that we weren't going to do, and I'm telling you the full intention in 2019 when we had the plan was to renovate those and keep people in there so that they would have a great place to go. When you say that we ran those down, the federal government hadn't given funding for that, so it had been, 40, 50 years since those have been renovated. We were really excited to see that the federal government had put some money into that. And again, as the administration's changed, we had to sell those off.
And now you're telling me to use the same funding source as source of income.
And you just heard that there was an extension on that funding for those folks.
Right, but the funding source that wouldn't fund these houses is now the funding source that you're asking me to use.
Those are two different, same department, two different funds.
Hi, I'm Jason Carmichael, 329 West Carlisle. I've got a question that I didn't hear answered or brought up yet. What value do I get if I voluntarily register as a landlord?
Councilmember Johnson or Hoheisel?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at volunteering, again, what this ordinance is looking at is people who violate. So I don't know what I would tell you a benefit would be other than you would be on the registry. People would be able to see that you don't have any violations for your property. But our goal, as we've continued to talk about, is looking at those who continue to have issues, and they would be required to register after those issues.
Do we have anyone else in the community who would like to speak? I see none. Thank you to the 38 individuals who chose to attend City Council today and make your voice heard. We are now going to close public comment and bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few comments, and first off, I want to say I'm very encouraged by all the conversation today of people engaging in the process of our public form of government, so thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging. Please continue to engage on future items as well, and I hope that staff makes sure to reach out to you when we're continuing these conversations. I maybe have some future comments based on maybe what some of my colleagues say and see if there's any conversation up here as well. Specifically, I just want to talk about a few different items when it comes to the International Property Maintenance Code. I'm interested in delaying that for 90 days to be able to encourage stakeholder involvement. I think that's what we heard today, and people that want to be involved and want to be engaged in that process. When we're talking about the rental registry, I have no interest in continuing to suspend that. I don't support the rental registry as presented today. I'm afraid of just slight adjustments without whole-scale change will do nothing to benefit this body. The lack of a needed conviction bothers me, that there's no differential between trivial versus extreme violations. That I would be interested in maybe something that came back with a tier level violation. I think, again, cutting your grass is very different than having extreme environmental or life endangering aspects as well. In addition, I will not be supportive of the source of income. I think when we're talking about making people reliant on any federal funds, I think that there is a challenge there. And I believe that people should have the free will to not have to engage with some of the federal funds. I also have some concerns about how do we do source of income when it's a tip? How do I verify what somebody's monthly tips are going to be and use as a source of income? So I also don't have any interest in delaying that in the future because I won't support that coming back. I'm not saying that we don't do anything, but what we're doing today does not solve the problem that we're trying to fix. This doesn't make units more affordable. This often will probably raise rent on individuals, and we've talked about that this is going to be passed for a few bad actors. When Chris from MABCD came up here, we have tools right now that could be used to enforce bad actors, and we're not actively using them. So let's invest in the tools that we have now to make sure that we're holding bad actors accountable. And as Chris said, those exist in their current form, and we just need to be doing those more. I probably maybe have a few other comments, but I look forward to seeing what my colleagues have to say as well.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for being here today, especially the people who are staying till the very end. Really appreciate it, and it demonstrates your commitment. Thank you to everyone who reached out, phone, email, text, in person, as I mentioned. One of my biggest concerns, Mr. Robertson and I are tracking today, and I said this yesterday to some folks when I was talking about this, is that I'm concerned that by adding more regulations, we may actually keep people from becoming property owners and landlords. The comparison I'm going to make is I'm a huge advocate for childcare, and Kansas is the third most regulated state for childcare in the nation. Wichita had regulations that were more prohibitive than the state of Kansas. Keeping kids safe is paramount. That's the number one concern. But what can we do to make it easier for people to become a childcare provider, AKA roll out the red carpet and not the red tape, right? So I see the same thing here. The number one priority should be health and safety of our renters. 39% of Wichitans rent their home. And it's their home, even if they rent, right? It doesn't matter if it's an apartment, a duplex, whatever it may be. So 39% of our Wichitans, our neighbors, need our assistance to make sure that health and safety should be the number one priority. I do want to mention real quickly too, for anyone who's watching or anyone who may have issues or knows somebody who does, and I appreciate Ms. Johnson mentioning she had a family member. I love when people tell stories. It really helps to resonate with us, but anyone can call 211 if they do need help with emergency rental assistance. Help is available, so please make sure that you share that information with folks. I agree with everything Councilmember Glasscock said, except one thing. I'm going to suggest, and we'll see what happens and how the motion rolls out, that we ask for a 60-day delay and not a 90-day delay. And my rationale for that is twofold. Number one, I think this council should make this decision, right? 2 council members worked hard to get us to this point, even if some of us don't agree, but I do think that they should have the opportunity to see it come to fruition. And if it's an issue that is that serious and health and safety is of utmost concern, we should try and address it as quickly as we can. But when we have either it's a, I like the idea, somebody said this is already the town hall, I kind of agree with that. If we pull together a committee, if we have a task force, I don't know how the process is going to happen or what's going to happen, but I absolutely think if we're going to address the International Property and Maintenance Code, the content experts, landlords, and tenants need to be at the table. We certainly need to have staff. We need probably MIPC and Troy and Sally and whoever else from us, but I always say our job sometimes is to be the advocate, and we need to lean into the experts. So for some of the folks today, I'm pretty sure that we're going to call on you and ask you to be a part of this task force committee, whatever it may be. But again, just thank you for everyone. Thank you for all my colleagues. I know that it's been a long day. We got a long day ahead of us, but I think we're going to come up with something hopefully we can all agree on. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I had hoped to have some action today, but it doesn't sound like my fellow council members are on board. It might be too soon for some of them to really work these bills or these ordinances. I've heard a lot of people in here discussing these issues, and I take your comments to heart, and I also take your desire to actually crack down on the bad actors to heart as well. So if we do a delay, I would encourage everybody to come to the table with that spirit, with that in mind, to actually do something that will reform, that will crack down on the bad actors, that will give people real options as far as protecting the tenants, protecting their health, just making sure that we go in this with the real spirit. And that includes everybody, including tenants at the table as well. So if we do delay this today, that is my ask of the community, is to actually go through and address this. And I agree 100% that this council should be hearing these ordinances. So I guess I'll see what the rest of my fellow council members have to say, and I would think that would all should be delayed as a package for us to discuss further down the line.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate everyone's patience today and everyone's hard work on this. I have a question for Chris. Councilmember Glasscock mentioned that, and you did too, that we have all of these tools in the toolbox, but we still have some of these bad actors, slumlords, whatever you want to call them. But are we not enforcing them in the way that we are able to, or can you just talk a little bit about why we have these tools and maybe it looks like we're not holding some of these landlords accountable in the way that the ordinance is written today?
Now, what I will say, ma'am, is so rental registration is something that we do not have and have not, so that would be a completely new discussion that is part of what was presented today. Other than that, correct, we have forms of these and what is there. We do our best. Again, access and ensuring that we don't overstep legal access boundaries plays a factor in that. There's a lot of factors in this. So we find ourselves in the wonderful position of being between everything that you heard today. We know that there are tenant issues and we know there are landlord issues. And some of what was discussed today is the enforcement arm of that. For us, I guess, we feel like maybe that's the difference. We don't see a lot of changes in ordinance and in rules so much as where maybe the body is seeking to go with ability to enforce or to follow through and to add some tools there, if that makes sense as part of the explanation for that. So I think some of that would be a follow-on to this discussion as well.
Okay, thank you. And just for my colleagues, I would be interested in a 60-day delay, but not 90.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. We heard a lot today. The one thing we didn't hear a lot of is from the folks who have had to live in these really bad spaces. There's a lot of reasons for that. We were made aware of in an email about some Facebook group that names people and shows IDs and shows retaliatory measures. A lot of these folks don't want to be retaliated against if they want to find a place to live with maybe one of the folks that was here or somewhere else. Those things do happen. As we continue to talk about delays, I know that this may be new to some, but preparing for today, I looked through my emails. I found an email from myself to Sharon on December 31st of 2018 talking about this. I know I have spoken about this in just about every space I could, to every landlord who liked me or did not like me, to various groups that I've went to visit, with all the people that I have had the ability to visit their residence and see these things. I know my predecessor, who was here and who was mentioned by a speaker, had been working on this. There was a 2015 effort. There was an effort prior to that. That was an effort in 2017. We even had some blight efforts that even went to the state legislature, passed both houses, vetoed by the governor, went back again. Chris Labrum testified twice. We've continued to try to do something about substandard living or substandard properties. And while all of this engagement is great, I don't see this type of engagement when someone reaches out to me about their gruesome situation. I'll get a few messages of saying that it's sad, but we don't see a full house saying that we need to do something, or a full house with multiple suggestions of how we can do something more than what we've been doing. And while we continue to talk about the tools we do have, there's a few cases, one I won't mention because of what happened last time, but those tools don't always work. You might think we have them. You might think that it's great. You can go shut something down. You can't. I've tried. Trust me. And you all have seen some of the spaces I've been in. We need to do something. And As we talk about delaying, I think there are some things that may come from a delay whether it's education on what we're talking about. I know not everybody's had an opportunity to read this for themselves. I know that there was a letter that went out that said some things. I think there was some misinformation in it. There was some accurate information in it. I think a conversation is warranted, but the question that everybody who continues to reach out to their elected representatives on this body to hope that we will do something, that hopes for a better place to live, is what will we do? And there's the sad thing for me, and what I would hate to see, 30 days, 60 days, is that we come back and then we end up doing nothing. Because it's been 10 years since Levanta tried. It was years before that. And as we talk about even exteriors, I will tell you, before I learned about a lot of what Habitat for Humanity does, when Ann Fox was the director, I remember walking down the neighborhood south of Murdoch in District 1, and I found two homeowners or two renters who were in a residence, and there was a gaping hole in the back of their unit where I could clearly see outside, and rodents were coming in and out, and I talked to them about going to code enforcement, and when they did, they got evicted. And they're forced to live in places like that, and I just wonder when we will have the will to do something about it, so they don't have to continue to come to us crying or sick or with emergency bills. They may not mean a lot to some people, but not one person should have to live like that. Not one. I hope that with the delay there's some real engagement, but there's not you guys are doing too much, because those folks deserve us doing a lot more. They absolutely do. I think it's our job to do so. I understand not everybody has been in the spaces I've been in. The gentleman, Eric Maybe, the inspector who spoke about, he's actually been in there. I follow him on Facebook, he has. And what he talked about is real, like we have to do something. And again, I'm sure my colleagues or a majority will want to maybe delay. I think IPMC is fine, personally. I heard a little bit today. Most of what I heard was source of income and rental registration as I was keeping track, but we got to do something. And I just really hope that, this is not delayed and the conversation's had, and the fear of harming folks that probably won't get harmed from doing all the right things that we heard that they're doing today won't allow us to do more to the people who deserve some stronger enforcement and deserve some higher fines. They need it. We know it. We've seen too much of it. And I guess selfishly, I like to handle issues while I'm in office. I've tackled every tough thing that has come before me. I don't care about the pushback if it's right, and I don't want to kick something that could be solved to another council member like it was kicked to me. And it was from no intention of my predecessor, but these tough issues deserve us to make some real tough decisions and actually do something about it, because again, if we don't do something about it, whether it's today, 30 days, 60 days, hopefully not 90 days, these individuals are still going to be living in these conditions for every day that we take and wait. Every day that it's not approved that we can do more. And if we end up not doing nothing, I hope it's not another 10 years that people have to live in this type of condition without a willingness to do more to hold these folks accountable. And I can tell you, even though it may not have been talked about by dates and times today, I know our staff has tried hard on some of these folks. We didn't talk about all the issues of environmental court, but if an inspector retired and they were the prime witness on the case, you got to start over. There could be a violation, but you got to start over and do all that work again. It's a lot there, and I'm just hopeful that, I won't take up 20 minutes talking, I'm just hopeful that we truly, actually do something, even if it is delayed. I'm not really supportive of that because I've been talking about this for my whole term in office, but if we do delay it, I hope actual work is done. We're talking to the folks that are here. I hope there's real solution. that comes to us by reviewing the policy that has been presented, whatever those tweaks might be, but always remembering that the goal is to hold folks accountable. And that is what we should do. And it may not be the great folks that came in here who take care of their tenants and do such a great job, but there are some bad actors. 15% may sound like a little bit, and that was, I think one of our speakers talked about if they had an 85% success rate, that'd be good. 15% is thousands of units. Those are people's lives that they got to deal with this type of thing. And I just hope that we all keep that in mind as we go forward. And that's not to this body, that's everybody who wants to join in this conversation and actually do something about it. Keep in mind that that 15% is people's lives that are truly being impacted in substandard housing. And it's important, it's as important as breathing for them. We're debating policy. It's their life.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Johnson, I agree with you. We shouldn't kick it down the road. And I think we can get it before you leave office. I really do. I think, talked to a lot of landlords, including Mr. Robinson, and they all want to get the bad landlords out. It gives them a bad name. They all want that. And I think we can get there. I don't think this is a solution right here, right now, but I think we can get there. I would recommend appointing a task force in the next probably 2 or 3 weeks and let them work on it for a few weeks. Task force to work on it, to find the solutions and the right language to accomplish that. I'd also suggest that we bring it back at our December 9th meeting. We could go the 16th, which would be 60 days, but everybody knows nothing happens during Christmas time anyway. So we're gonna have to get it done in November. So that's what I would suggest, and I think we can get it done, and I know you've been working on it a long time, and I wanna get it done for you, and I have been in those houses too. I had a little brother years ago, big brother, little brother, and it's worse than anything you've described. And it is terrible as a single mother with 4 kids. A good outcome there because the city did find them suitable housing, on Murdoch actually. So that was a good outcome. But I would suggest we put a task force together, get them activated quickly. I got a couple of good people that would love to serve on it, and I'm sure everybody here does too. And then I would suggest bringing it back at our December 9th meeting.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Sharon, I just have a question. I'm hearing a lot of consensus that we probably want to make a delay. I had mentioned a task force. Vice Mayor said the same thing. I think we're all kind of tracking on the same date. I was thinking of the 9th or the 16th. So if a motion, I think there's a few more people on the board, but I'm prepared to make a motion or however it rolls out. Can the motion just be that the item is delayed and a task force is created and the date that it comes back? Or does it have to also include all of the language in the original item?
I think you can make a motion that all of the parts of this item be delayed and a task force appointed.
What if we just want it to be the International Property Code? Because it's in 3 different items, so we can just address the first item and then take the other 2 separately. Is that correct?
I believe that was how it was placed on the agenda, yes. So you could take the charter ordinance, excuse me, charter ordinance and the IPMC and the court. I'm just looking to see how it's. And then the other 2 would be the income source and the rental registry.
And those we just address separately?
Separated out.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Follow-up question to that. Can there be a motion to deny, not item 1, it's on the second page, but the source of income and rental, or does it just fail if it doesn't receive a motion?
If the motion is to only defer item 1, then those items would be moved. If there's no motion or no action taken on 2 and 3, then those would just die.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. My response and my thoughts on that is it should all be moved as a package. I know Some members of council have shown some interest in a slumlord registration. Maybe that is a higher barrier, but that is something I think that a task force could look at and bring back. It doesn't mean that everything that we pass here or part of this package will be coming back, because again, the task force may just say, this is unworkable, that's unworkable. But I think it should all be considered, seeing how that was a point of all the discussion today, and we had people from both sides of all the issues considering it.
Councilmember Tuttle.
I was going to make a motion, but I see some other people got on the board, so I'll wait.
Councilmember Brandon Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say I agree with Councilmember Hoheisel. If we are going to go out and engage landlords and tenants, I think it should be the whole package. And they may come back and say they don't want a part of it, or we may disagree with whatever might be said. But since everyone came today for the whole package, I think if it goes out in deferral, it should be the whole package as well.
Councilmember Glasscock.
I will wait to hold a motion to see if there's any further comment.
The only comment I have is just thank you again to everyone that participated today. Anyone who's watching online, there are 215 individuals still watching online. I want to remind everyone that wichita.gov/engage is the landing page to remind people to stay connected. There's also a sign-up sheet outside the doors if you want to stay engaged in this process. In addition, when it comes to engagement, I simply want to say thank you. The idea is not to have closed-door meetings and create ordinances that then affect everybody in our community. And when I had learned that it was only the 6 district advisory boards and a specific individual engaged in the process before it came to us today, I knew that this was going to be something that I could not support, knowing that I have been a big proponent of getting more engagement and true stakeholders at the table. And that includes landlords and tenants equally. We need both in order for this situation to be fruitful for all. And so again, I appreciate the landlords who came and spoke. I appreciate the tenants who gave their testimony and spoke on behalf of other tenants who could not be here today. I want this to be a workable solution, and I think that we currently have a system with actual laws that are in place, and maybe it needs refining. And if there's a focused effort, instead of talking about a million different things, focusing on one specific item and really working that item will be how you get actual results. And that's why I'm a proponent of really focusing on the item number 1, which is the international code, since that has a lot of components to it, and a task force would be needed to really look at this and discuss. So my only comments really are to really focus the effort so that we're not trying to talk about multiple different subjects and really focusing our efforts on the international code. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. I'm prepared to make a motion. I would move that we delay all the recommended actions in item 1 until December 9th. A task force shall be established including landowners, tenants, stakeholders, and staff. Just to provide a little clarity, I know Mr. Daniels was here today with Renters Owners, Inc. I would consider that to be an entity of stakeholders that would be really important to have included. Perhaps Habitat for Humanity or Mennonite Housing, who are also here, would be important stakeholders. So when I say stakeholders, that's the intention that I have. I'm saying December 9th instead of December 16th, so that way we would have one more council meeting if we needed to make any tweaks. I do believe that it's fair to have this item addressed by this council. So again, my motion with the qualifications that I made is to delay all of the recommendations in action 1. I do think we should take the other 2 separately, is to actions in item 1 until December 9th. A task force shall be established to include staff, landowners, tenants, and stakeholders.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. One point of clarification. Wanted to make sure that we actually have one more meeting before a new council would come into office. So January 6, 2026 is actually the last meeting that will for sure include Councilmember Johnson, just for point of record. We have a motion and a second, and I still have a board full of people that want to speak. Councilmember Glasscock?
I'm ready to make motions on the other two, but I'll see if there's comments first.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion that all three items are considered and for delay until the December 9th meeting for said task force to take a look at with recommendations.
Second.
We now have a substitute motion with a second, and we also have, this one takes precedent over the original motion. If it fails, then it goes back to the original motion. So we have Councilmember Hoheisel, who moved the motion, and seconded by Councilmember Johnson. Any further comments? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Nope.
Okay. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? The motion does not carry 4-3, which means now we're back at the original motion that was moved by Councilmember Tuttle and seconded by Vice Mayor Johnston. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, actually, let's take a short break.
Mayor with a motion.
We have one more. We have two more.
With a motion that we deny amending the city's non-discrimination ordinance to include source of income on first reading. Well, I guess the motion would be to deny authorizing the city's non-discrimination ordinance to include source of income.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion. I thought it was interesting today. Out of the 38 speakers, and I think 27 of them were against this or were proposing some sort of delay. I anticipated the folks who were the advocates for the tenants to be the only ones that were against source of income, but I heard pretty loudly also from the landlord community that they felt that it was something that could become a conflict of interest and quite possibly, convolute the system. I think the intention was good, but I think the way that it was presented, this doesn't mean that the task force that we're establishing can't also address this, right? They certainly can, and I hope they would. My true intention and my true desire would be that this task force that we're establishing, or whatever we want to call it, they're not just looking at the code that we discussed, but maybe they're looking at other items as they arise. So it's not as much that, I appreciate the sentiment, but I heard pretty loudly from both sides that there was going to be an issue with it for different reasons. So that's my reason for my vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm planning on voting against this because I do believe that it should have been part of the package. So I just wanted to offer some clarification. The package that we would want a task force to look at and address. So I just wish that we would, and maybe they will, but I do wish that maybe that would be discussed at some form with the package. So that's all.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. Councilmember
Mayor with the motion, I move that the city deny requiring registration of rental units with property maintenance violations as presented in today's ordinance.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd offer a substitute motion that the city approve either the rental registration units or property maintenance violations on first reading, or add it to the December 9th meeting with the task force.
That's not an appropriate motion. You can't have an and an or.
Okay.
If
I will modify my motion to add it to the December 9th meeting and have the task force address the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Councilmember Tuttle.
I'm going to withdraw. I was going to make a comment before the substitute.
Sorry. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. I think as presented now, it's not good. I think task force can look at that when they look at everything. So, but as it presented now, I'm not in favor of that, so I'll be voting against it, so.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I concur with Vice Mayor Johnston. I do see things that we could change and make it different and make it a little easier and a little less aggressive towards good landlords. But that would be the reason that I would want the task force to look at it. It doesn't mean this particular ordinance as drafted would come back in its present form. It would just mean that that's part of what the task force has to look at. So that's why I would support this. If it's the amendment or the ordinance presented now, I would want to work it to make some changes as far as the number of violations, the type of violations, the class of violations and whatnot. Just to make sure that we're actually getting the slumlords and not the good landlords and property owners, not being overly vindictive towards them. So that's my thoughts on this particular motion.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. I can appreciate Councilman Hoheisel's comments, but as this is presented now, this is not workable for me. If the committee comes back and they want a substantially different ordinance, I will take it and look at the merits of it, but just slight adjustments to this ordinance I cannot support.
Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. Just one quick comment from me. This has been so helpful to me. I've always said that we are beholden for community engagement, but today really just solidified it. One of the landlords, and I'm sorry, I think it was Mr. Robinson, but I can't remember, talked about one of your tenants and he was having mental health issues and wasn't taking care of his lawn. And, then you went and did something, but you could have been put on the registry really kind of on accident. And so, again, I think this is something that we can address, and there may be a potential need, but not as it's presented today for me. So thank you. And thank you again for everyone sharing their stories.
We have a substitute motion moved by Councilmember Johnson and seconded by Councilmember Hoheisel. If that does not pass, it goes back to the original motion. I see no further comments. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion does not carry 4-3. We're back to the original motion by Councilmember Glasscock and seconded by Vice Mayor Johnston. Any further comments? I see Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. My hope is that a task force will look at this anyway. We are already, in my view, taking some steps backward and even just recommending a conversation to a task force. And it would be nice to see an official council recommendation of these items rather than just saying, I hope you talk about it. You have direction to talk about item 1, but we couldn't get the other item. So I think that's unfortunate, and I'm already concerned about what this will look like coming back, because we aren't even saying that we want the registry looked at. And everyone today talked about wanting to address the bad actors, and this was an item that actually did that, whether you liked it in its current form or not, encouraging a task force to address the current form and make some recommended changes, I think would be good. But now the direction will just be one item, and hope that you talk about that and maybe some other stuff. So I think that those paying attention, and especially the tenants who didn't show up today, probably feel a little bit let down by that. But again, I hope the conversation does include that. And I hope to hear something back from folks after that will include some form of holding these folks accountable and some form of registry, so that folks can see that and help our team out in addressing some of the issues.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the chatterbox for all of you that stick around all day. But I do want to say that, again, I hope we do come together as a community. I do hope that we keep those who are really struggling with health issues and with economic challenges in mind. We do have a great community. We have a great city. We want to be a great community and a great people. So I do ask that we all come together and see what we can do to truly address these issues moving forward. So thank you all who sat through today. We're still on item 1. I don't think we've ever had that before, 3:30 almost, just getting to item 1. So it's been a long day. Thank you all for coming out and sharing your stories. And I hope we again come together and actually find ways to address these issues moving forward.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob, I just have a question. How are we going to decide who is on the task force? I think that's incredibly important. Do we all appoint somebody, or?
I'll plan on visiting with all of you about that process. I'll need to talk to staff too. I think the idea is to try to get something in place quickly. It may be that we just consult over that. I don't know, and I'm conscious of the public requirements in terms of COMA and CORA, so we want to do everything in a transparent way. But give us a day to think through that, and I'll visit with all of you about approach.
I just want to make sure we have representation from tenants, landlords, and so on.
Yeah. One thing is I'm not sure there was a speaker today that didn't agree we have a problem with a certain percentage of our landlords that are creating unsafe conditions for the people that live in their units. I think that's going to be kind of one of the core issues that this group will look at, and we'll try to frame the issue to make sure that they talk about that, whether that's a registry or changes in the IPMC, whatever, but that'll be up to the task force. But I'm confident they're going to talk about those really unsafe conditions that some of our residents are living in.
I see no further comments. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion carries 4-3. It is 3:25. Can we take a 5-minute break? We'll be back at 3:30. all for allowing us to have a bit of a longer break than 5 minutes. We now return at 3:35 p.m. and we will resume council meeting business with the next item. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Police equipment.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Jason Cooley, Captain, Wichita Police Department. This is the police equipment and the CIP for 2026. The Wichita Police Department uses a variety of equipment to protect staff, including body armor, helmets, shields, and breaching devices. Additionally, department cell phones are used to communicate internally and externally, along with voice and photography evidence collection. Most police equipment carry a 5-year lifespan due to wear or warranty limitations. WPD identified a shortage in current inventory for emergency services, and to address future emergency equipment needs systematically, staff developed a replacement plan and funding was incorporated into the CIP. Financial considerations, the adopted 26 to 35 CIP includes $980,000 in the ongoing project. The recommendation is approve and initiation of funding and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Captain Cooley. We'll begin with Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. With the newer technology that we have nowadays, do we see any extension of a 5-year lifespan on some of this stuff in the future, or is that pretty much just the standard that we will be going on?
So that comes from NIJ, most of that stuff, the national standard for that, and most of that 5-year lifespan is our bunkers, a lot of ballistic material, our vest. It has been 5 years before my time. So I don't know how far back it goes to be in that 5-year standard. There has been no indication that it's going to extend 7-8 years of lifespan for that warranty.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What was that national board that you mentioned?
NIJ.
Thank you, Captain Cooley. Any further questions for staff? I see none. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak on this item. I'm going to bring it back to the bench. I will go ahead and move this motion. I move that the City Council approve the initiation of additional funds and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Police heavy equipment vehicles.
Again, Mayor, City Council, Jason Cooley, Captain, Wichita Police Department. This is the capital improvement for police heavy equipment vehicles. A little bit of background on our vehicles. The Wichita Police Department uses a variety of vehicles to protect staff as well as the community, to transport personnel and equipment. WPD maintains a limited amount of armor and heavy vehicle in our fleet. One example is one of the bomb unit vehicles is approaching nearly a 21-year span of in-service. SWAT and BOMB utilizes specialized heavy equipment vehicles to respond to emergencies within the South Central region, so it expands farther than just the city of Wichita. WPD does not have a unified command vehicle for emergencies or national disasters currently. Financial consideration was the adopted 26 to 35 capital improvement includes there's a typo there, $3,205,000 in general obligation bonds. The recommendation is approve the initiation of funding and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this similar to the fire command response vehicle as well that they have?
Yeah, so essentially, in the capital improvement plan, I submitted multiple vehicles, all with different needs. There is in there a command vehicle. It's not as large as the fire vehicle. It is a smaller vehicle. That's a 40-foot vehicle. We were looking at something in the 30-foot range. There'll be 2 of them, plus different capital improvement line items for the bomb vehicle. There is a SWAT armored vehicle in there. I'm trying to remember what else. And essentially what we did is we are asking to create one total funded project of the 3.25. And under that one project, there'll be sub-projects, if I'm speaking financial terms. I think there's sub-projects under those for each of the vehicles. And the thought process is if there's $600,000 for the SWAT vehicle, but it cost us $610, we can use 10 from one of the other vehicles instead of coming back and asking for 10. We just use all that 3.2 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions for staff? Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Captain Cooley, I was going to ask the same question. The fire department has a command vehicle for natural disasters and things. Can't we just utilize that? We work together.
We have tried that. It doesn't fit down some of our city streets. We use it for Riverfest, where we can drive it to a location, park it, and jack it up like an RV. That's more of a motorhome. That requires a different driver's license. Getting them down residential streets during a SWAT call, we've tried. It just isn't practical. We can't get them down the neighborhood. We've got to have fire personnel on scene to help us with that vehicle, drive it there, park it. Sometimes they leave, then we're stuck with that vehicle. The 30-foot one and a smaller 26-foot one is what you see as common standard for police departments. The Secret Service, all of those, none of them are running the 40-foot coach buses essentially for that same reason that we're running into. For a natural disaster where we're going to be out there for a month cleaning up a tornado, great vehicle. It just isn't practical for the amount of times the police department needs it out. Currently, a SWAT call we had at Central and Ridge, it was pouring down rain. Kids are coming on school buses. We're in the rain. We were operating that SWAT call in the rain. There's nowhere to go. We piled in my SUV as much as we could, and then we were just in the rain. We had so much shutdown that school buses couldn't get through, so bringing their bus out wasn't an option for that one either.
That was by my house. It caused a lot of commotion.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. Do you think you need 2 of them, or would one vehicle do it?
Yeah, so the reason that there's 2 in there is one of them is a larger Riverfest, natural disaster, 4th of July vehicle. The other one is a smaller, more practical one. Plus, if we're running 2 operations at one time, we don't have the capability to run 2 unified commands at one time, let alone leave one on scene right now. In the ideal world, we'd have one approaching 20 years old, and I'd just be asking for a second one. But we don't have any. So we have contemplated, could we get by with one? On that particular call that we were discussing, it involved other agencies as well. Again, they had nowhere to stay, so we weren't able to move from one vehicle to another for briefs. We went from inside my SUV to pouring down rain for a brief. So the thought process with 2 is we can run 2 scenes at one time. And oftentimes, even a homicide or a vehicle crash, we're working those in the rain, in the snow, in 30 degrees. When I was a lieutenant, I lost the feeling in my right hand, just working a homicide, standing out on the scene. There was nowhere for me to go, nowhere for me to brief the media. We had another scene working at the same time. So unfortunately, we are spread thin with running our scenes through the city. We feel 2 is the adequate number for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have 0 right now. How many times would we have utilized 2 this year at one point?
I didn't put together those stats.
I mean, like if it's one time
It's
versus
gonna-
50 times, that's a substantial difference.
It's going to be in the middle. I would say you're probably talking once every 2 weeks for one of the vehicles. I would say probably once a month for 2 of the vehicles. So if we did one vehicle, essentially the second one would be needed once a month, if that makes sense. I don't know if I explained that.
I
Mr.
think
Manager?
it's a matter of how do you appropriately deal with some of these multiple incident weekends we've had, for instance. And I think it's not gonna be all the time, but unfortunately, we all do know that there have been difficult periods of time where the police department on a weekend is at multiple scenes. And so I think that's why why we support the recommendation.
Do we get a discount for buying more than one?
We'll see in the RFP process, but.
Okay. This might be a question for Bob. Something that you mentioned just stood out to me, that our fire one cannot go down residential streets. Was that talked about when that came before the body at some point?
It's never been brought to my attention that they are unable to operate at a scene because of the size of the vehicle and the scene that they're serving. They may be around the corner or something like that. They may not be, parked where a pumper would be or where a ladder would be. But I'm not aware of any operational issues that have been brought to my attention.
Yeah, and to clarify on that, it's not like every city street. I mean, it's the size of a village tour bus. So if there is a scene mid-block, depending on where we put our command post, we've had some neighborhoods where that bus can't make the turn. Every city block is different. There may have been a tree or something where we couldn't pop over a curb or something with it. We've just stopped requesting it because you don't know until it gets out there if it can make that turn. I can't speak on how often fire brings that out and if they're running into that. I can just tell you that there's been a few times where we have requested it and we've ran into that. Could be that particular block, could be that street, but it was enough for us to say 40 foot is too much.
Well, I think it'd be a challenge if our fire command vehicle can't go out places, then we should probably be addressing that if it is as big a problem as you're talking about, that you just not be able to be utilized.
I will say that fire runs a different type of unified command than police does. So when fire is attacking a fire, they are running it differently than how we run a unified command.
Are you going to let fire use your as now if they can't go to places?
Yeah, we're a great partner with fire. I just went to training on hazardous training for all these events and stuff a week ago with fire.
Mayor, if I could, this is just to authorize the funding. You'll approve going out for proposals or bids on each of the units. You have one in front of you at the next council meeting. Is it the bomb unit or SWAT?
SWAT.
It's a SWAT unit. Let us do a little more work on these, and we'll bring it back, the justification and the reason why it was included in the CIP.
Thank you.
Okay.
We haven't even started the RFP on it yet. So.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. That did spur kind of a question. Right now, we do use the fire command unit to go out for forest fires, woodland fires and whatnot. You had mentioned in the presentation about it being restricted to South Central use. Do we see either of these being potentially used outside of Wichita, and what would those circumstances be?
Are you talking about the police ones or fire?
The police ones.
Okay. The police ones, we are not obligated to respond to the South Central region unless it has been funded by the South Central region. So, for example, one of our armored vehicles, all of our bomb vehicles, whole slew of equipment, those are funded by the South Central region, and we are obligated to provide that mutual aid. If it is funded by the city, we're not obligated to bring those pieces of equipment as mutual aid. We participate in mutual aid for our SWAT team, for our bomb team, for our negotiators. But it depends on where the funding comes from if you're obligated to provide those pieces of equipment in mutual aid.
So they would be active in like an emergency management situation, disaster response, tornado, something like that. They would be eligible to go out on the scene and help with that?
In the city?
Outside the city, like if it's Andover or Hayesville or?
That would be up for the chief and city management. yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
I just had a question regarding the storage of these new vehicles. Where would those be essentially stored? I know that that has been an issue with space.
Yeah, so I'm currently looking for storage now. We've got a couple places that we're looking at, very, very preliminary, nothing, we don't even know if they're gonna work type spaces. Right now, where we're currently at is full, both for bomb and SWAT. So we are looking in the CIP funding, there is funding for storage, but it's several years out, 29 and 30 maybe, 31. So it's several years out. So we are actively looking. None of them places have been brought to the city manager yet because none of them have been viable options yet.
Can I put it on the record that one of the options, we have the evidence building. Could that be a location?
Yeah, so we've looked at that in the past years. There's some parking lot concerns with that. These pieces of equipment are heavy, very heavy. Even though they're built on, some of them on a 550 chassis, it's, by the time you make them armored, or they are very heavy. Some of them may fit inside that facility. Some of them are not going to fit due to the size of the garage door and how tall these are. Plus, I think the final nail in that is that building is full. When you open the garage door, it is full with vehicles that we are mandated by the district attorney to hold as evidence.
Thank you, Captain Cooley. I see no further questions for you. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak on this item. I'm going to bring it back to the bench. I see no comments from council members, so I will go ahead and move that the city council approve the initiation of funds and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing and request by Lang Gen Y LLC for approval of a letter of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. We're going to call a little bit of an audible here. I know there's been some conversation about postponing this item. And so I could go through the whole slide deck, but in the interest of everybody's time, with that being said, this was advertised for a public hearing. So an alternative recommendation for you today, hold a public hearing, and then you can either continue the public hearing to a time in which you postpone the item, or you can close the public hearing and then postpone the item. But at a minimum, recommendation is to hold the public hearing and then take whatever appropriate action. Otherwise, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for staff? Councilmember Glasgow.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy, does that mean that we could just open it to public comment, or do we have to open a public comment for the public hearing?
It's a public hearing, but yes, it's opening for a public hearing.
Yes, you would have to open the hearing and have anyone's comments, and then you would close the public hearing.
So do I need to make that as a motion?
If that's what we're going to do, yes.
Okay.
But I don't know whether you want the presentation, if you're going to have the public hearing, so people know what they're talking about.
Likely, the applicant is not here. I would extend the presentation for the November 6th meeting. So would I make a motion to open the public hearing, provide public comment if there is any, close the public hearing, and extend to November 6th?
So you'll close the public hearing after you hold the public hearing.
Do I have to make a motion to open the public hearing? Or?
Yes.
Okay. So I move that we open the public hearing, take public comment.
Yep.
Yes.
That's my motion,
Thank you.
without the presentation.
Yep.
Second. Motion second. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to address the council regarding this item. We will bring it back to the bench. I do have one question for staff. I want to make sure we are clear. Right now, the property is levied $63,752 in property taxes. If this was to move forward, they would still have to pay those property taxes, or they would be able to abate the current amount that they currently owe.
As it's contemplated, any abatement would be on the increase in property value.
So they would still have to make the city whole with the
Yes.
$63,752 with the addition, inflation, et cetera. So they would still make the city USD 259
They would
county
make,
whole.
yes, payment to all taxing jurisdictions, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Glasgow.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question. So now would I make a motion to extend the public hearing, or make a motion to close the public hearing, and then we'd have to open a new public hearing?
If you could do either one, I think you could close the public hearing and still defer that
Action.
on the item to.
Okay. I make a motion to close the public hearing and defer action until the November 6th city council meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. And point of clarification, November 6th is our nighttime meeting, everyone. It is not a Tuesday. It is actually a Thursday. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public hearing and request by Larksfield Place Retirement Communities Incorporated for approval of a letter of intent to issue healthcare facilities revenue bonds.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So this application comes to us from Larksfield Place Retirement Communities. You'll hear me refer to them as Larksfield throughout. They are a not-for-profit comprehensive retirement and nursing facility. They've operated in Wichita for more than 30 years. They are requesting a letter of intent for the issuance of healthcare facility revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $60 million. They're going to use those proceeds to finance construction of 48 independent living units, and then also expand upon and modify other amenities on site. We're going to refer to this as the project. With that being said, property tax abatement's not being requested as part of this. As a not-for-profit, Larksfield's generally exempt from ad valorem property taxes. The property is, and the project is eligible for a sales tax exemption though. The approximate value of the sales tax exemption is about $2.25 million, city share being about $168,000. My standard disclaimer on IRBs, or excuse me, in this case, healthcare facility revenue bonds. They're a mechanism for achieving a sales tax exemption or property tax abatement. In a revenue bond transaction, city's not lending any money, bears no risk. Company's required to acquire all of its own financing. No taxpayer dollars are at risk. All costs are borne by the company requesting the use of the bonds. Larksfield agrees to pay all costs of issuing the bonds, paying the annual origination fee, and then ultimately the bonds will be purchased by Larksfield or a related entity. All the bond documents will be prepared by outside counsel, but ultimately approved by the law department in their final form prior to the issuance. With that being said, it's recommended City Council hold a public hearing, subsequently then close a public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures. We do have representatives here from the applicant that if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those as well.
Questions for staff or the applicant? I will, since the applicant is here, I know that Larksfield Place provides a lot of housing for individuals who are older. Can you just tell us the plans that you have for Larksfield Place?
Hi, I'm Mike Campbell, CEO of Larksfield Place, and our plans include the 48 units, as was mentioned. We currently have 185 units of independent living. We have 80 units of skilled nursing and 72 units of assisted living. So the additional 48 units would be independent living added to the 185 that we already have.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions for staff or the applicant. We will now open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. This resides in Councilmember Tuttle's district.
Thank you. I just want to thank Troy. As always, thank you for all your hard work in this. I appreciate you shepherding the applicant through the process. I also want to thank Lark's Place Retirement Communities for investing in Wichita. I know there's a need for this type of housing. We need all housing. We heard that earlier, right? We need apartments, we need multifamily, we need single family, and we also need places for people to be able to age in place. And if we don't have that, then unfortunately people will have to leave our community at a time in their life when we certainly want them to stay close to us. So thank you again for investing in Wichita. And with that, I would move that the City Council close the public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, public hearing and approval of the issuance of revenue bonds.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. This one's a little bit different. We see these every once in a while, but kind of generally follows the same construct. This one, though, is the Indiana Finance Authority, which in this case will be the issuer of the bonds, is a multi-state issuer of bonds. The issuer intends to issue 501c3 bonds in an aggregate amount of not to exceed $1.4 billion to, actually $1.407 billion to be loaned to Ascension Health Alliance. You'll hear me refer to them as Ascension, to finance or refinance capital improvements. These capital improvements will occur across 9 states, including Kansas. Specifically, there's $60 million worth of investment that's going to incur in Wichita, $35 million for Ascension Via Christi St. Francis, $20 million in a new facility at 12108 West Kellogg, and $5 million in renovation to the Ascension Via Christi St. Joseph property. But because these are a multi-state issuance, the issuance of the bonds by the issuer must be approved by the city because these particular improvements and these facilities are located within the territorial limits of the city. There's no economic incentives being offered as part of this. Not-for-profit hospitals are generally exempt from ad valorem property taxes. There's no direct financial consideration for the city. Legal considerations for you. Revenue code requires a local government to hold a public hearing. The issuer's bond counsel has provided the form of the resolution to approve. Therefore, it's recommended the City Council hold a public hearing and then subsequently approve the resolution, authorize the necessary signatures. We do have counsel for Ascension as well as our own bond counsel here if you have any unique questions as it relates to sort of this particular process and application, but otherwise I'll stand for questions.
Questions for staff? I see none. We'll open it up for public comment. I see none. Oh, we see some individuals.
I'm Carol Samsel. I worked as a nurse for the Ascension facilities for 41 years here. I'm an ICU nurse on the St. Joseph's campus. I belong to the National Nurses United Union. Our concern about this is, when Ascension came in and combined St. Joseph and St. Francis, they consolidated a lot of services. St. Joseph lost neuro, we lost gastrointestinal services, we lost orthopedic services, we had limited cardiology services now, they took away our cath lab. We have IV services and EEG services that are served at both hospitals, so that limits us. We also have limited MRI services now due to staffing. We only have it 8 to 3, Monday through Friday. And radiology services are amongst all 3 hospitals. So our big concern is, we have problems staffing this now and staffing our hospitals. So how are we going to staff another facility that, our ERs are both understaffed now? Our other concern is, if they build this building, are they going to get rid of our primary facilities and our urgent care facilities? Because, our community needs finances that are available for people to go to. ER services are very expensive. We do want to make sure they don't get rid of their urgent care services. That being said, those are our big concerns. Aaron's going to talk a little bit about a couple other things.
We'll have one individual at a time. So
okay.
Are you finished with your comments?
Well, I think that's the big thing. We're understaffed now. We all of our units have beds closed. A big concern to all our staff is, how are we going to staff these? Where are these nurses going to come from? We have travelers now. We don't even know how we're going to travel the opening of the expanded St. Joe ER right now. So I think those are our main concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston. Oh, Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you. Is there somebody here to represent?
There was.
Okay.
Unfortunately, yes.
I would be curious to have a response to, I think our
With that
concerns
being,
are legitimate.
there is legal counsel. He may be able to respond, but
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm JT Klaus. I'm with Spencer Fain here in Wichita. I'm actually assisting the bond counsel in Sacramento, California, that's issuing these bonds on behalf of the Indiana Finance Authority. We did have Christopher Dodson here today, the Chief Strategic Officer, but he just couldn't stay any longer. I'm going to do my best. The $60 million that they would dedicate for use in Wichita would be to replace all of the beds and equipment at St. Francis, which should provide both for better patient care as well as be a boon to staffing who will be able to use all new equipment. As for the West Wichita facility, I think we can all acknowledge there is a staffing problem, but there is also an emergency room problem in Wichita. And I know that Ascension feels like this will go a long way towards helping assist with that project and slowing down the wait times in the emergency rooms. The $5 million at St. Joseph is all for equipment. There's no additional services being considered or provided at those facilities, just all new equipment, including diagnostic equipment that should be a benefit to the staff there, including the nurses. So that's the purpose of the bond issue. If that helps, I knew that, so I thought I would provide it. I'd be delighted to try and answer any other questions you have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I can probably speak to it too. I was on the board on the hospital board when the two entities combined. And the thinking at that time was there were 3 hospitals doing 3 of everything. And Wichita didn't need 3 hospitals doing 3 of everything. They needed basically 2 hospitals. Still keep the competition and still cover the city. So it was a financial decision for the hospital and for the city. And I think they've realized savings from that. Secondly, I was at their opening, or pre-opening for their emergency room in St. Joe. It's really nice. It will address the mental health in our community. I think they have 21 beds just for mental health, which is greatly needed in this community because that's where almost all the mental health patients are taken by the police department. So, third thing I will say is I did ask them about the West ER, is it needed? And they have data and research that says it is needed. I said, will it hurt the St. Teresa ER, and it won't. They say they're still going to have, and I can't remember the exact numbers, I think it's 15,000 patient visits at St. Teresa. They'll think they'll have the same at which they have now the same on West Kellogg. So it speaks to the tremendous growth in that area. It also speaks to the need for a Northwest Expressway and improving West Kellogg, which this hospital will be on one of those intersections that is slated to be improved. So I hope that answers your questions. I was in on those conversations years ago, so that's about it.
Thank you. We'll continue with public comment.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Ruber. My address is 1519 North Timothy Lane. I've been a nurse at Ascension Via Christi St. Francis for 8.5 years. I work in the neurocritical care unit there. And I'm also a member of National Nurses United, and today I'm here to represent all the nurses at St. Francis and St. Joseph and to bring up some of our concerns related to this. And so we want to start out by saying our main concern is not adding more healthcare facilities to Wichita. We stand here for our patients, our community. Our main concern is Ascension has a kind of a dubious track record of disguising their initiatives and actually causing detriment to the health in these communities. They're a profit-driven, nonprofit organization at the end of the day, and we see that in our patient care every day. Their only goal is to honestly kind of drip every dollar they can out of us and our patients. In some conversations with our CNO, our Chief Nursing Officer, she has brought up that the bottom line, no matter what, is productivity, and we have asked her what that means, and she describes that as the maximum number of patients for the shortest number of, or for the lowest number of nurses. And that makes us worried about like what will happen at this West Side ER that will open. Are they going to take nurses from our hospital, St. Francis and St. Joe, and just drag them to this West Side ER? Or is the short staffing going to get even worse? And we understand that we do need more ER beds as well. But then when we're blocking beds at St. Francis and St. Joseph, these reduced ER wait times are just going to actually continue to grow, or the ER wait times will still be there because there's nowhere for the ER patients to go because the hospitals themselves are still blocked up with blocked beds and reduced nurses. So, and along with that, I'm sorry, Carol already mentioned it, that Ascension, we want to make sure that they keep their primary care services open and their urgent care facilities open. And along with that, I think we're done. And most of all, we just want to reiterate, we're here to help the healthcare of our community, and we're not opposed to this opening, but we just want to make sure that it's done right. And we're asking the city council, if they do issue this bond, that they hold Ascension accountable to the money. Because at the end of the day, Ascension will see that dollar sign that comes forward, and they're going to go, gimme, 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 gimme. But we want to make sure that that money is used appropriately and for the community and for the patients, not for Ascension's pocketbooks. And I will mention that Ascension has a track record of actually harming communities and their health care. We have some more information about that as well, okay? Thank you, councils.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you. I'm going to come to the defense of Ascension. It's a great hospital. I will tell you that of the two systems in town, they're the ones who take care of poor people. They're the ones who set up ERs for us free of charge to get our patients surgeries, MRIs, other things. So they are a great community partner. Now, it sounds like there's some employee relation issues that they've got, but they are absolutely a great partner. They do their research. They do what they say. They do need to operate like a business, because if you lose money, you're not going to be in business. And their profit margins are really, really slim. I knew they were early in the year, things were not good. I know them well. Lately, it's been pretty good. So they kind of turned the corner. So I believe in their leadership. I believe in what they're doing. They're very strategic, and They have to present everything to the corporate office to get it and justify it, so they research it really well. I also mentioned that the WSU School of Nursing is going to be renamed Ascension School of Nursing. So they're investing in that workforce and trying to get scholarships for people to get into the nursing field. Newman University does the same thing. So they're really investing, trying to invest in future workforce too. So I think you're being a little hard on them. It's a great system, and I think they would do a wonderful job. So,
May I give you this information then?
sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your perspective, especially from somebody with boots on the ground. Do you think it's more of a barrier of educational opportunities that's leading to this shortage? Do you see with WSU Tech, maybe the KU, WSU Biomed School, if there will be more opportunities to backfill some of these positions?
I wouldn't describe it as a nursing shortage. There's plenty of nurses across the country who've actually quit working bedside because they've been pushed away because of the job climate that companies like Ascension have created at the bedside. They're constantly short-staffed. They're expected to take care of too many people. There are too many patients that they don't have the resources to take care of. And because of that, they suffer from moral distress, moral injury, because they know that what to do and how to do the right thing, but they don't have the resource to do that. And so instead of working at like hospital bedsides, they go and work at a surgery clinic or a physician's office or something. So there are plenty of nurses who can have the opportunity to work at those hospitals and reduce that short staffing problem, but they don't feel supported by the companies who just are only seeking the productivity.
I can appreciate you sharing your perspective here, and I'm glad to have somebody in the medical field here, because I think there's 7 of us up here that need flipped to avoid the bed sores from this long meeting today. So thank you for sharing your perspective, sir.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
I will point out that there is a nursing shortage because a lot of nurses have figured out if they become traveling nurses, they can make 2.5 to 3 times more than what they make. So a lot of them, once you start traveling to Portland, I've got a cousin that does that. They travel all over, and then they're resented by the nurses like you.
But I do not resent travel nurses. They fill an important role in the hospitals.
Even though they're making 3 times more than you and you're working right alongside of them?
How could I resent somebody who's providing an important care of and taking care of my patients, my community?
Okay, I've heard it from other nurses that, why are they making 2 and 3 times more than what I'm making?
I guess, may I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Do you think it's appropriate that they're making 2 to 3 times as much as somebody who's here supporting their community locally?
No, I don't think it's appropriate.
Ascension will pay them that much. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, every hospital in the country is doing that because they have to have minimum staffing standards, as you know, and so they have to have nursing. So the dollars keep going up until they can get the nurses to their hospital. So it's not something they want to do. It's millions and millions of dollars to them.
I understand your perspective, sir. It just seemed backwards to what you stated previously. So,
yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thanks
for being here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for being here. Appreciate your perspective. Talking to anybody in the medical field after the pandemic, hats off to you. Thank you for what you do. For this item, though, I just wanted to know what you were kind of looking for us to do. We're having a public hearing on this. Are you looking for an approval or denial, or you just wanted to share a perspective?
from the beginning, we want to say we do not oppose this. We just want to make sure the funds are used appropriately by Ascension. We support more health care in the community. We just want to make sure the city council holds Ascension to using those funds appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
We'll continue. Councilmember Tuttle.
Oh, thank you. Just a quick question, and I'm sorry if I did miss it. What union? What is the organization again that you're with?
National Nurses United.
National Nurses United. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. I know it's been a very long meeting. Y'all have been troopers, so thank you.
Thank you.
We'll continue with public comment.
My name is Doug Prater. I have been a nurse in the Wichita area since 1997. And really all I wanted to say was the experience that I have had has been as a bedside nurse in coronary intensive care. I have been a travel nurse. I have changed jobs a couple of times here in the city of Wichita because of market conditions. At one point in time, the only true way to get a raise was to change jobs. I have worked bedside in ICU. I have worked bedside as a med-surg nurse, and I currently work as a step-down ICU nurse in cardiothoracic care at St. Francis Hospital. I will support the nurses that have been before me here. My only concern is to make sure that the money is used appropriately and that we hold Ascension accountable for the usage of that money in the way that they say they're going to use it. My biggest concern, the reason for stepping up here, is currently we have patients being held in overflow in the emergency department. I am not sure that creating more emergency department beds is going to do anything for that overflow. I would much prefer to see actual inpatient beds, or this money go towards inpatient bed placement to get these patients that are being held for extended periods of time in the emergency department, some coming to me 24, 36, 48 hours after arriving at the hospital. Additional emergency room beds does not seem to me to resolve this problem. The problem would be resolved more with inpatient beds. New equipment is great. I need new equipment. I support this, the bond issue, but I'm not 100% sure that I support 20 million of it going for additional emergency department beds when I need additional inpatient beds to place those already in the emergency department. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you for your comments. By your own admission, there's not enough emergency beds in the city now. It used to be, when I was on the board, St. Joe Hospital had the busiest ER in the state of Kansas, including Kansas City. Now it's St. Francis that has the busiest ER. So I think, I'm just guessing, they didn't tell me this, but I'm guessing that some of that west side ER will take some of the stress off of St. Francis. Because people come from Goddard and Mays and all those western communities are coming in and they're going to St. Francis Hospital. That's the closest one besides St. Teresa. So I think that's the thinking, is they can take some of that weight off of St. Francis. So they'll probably transfer those patients to St. Teresa, I would guess.
Well, I do understand and appreciate that line of thinking. However, my emergency department would not be backed up if I had the correct number of beds, inpatient beds, to place them. If I have 50 patients holding in the ED and only 30 beds available, I can't get them out. That creates what appears to be a need for more emergency department beds, when in fact, if I could open up every bed in the hospital, I could clear the emergency department. Then we wouldn't have the need for the additional emergency room beds. What the real need is for inpatient beds so that patients being held improperly in emergency rooms can be admitted inpatient and treated properly by nurses trained to treat patients as inpatient, not nurses trained to treat patients in emergency situations.
I agree with you, and I think 30 million of this is going to St. Francis. And don't quote me on this, but I think they told me that will be some more inpatient beds, so they can clear that emergency room out easier.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure some of that 30 million is going to that. So.
Thank you. We will continue with public comment. I see no further public comment. We will close public comment and bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Briefly, I just want to say thank you for spending time waiting and coming here. Most would have walked out by now, so thank you for engaging the process and sticking through us today.
This project, again, I want to make sure that the applicant has the time, one more time, to tell us The $60 million is mostly for beds and equipment and the new facility on West Kellogg.
Yes, Mayor Wu, that's correct. And there's $5 million for additional equipment at St. Joseph as well. In response to one of the questions that asked, just like in the city of Wichita, these monies, when issued through bonds, are placed in trust and held by a trustee and can only be withdrawn for the purposes for which they were applied for and which were approved by you. So, for instance, they could not spend the money somewhere else or on something else other than you're approving today, which is the purpose of this TAFRA hearing, and I thought you might want me to acknowledge that.
One more question for you.
Yes.
The dollars that would be approved here, which again, we're not giving you a loan of $60 million. However, those dollars are not to staff, correct? This is for equipment,
Yeah, the
building out
bonds
capital
the
improvements.
bonds can only be issued for capital improvements and can't be used for what we would call operating expenses, and so they will be used for new equipment. A lot of that is new diagnostic equipment, quite frankly, at St. Francis, as I understand it, new CT scanners, things that are needed there in order to improve healthcare in our community.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the investment, and thank you to our healthcare workers. We appreciate that you took the time, again, to speak today, and we're very appreciative of public engagement in the process. However, again, as the applicant's representative just mentioned, this is not for operating expenses, but rather for capital improvement, equipment, things that, again, do come before this council, and those dollars will be allocated for just that, not for staffing, which is operating expenses. I wanted that point of clarification, and I appreciate it. With that, I will move, again, this affects council members in districts 3, 4, and 6. So I will move that the city council hold the public hearing, approve the resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the Indiana Finance Authority for the benefit of Ascension Via Christi Hospitals, Wichita, Inc.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. And District 5. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
First Amendment to the amended and restated development agreement with EPC Real Estate.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Troy Anderson, Assistant City Manager. So this item comes before you holistically as an amendment to the development agreement. Let me give you a little bit of background and context around kind of how we've arrived to where we are today. First and foremost, probably one of the underlying issues at play here is a base grant award. So back in April of 2022, the city received a $5 million base grant award. At the time, the performance end date was set for July 25, 2024. We'll come back to that date here in just a little bit as we kind of better understand the timeline and the impacts that that's had on the development. So leading up to that, we end up going through what you all may recall as the amended and restated development agreement. I'll refer to it as the 2023 DA throughout. That was the agreement whereby we separated what was previously a three-party agreement involving the city, EPC, and WRLP to then just at that point in time separate agreements between the city and EPC and the city and WRLP. So this is specifically the amended and restated agreement, the 2023 DA with EPC Real Estate. So it was for the construction of and the development of tracts of land immediately east of the ballpark on either side of McLean, building a 150-unit apartment complex, 10,000 square feet of retail space, a 260-stall parking garage, all of that sort of being on the west side, what we'll refer to as the multifamily sort of mixed-use project, and then a 155-key hotel on the east side of McLean, adjacent to the river, the hotel project. Okay, so coming back to the base grant for just a minute, right? Understanding that there's a period of time in which we are allowed to go in and lower the river and make improvements to the channel. And so as part of that base grant, there were riverbank improvements, but there's a limited window in which we can go in and make those improvements, okay? So the end of channel construction season, about February 28, 2024. Again, that base grant performance end date, July 25, 2024. The next time we would have been able to get into the channel would have been September 1, 2024, sort of months after that performance end date. So when we approved the amended and restated agreement at the end of 23, we had a really, really short window, and we tried really, really hard to hire an architect, go through the approvals, onboard a contractor, and in essence, were unable to get in, make the riverbank improvements. So we immediately knew that we were going to need to start engaging the state and requesting an extension to assure that we were going to be able to spend all $5 million of those base grant funds to help support the riverbank and riverfront improvements, which would then, again, provide the necessary infrastructure to see these projects, the multifamily mixed-use project and the hotel project, come up out of the ground. So fast forward to October 31, 2024, we finally get the extension from the Department of Commerce. We worked really closely with the Department of Commerce over several weeks and months. Eventually had an outside auditor, Witt O'Brien, that we engaged in, had to bring them up to speed on kind of the history and the timeline, garnered their support, and again, October 2024 got the extension. We immediately are in the channel making the riverbank improvements. Fast forward to June 25th, 2025, which is when that performance end date was extended to, and we make all of the necessary improvements. We have since closed that base grant, have received confirmation from the state that all $5 million was expended appropriately for all the necessary improvement. In fact, we're making, as you all know, an additional $7 million in capital improvement funds. So it's actually about a $12 million sort of riverbank improvement. And so we've deployed those first $5 million specifically of base grant funds. So throughout all of this, there's been a kind of a conversation question around just kind of the history and the timelines of what we refer to as kind of Ballpark Village. The first tranche there you see is kind of going all the way back to the original development agreement, kind of what that timeline would have looked like, would have extended clear out into 2028. You see kind of the 22 DA where we'll come back with a condensed version. EPC is onboarded by WRLP. A couple months later, they immediately extend that. But then, as you all know, where we pick up in 2023, where we kind of separate those agreements. You see the timeline kind of in that dark blue there of the trajectory of timeline that we're on right now. And then ultimately, knowing and understanding that the substantial completion deadline, as we originally contemplated it, was supposed to be April of 2026. We know that's not going to happen for all of the reasons we've somewhat described here already. Delays in deploying the base grant funds. We had an incredibly sort of wet, rainy season this year that caused construction delays. And so you see there down in the on the bottom in black, kind of what the suggested extension of some project milestones would look like as it might affect that timeline. Kind of touched on a little bit of this, given uncertainty surrounding the base grant extension and the deployment of those $5 million in funds, weather delays, other macroeconomic headwinds. I'll let sort of the Applicant described those maybe in more detail. So we've boiled this down sort of really simply to some basic amendments. On the one hand, bifurcating the rights and responsibilities, right? Remember, there's sort of two projects going on. On the west side, there's the mixed-use project with the retail and the parking garage, and then on the east side is the hotel, separate and kind of unique investment portfolios, and then subsequently needing to continue to extend the project milestones to assure that the developer will complete the project in time for a whole host of other reasons I think we're all aware of. So you see here's the amendments extending the vertical construction milestone to July 31, 2026, extending the substantial completion milestone to July 31, 2028. Currently, there's no impact to the general fund by taking this action here today. The amendments have been reviewed and approved as formed by the Law Department. Therefore, it's recommended the City Council approve the amendments and authorize all the necessary signatures. I do have a representative from the applicant that would like to say a few words. And at this point in time, I'll turn it over to him.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Austin Bradley with EPC Real Estate Group, 8001 Metcalf Avenue, Suite 300, Overland Park, Kansas, 66204. Thank you again for your time. You know, Troy did a great job kind of outlining where we've been and where we are. Really today what I want to do is reaffirm our commitment to you all to build the project that has been approved. We all have the exact same goal. It is build that project as fast as possible, and this amendment puts this project on the track to do that. I hope you see diligent progress despite all of those forces out of our control. We've been juggling a lot of curveballs, a lot of headwinds. It's not happening as quickly as anybody wants it to. We are as unhappy as anybody, I can assure you of that. Nonetheless, we have made diligent progress. You're seeing that on site, and there's an immense amount of work that is happening in the background. Not to belabor the amendment itself, it does two things, one of which is it separates it out. This is two different ownership groups. To make these projects financeable, we have to bifurcate the project. That must happen. And secondly, we're simply recasting, sliding out the schedule to align with everything that has happened to date. That's it. Again, the approval of this amendment is critical for this thing to move forward as quickly as possible. Kind of coming back around to some of the benefits that we've talked about at length in the past, this project is going to add much needed housing to Delano. It's going to add density to the downtown urban core. It's going to introduce this mix of uses. And probably most importantly, it's going to generate a lot of sales tax. That project has not changed. We're not asking for more incentives. We're not asking for a dilution of the program. It's made our job very difficult to deliver a project of this scale, size, and quality, but nonetheless, that's what we're committed to, and that's what we will deliver. So with that, we ask for your approval of this amendment so we can continue to work diligently as quickly as possible, get this built as fast as possible, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
We'll begin with Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. My question's for Troy. Thank you, Austin. Troy, could you go back to slide 79, please?
I'm sorry, which slide number?
79.
79.
And sorry if I should know this, I think I do, but I just want to confirm. We've talked a lot about parking this last year. Can you say more about the 260 stall parking garage? Is it just for the hotel and for the apartments, or does the city get any of those spaces, or what's going to happen with parking?
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. So this, the way the development agreement is structured today, the developer will build the parking garage as part of a mixed-use project. Upon substantial completion, the city will purchase the parking garage for a sort of not-to-exceed amount, which has already been negotiated as part of the development agreement. Once the city acquires the parking garage, again, because it's in substantial completion, we are immediately able to sort of release some of that parking garage, kind of a majority of the parking garage. There's percentages laid out in the development agreement to provide the necessary parking for the hotel, for the apartments, for the retail. It's not entirely 100% available to this development. There will be public parking available, and we'll manage that as part of our parking management assets. But ultimately, yes, we will acquire the parking garage. It'll be owned, operated, and controlled by the city, but we will be able to lease back a percentage of those stalls in that garage to benefit this particular development and really folks in Delano and beyond.
Yeah, way back in 2019, when we approved the baseball stadium, parking was, pardon me, was a huge concern. And one of the things that we kind of assured the community is that when the development around the baseball stadium happened, there would be more parking available. So this helps kind of fulfill that past obligation that we made to the
Absolutely.
community. So thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. A few questions, and this would probably be for Austin, the applicant. Really just two questions. So the vertical construction date would be July 31st, where things would go vertical according to the new agreement. At what point would you know if that is possible or not?
Yeah, it's a great question. Sometime in early Q2, I think we would have we would have to, frankly. We would have a negotiated contract with our contractor, GMP in place. A lot of that work that I mentioned that's in place is building the pad, a lot of the earthwork, moving a lot of utilities that have been there as part of the development initially. That all is behind us, which is great. We got a huge head start. And so that's really going to promote our ability to jump in and quickly go vertical. Obviously, our goal is to beat July 31st significantly, but nonetheless, I would say early Q2, we should have a pretty good indication of that.
I just want to get to July 31st and nothing
Absolutely.
be done. And so if we're going to know beginning of Q2 that it's not possible to be completed by July 31st, I'd be interested in that as a deadline.
Yeah.
Do you have pen to paper regarding the hotel project?
Pen to paper meeting.
An official hotel brand name? That's
Yeah,
fine.
absolutely. Yeah, we have our hotel management agreement executed, binding agreement.
Thank you.
And that's a Hyatt affiliate. That's not confidential.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if this is for Austin or Troy, but how can we ensure the community that this is the last extension? I know some of it is beyond, what we can control, but for anyone that may be losing confidence, just everybody's been really excited. The ballpark's here, couldn't be open for a year. Then it was open, during COVID, basically with one hand tied behind our back. Just how can we ensure that this is the last extension and that this is happening, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, great question, and certainly understand that. Rewind 3 years ago, I could not have forecasted what's happened today. Sure. So I certainly don't have a crystal ball. What I can tell you is, we're as close as we've ever been and have an immense amount of capital resources deployed to get us to where we are today. So we are confident, that this is going to proceed. Again, I don't have a crystal ball in terms of what else could pop up, but at this point in time, we feel extremely confident about it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Austin, what happens if number one, is it, maybe for Troy, is it for start vertical July 1st on the hotel or the apartments? Or
It's July 31st on both.
both? On both?
Yeah.
Okay. What if it doesn't happen by July 31st?
So from a technical legalese process, within the development agreement, there are sort of default proceedings, right? We would generally inform the developer that vertical construction has not commenced. They have a period to cure. I believe the development agreement also has kind of a second and final notice. And then at that point in time, then we can take whatever necessary default proceedings that are spelled out within the development agreement.
You guys at 2 30-day notices?
I think that's right.
Is that what I read?
Yeah.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. If that happens, at that point, do we go to court to get the land back, or do we just get the land back, or?
So So that becomes a really nuanced question. A lot of it circling around not necessarily vertical construction, but definition and interpretation of commencement of construction. But yes, that probably becomes arguably a very long, drawn-out process.
Okay, well, I hope we don't get there.
Yes.
I don't think we will.
I don't think so either.
So, yeah.
Let's start with questions for Troy. Can you go back to the timeline? I think there are some dates missing here, and I think it's important for our community to level set again with information. Many of us on this council were not here when the very first STAR bond was approved back in 2008. There are actually 2 STAR bonds, if I am not mistaken, that deal with this property. And I have asked communications to provide that timeline, and I hope that communications can put that online so that community sees this information. I know that Celeste Reset often talks about this, and it can get confusing because we're talking about 2 separate STAR bonds. The STAR bond that started in 2008, and then the STAR bond that was established in 2017. The 2008 STAR bond was for the River District, and so that's one area. And then the STAR bond in 2017, that's the stadium project. And so, again, I know that there are concerns because of a slide that you have. Troy, can you please go to slide number 84? This right here concerns me a lot. I know that currently, at this very moment, there's no financial consideration regarding impacting the general fund, so those are taxpayer dollars. However, because of the topic I just brought up, which is the STAR bond and how to pay for the stadium, it does become our problem, meaning taxpayer problem. Can you please address how, number one, the stadium was built, how it was paid for, and I'm pretty sure we have a debt payment coming up, so please address how this will be affecting us if we cannot fulfill. So in other words, it's going to be part of our general fund if we can't generate enough sales taxes to pay for this baseball stadium. Can you please address all of those things, which is really, it will affect the general fund if it does not produce?
Yeah, so if you notice, I'm looking around, hoping Mark Manning will dive in and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. So let me try to kind of land this plane a little bit. It's my understanding there was approximately $13 million in community improvement district funds that were ultimately used as part of the ballpark. There was $15 million in tax increment financing funds, another $42 million in what you refer to as the STAR bond funds. There was phase 1, as you alluded to, the STAR bond project, circa 2007, and then the phase 2 project, which was, to your point, 2017. So phase 1 will sort of retire in 2027. 2027, all of the development that is contributing to the STAR bond payments will retire in 2028 is kind of this critical year, right? In 2028, all of the phase 1 revenue will sort of go away. It'll still continue to be captured and collected, but it's no longer part of that STAR bond district to go back and retire the debt. So we're left with kind of the stuff east of the river, right? And so 2028 becomes that critical year where that doesn't expire until 2038, right? So there will be from sort of 2028 to 2038, there will still be another 10 years of STAR bond revenue, sort of CID. I don't have the CID TIF dates on hand. I can get those out to everybody, but we'll continue to collect not only the property tax, which is the TIF component, but also the sales tax, which is the CID and the STAR bond component, from 2028 to 2038. The debt retires in 2034, So there's sort of 4 years that we're still going to be able to capture revenue on the back end if for whatever reason, to your point, that the general fund or the debt service fund needs to make payments to cover the debt service obligation in years 2028 through 2034. That transition from sort of 2027 to 2028 becomes that critical transition period. Right now, our trajectory and our projections are, particularly for the CID and the TIF, look positive and look promising. Doesn't look like there's going to be risk to sort of the CID and TIF, but obviously continuing to see development such as this come online, hopefully earlier then, but by 2028 is going to continue to shore up our ability to mitigate and reduce that risk to sort of the general fund or debt service fund in 2028 to continue to make those debt service payments. I hope I articulated that well enough. Still don't have finance, but I can get you a more detailed explanation of all of that. We're super cautious about projections of those kind of things, just simply because we have no idea to the point of the crystal ball, right, if something's going to happen. But just looking at trend lines and just looking at trajectories, we still feel pretty good about where we're going to be at with retiring that debt associated to the ballpark by 2038. But again, continuing to clear the runway and make projects like this happen, or assisting in making these projects happen, is critical to long-term success.
This question is now for the city manager. Yep. City manager, this obviously, many of us were not on the council at that time, but you're the constant here, so I'm going to ask you questions. Sure. I know I have talked about the debt that the city will bear, not this debt, but in general, we have a deficit. And I've brought this up, I bring it up often, especially during the budget, because I know that there are looming things that are happening that are also going to be put on the backs of taxpayers. And so while people think I'm just the lone no against the budget because I'm against spending dollars, I want us to be prudent that we have looming budget deficit plus debt that is going to be accumulating. Can you address how this will continue to, not only will we have a deficit, we also have this debt that's looming, and as of right now, there's nothing that's generating sales taxes on the property that we're about to consider. Can you please address how councils before us thought about this as something that was wise to do when we're in 2025? I know you cannot predict COVID, you cannot predict weather, you cannot predict the base grant delays, but I have a lot of concern because I don't want this to, again, fall on taxpayers' backs.
Mayor, so let's talk a little bit about the history of the project. It was, I think the council wanted to put a package together, wanted all of us to work on a package that would recognize there's always risk when we're talking about development. The idea was that the development that occurred around the stadium would then help pay for a majority of the debt. There's a portion of the debt that it was out of the GO, and that was actually referenced earlier today when we talked about money being moved over from Crystal Prairie Lake. Portion of that was then assigned to the stadium, and we incurred debt. A lot of moving pieces on this one. As Troy said, so far we've done pretty well. It looks as if we are moving forward in a way that our TIF and CID debt will be satisfied through revenues that have been generated so far and into the future. Star Bond seems to be the only wild card, and the state had a backstop provision that we were to transfer funds if there's any deficiency in our ability to pay. So far, we have exceeded our expectations on the sales tax to support Star Bonds. In fact, to the point that in 2024, the trustee for the Star Bonds redeemed an additional $8 million in principal, which was beyond what was scheduled for that year. And then the following year, this year, has redeemed an additional 815 on top of what was scheduled. So we've advance paid on almost just slightly less than $9 million, which is good in terms of how that helps us going forward, because that principal coming off will reduce then our interest obligations going to the end. Should a project not go forward and we don't have revenue, they're probably right now just what's in today's district. And assuming that, well, not assuming, we know that we will have the phase one debt go off at the end of '27. There's probably about a gap of about $250,000 a year. And if this project moves forward as is anticipated, that any money that would be needed in the early years, say 28, 29, would operate just like a TIF district, and there would be more than anticipated revenues in the back half, and we would make up for the any money that came out of pocket. So in other words, this will work just like a TIF district, and we anticipate that the debt of $42 million in principal, actually total $62 million with interest, will be paid off at the end of 2038.
I was not here when we made a vote on a new stadium. And again, I would have not been in support of it had I been on this council. However, it is built, and there is debt, and that means we have to be responsible with how we're going to pay it back. And one of the ways to pay it back is when there's development on that property, so that there's sales taxes that then are generated to help pay for said new capital investment. So again, this is a very difficult conversation for all of us, because we just 2 months ago had another conversation about another failed development, and that's just across the river. And so I feel very concerned for citizens, because they feel as though every couple of years we ask for either extensions or a renewal of something that should have been already completed. And so I have expressed my concerns to the applicant, knowing that this community wants a real commitment. And again, I don't think the commitment has changed from 2023. The proposal for this project has maintained its quality and also what they're expecting to provide. So now I'm going to ask a question to the applicant, Austin. Do you actually have the funds to carry this project forward?
Happy to report we have our financing in place on both. Equity conversations are advanced on both. We have the majority of the capital stack pulled together. This is a crucial amendment that has to happen to allow us to finalize pulling that capital stack together. And part of that, on the front end of the amendment, bifurcating, this is a direct result of those engagements with our bank on both projects.
Then my next question is this. Obviously, this is going to be delayed. However, out of the two properties, hotel versus housing, the property taxes for the apartments have a abatement for a while. However, the hotel can start generating dollars and sales taxes that can help pay for what we currently have as debt. Can you talk to me about moving up the timeline for hotel versus the apartments, and can you do that so that we can start generating dollars to help pay for this debt?
Yeah, quick clarification. So the apartments, they do have 10,000 feet of retail. And so obviously that could be a office use potentially, if it's commercial space. It could also be retail. So that will generate some sales tax. That'll help. Obviously it's not a 158 key hotel with 2 F&B components to it. So totally understand the question, but wanted to make that clarification. As far as the hotel, again, there's an immense amount of complexities on these sites. It's with any urban development in any city. We have a baseball stadium next door. We have a river, 2 active corridors. MLB's involved relative to our cranes. When can our cranes be vertical? When can they be operating relative to game days, keeping pedestrian friendly paramount at the forefront. So that's really limiting from a means and methods our construction ability. So all that said, yes, I think that's absolutely possible, and frankly, that's our intent. We're still working through that, however, with our contractor relative to laydown space, parking, so on and so forth. And so that'll be an ongoing exercise that our team will continue to diligently pursue. What I can tell you, though, is both the hotel and the apartments, our goal is to get those going concurrently as quickly as possible.
Can I ask for the hotel to come online sooner than even the apartments? And I know that there's parking concerns because there's a parking garage to help with your guests.
Right.
However, we want to make sure that we have some sort of commitment here regarding, at the very least, this hotel.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask city manager what can be done in order to have at least the hotel start generating dollars. So this project, while it will be bifurcated, can you have the hotel come up sooner?
Well, it's going to be a function of their ability to get out of the ground. I do think in my discussions with Austin that he has the ability to get that hotel moving quicker and to possibly get it completed beforehand. I don't know if there's anything we can do that will help expedite that, other than to continue on building review as we have done. But I believe that it's your intent to move forward in that regard.
Yeah, and the hotel will go quicker once we start. So if both start at the same time, the hotel will deliver before the multifamily. We'll need a cooperative, kind of workable neighborhood, right? So if we're going to lose our laydown space, we got riverfront improvements we're dealing with, we got potentially another development to the north on the church property, active game day site. So it's really just going to be a collaborative effort to ensure that we can effectively build this deal by the time we need to have it complete. So by function, the hotel is a shorter construction duration than the apartments. So I think it's absolutely very possible. We just need to think through, what that means from a means and methods and a logistics standpoint as we build the projects.
Mayor, if I could, I'm sorry, I misspoke on the deficit. If this project doesn't go forward and we only rely on our revenue today in the Star Bond District, it's $2.5 million annually, not $250,000. I went back and looked at my notes, and I apologize for making that mistake. So that tells you about the importance of this project in terms of eliminating that gap.
So again, $2.5 million we would have to find in the general fund.
In sales tax revenues, yes, which would probably, either would come in debt service in the CIP, or it would come out of the general fund. And there's different ways to do it in the general fund. But yes, that is correct.
So again, can you explain that one more time?
Sure.
Of how imperative something actually gets delivered? And I understand frustration from community, wanting to see things happen sooner. They think that they could build it themselves. And we know from having conversations, because all 7 of us have had conversations with the applicant to understand the project, just how difficult it has been to get to this position in time. However, I do want to make mention that we are giving away free land and also a lot of different tax incentives to get this ball rolling. And so it is a little bit frustrating, and I speak on the behalf of the community on their frustration that nothing has come online so far. And I understand that there have been things out of your control, but that is the sentiment of this community, their frustration in seeing things keep on getting delayed. And so again, my question will be back to the city manager. How imperative is it that something actually gets developed here as promised?
It is very imperative, Mayor, and I think in your discussion or your inquiry regarding the hotel, that's why it is so important. If we need sales tax generated in this district as soon as possible to be able to satisfy the Star Bond debt requirements. And that also goes for the retail portion of the project. We have been fortunate. The baseball stadium has generated more revenue than we anticipated, and the district is doing well today. But we need to continue to have development in order for us to meet all of our debt obligations.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, there's 2 issues here that I see. One is making sure this project gets done ASAP, as quickly as possible. The second is how are we going to fill the gap in between when we start having to pull out of our general fund. So one of the STAR bonds is set to expire in 27?
Yes, end of 27.
Okay, is there any possibility, to spitball in here, that we could get that extended? Is that a state thing that they could look at to help pay off this debt?
So I want to make sure that we're all saying the same thing too. On a point of clarification, there's one STAR bond district, right? There's two phases to it. There was sort of previously sort of phase two. It's the phase one. That phase one is what sort of falls off in 2027. We still have the same one STAR bond district, right, that will continue. To answer your question about the extension, probably not, right? I don't know if we can get an extension on it, but again, some of the conversations we've had is that right now the debt is slated to retire in 2034, but the district won't retire until 2038. So we still have years on the back end where we're capturing sort of the whole tranche of revenue in those out years to cover any delta or gap that existed in years sort of 28 to 34.
Right, I get
Yes.
that. It's
Okay.
just how do we fill that gap in between so we're not paying for it out front, out of the general fund in a time that we're going to be pinched? And so just a point of clarification, when you say phase one expires, does that mean that there's less revenue coming in from the STAR bond?
Yes.
Okay, so again, is that something that we can have a conversation with maybe our state?
We can, yeah. We can
Okay.
reach out to the state and see if there's some options, right? We can talk to our bond counsel. We can reach out to the Department of Commerce. We can have those conversations and see what there are things that we can do to help mitigate that risk in those out years. It's absolutely something we can start talking to folks about now, for sure.
Okay, I think that's a conversation we need to have.
Yep.
Thank you.
I see no further questions for staff. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Austin. We will now open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. Celeste Reset, West Wichita, longtime Wichita native. Anyway, I got to go back. I try to correct things that are said, and I apologize when I'm incorrect. But earlier, it was misspoken that there was not an administrative regulation to keep track of donations from developers, so I went to my office and printed it, and I can give a copy to you. I can give a copy to City Manager Layton. But this administrative regulation was violated when there were 2 donations received from developer J. Russell in 2024, because the administrative regulation that you all are to follow as the City of Wichita is that any amount that exceeds $250,000 or more in a year, and his was $400,000, needs an agreement, needs an agenda, and needs minutes, and neither one of those were done until a year later. So if you want a copy, I could hand it out, but I wanted you to know I was correct. We violated our administrative regs when we took that donation from J. Russell, which I've got copies of here, before we signed the agreement in '25.
I don't want to get this into a debate. Technically, we didn't, because that was not adopted until after this time. We did not have that donation AR in place before that, to my recollection. It was adopted, I believe, in April of '25.
Was there one before this, though, that you were amending?
If we did, it was substantially different, I believe. But on top of that, we did meet, if you read there, it talks about accepting donations in advance of council action, but making sure that the council then, because I looked at this, Celeste, after you and I visited this afternoon, so we can debate this
We can
offline.
debate this later if there was another amendment. Again, I'm just trying to say, we're missing information when the public hears from you all. And if there was a previous administrative regulation, it'd be nice to know that without me having to guess when I come up here.
Celeste, I'll let your time start back over since, again, this was regarding a different topic and we don't usually take that, but because there was a clarification, I'm going to just start over the time, but can we stick to this specific issue?
Absolutely. Okay, so what I want to say about this ball stadium is that it is actually kind of a convoluted mess. And there are 2 of you that were on city council when the Ball Stadium was approved. The rest of you, you're right, are new, weren't part of this agreement. But the contracts were written without strict clawbacks. Land was given away without strict timelines. So the debt that we are facing right now from decisions that were made before the rest of you came on board, we've got $42 million in STAR bonds, we've got $13 million in SID bonds, and we got $14 million in TIF bonds. And yes, the clock has started ticking. In addition, we gave away prime real estate land alongside the Arkansas River for $1 an acre, and the promise was for apartments, hotel, restaurant, and retail establishments. But several mistakes were made from the get-go. There was no vote for taxpayers. You all on city council that have been here, there's 2 of you, made this without any vote by taxpayers. We had no voice. Projected revenue was overstated. Instead of using what the consultants had said we'd get from the revenue, you allowed the city manager to increase those revenue estimates. And Topeka now with STAR bonds has clamped down on that and said you must use third-party estimates. You can't use in-house estimates, so that's good. But you let the city manager up the estimates, so we overbuilt, and we didn't meet these deadlines, and there hasn't been enough happening to meet the schedule that we were relying on. So let's start with talking about the CID debt. I've got the schedule right here. This is the CID debt. And the payments are going to kick into, starting in 2026, to over $1 million a year. And I will give you a copy if you want it. This should be published on our website so taxpayers can see this. I also have the statements from the state of Kansas on the CID revenue, and it does not equal $1 million a year in this area. So we have a difference right now between revenue and debt in the Ball Stadium area. In fact, I created an Excel worksheet so I could track these monthly invoices we get from the state of Kansas. This should also be done by economic development staff and posted on our website so you can see the difference between revenue and debt when we have these discussions on the Ball Stadium. The debt on the CID is also going to increase each year, which means we've really got to get that CID tax going in that area. So as been mentioned before, the clock has started ticking. Everything we can do to continue with this development, short of giving more incentives, I support. In fact, I'm not here to say no to this extension. I'm here to support it because we are stuck and we've got to meet this debt schedule. That's just CID debt that we're not currently meeting. Now we can talk about STAR bond debt. And you're absolutely correct, Mayor Wu, in that the bond agreement, which I have right here, is very clear that if we cannot make the debt payments based upon sales tax revenue, it will come out of our general fund. And this is nowhere published in our financial statements so that taxpayers could see. This is like a hidden debt obligation that's getting ready to hit us really hard if we don't start ramping up revenue. I also have the debt schedule for phase 1. I don't care what you call it, it's phase 1. And it ends in 2027. And that's been providing us with about $2,500,000 a year in revenue that will be gone. $2,500,000, this is right off of the schedule, will be gone. And that means that any other development in phase 2, which is the Ball Stadium, has to be in place generating revenue to keep up with the $42 million debt plus the $20 million interest, which is $62 million that must be paid off on these bonds. So I'll just end by saying this. The debt payment in 2025, though we did make a principal payment, was roughly $3.9 million. But the revenue, which is depending on phase 1, just about makes that payment, but they're going to increase. The principal's going to kick in on the STAR bond debt. They're going to get higher payments, and yet we're losing $2.5 million in revenue to meet it. So your questions are so valid. I appreciate hearing the council members ask these questions. I really do. It gives me hope that you all know where we're at, what we need to do. I am not up here to say do not support the extension, because with the clawback and the 30 days, oh my gosh, I don't know how we'd find a developer to take over this mess. I believe EPC has the best of our intentions in mind, so I would say approve the extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. Councilmember Glasscock. Thank you. We'll continue with public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Something else I think we should consider, we do have, I don't know, maybe around $27-28 million still in the permanent reserve. Maybe look at tapping into that to float that as well. If we expect that we will make that money back on the back end, I think that just should be another option. That way we're not taking more money from the general fund and having to cut services anymore. So just putting it out there, that might be a possible option as well. Something that we have to discuss as this becomes clearer as we move along. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I've done a lot of research on this, and Celeste, thank you. Got the same numbers, so that's a good thing. You know, I had a lot of angst for this project. However, when I did my research, one thing was common, and that was everyone had good things to say about EPC. So that's encouraging that everybody does. So I know they want to keep that reputation going forward, and so I think they will really value this project. So I will be supporting this project, and just want to see some steel up this summer.
I will just add a quick comment. I had mentioned that we had some timelines. Those have been added to the Equity Bank page on the city's website. I also wanted to address a comment made by our public comment speaker, and that is information regarding debt payment. I know that Mark just arrived, so I wanted to make sure if this information is already available on the website, where is it? If it's not, can that be made available so people understand that this is not numbers that we're making up? This is literally debt that could be on the backs of individuals here in our community. So either economic development or Mark, can either one of you address where on the website this will be located?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Mark Manning with the Department of Finance. So, of course, every time we issue debt, all of our debt service is public information and is provided on a variety of websites. However, sometimes some of our debt is embedded in multiple series. So sometimes the series may not be broken out specifically by SID and by TIF. But having said that, we certainly can do that without any problem at all. We have done it in the past. We've done it in response to CORAs, so it's absolutely no problem at all to do. So yes, we can do that.
For point of transparency, if that could be available, that would be very helpful, again, for community to understand how this is getting us to this point of talking about debt.
Yep.
Thank you. I see no further comments. I will just add, thank you again, Austin, and to the team. What I heard from you is a commitment that you have not changed the quality of what you have promised this community. I know that we have seen renderings of what will happen at that corner, and we want it to be successful because we want to, again, not only provide an asset to this community, but also help us pay for the debt for this asset that was created years ago. With that, I know that this community, again, wanted to get some answers, and we wanted to make sure that those answers were provided in public comment. So I will move that the City Council approve the amendments and authorize all necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Municipal Court Competency Evaluation Services.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Nathan Emery, Court Administrator for the record. The background on this is that the City of Wichita Municipal Court does competency evaluations to determine whether individuals are competent to stand trial. Our Municipal Court Rule 25 provides the procedures, and we use qualified mental health professionals to make those determinations. In July, we put out an RFP to identify or to request proposals for qualified mental health professionals to provide those services to the court under contract. We had 2 respondents, and those respondents were individuals who were previously and are currently providing those services to the court. Jody Patterson and Shelby Hendrickson, independent clinicians with the Therapy Center. They were selected, both of them were selected for contracts to offer flexibility, and because of their experience having already completed over 100 competency evaluations for the court, understanding of court rules and procedures, and competitive pricing relative to state reimbursement rates. The contract is for $500 per evaluation, won't exceed $100,000, and the term is for 1 year with the option to renew. It's been reviewed as to form by the law department, and it is recommended that the City Council approve the contract, authorize the necessary signatures, and approve any necessary budget adjustments. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you. Nathan, 2 quick questions that just stood out to me. It says 2 responses were received, and then we're awarding 2 responses, which just seems a little unusual. So how many people was this sent to maybe apply, and maybe how many people do this work in Wichita, are qualified to do this work in Wichita?
I'll tell you, this work is kind of niche, because typically it's done in the district court, and so ComCare gets state reimbursements. Most of the people in this space work for the defense bar, not for cities. And so previous to this, we worked very hard to find clinicians who are willing to work for the city, and found these 2 individuals. So we communicated prior to even the RFP, prior to having any clinicians, to try to find healthcare professionals who'd be willing to do this. I got several responses from people saying, not a chance.
So it's very niche.
Yes, and
you're
so
satisfied.
these 2 individuals have been doing it. We put it out through the normal city channels, and these were the folks who wanted to do it. I think that we would have potentially space to have more folks contracted with if we so found them, and there would be no problem with that. But these are the folks who identified themselves as wanting to do this work for the city.
Okay, thank you. This is maybe not exactly germane to this, but you said there's 100 evaluations, and they're ruling competency. How many people were ruled not competent?
Yeah, so I can tell you that this year alone, we've had 79 evaluations. Presently, we have 7 evaluations out of those 79 pending. 37 of those individuals were found incompetent. 23 of those individuals were found competent, and 2 refused, with 10 kind of indeterminate.
How does that compare to 2024?
When we first started the program, we had a much higher rate of findings of incompetency. What that kind of shows me is that it's not something we had done before, and so the least capable people were the folks who were getting reviewed, right? So there was a very high level of incompetency. I think as the program has gone on, the judges are looking and saying, hey, I've got a question. And so there's more borderline cases, and so we're seeing a lot more cases where the evaluators come back and say, no, I think this person has the capability, rather than a vast majority at coming back incompetent. So it represents kind of a growth and maturation of the program.
And of the cases that are coming before you for competency, can you share what the majority of these infractions are?
I mean, so it's a wide variety. It could be environmental, it could be domestic violence. So it really is across the board. A lot of the individuals are identified by counsel, and so if they have counsel and counsel is struggling to communicate, struggling to be able to have the individual articulate their defense to them, that's when they would identify to the judge, hey, I think this person may be struggling with competency, I'd request that you request an evaluation. So it could be in any one of our courtrooms. It could be in any one of our case types.
What happens after an incompetency has been identified?
So what will happen typically is the case will be dismissed. Then the city attorney's office refers that case to the district attorney's office to see if they want to take it up, and that's where they can access restoration services. I can tell you that it doesn't get picked up very often, but that is the opportunity. We don't have restoration services on our side, so we do, if someone got a new case, we do reevaluations, I think, after 90 days. So if someone was evaluated, the judges will generally deem them still incompetent if that evaluation is within 90 days and they haven't received restoration services through the county or any identifiable restoration services. If it's older than 90 days, then they would probably refer that person for an additional evaluation.
Sorry, I'm asking all these questions, but this has brought on, I guess, another layer of inquiry, having had the conversations about housing earlier this morning. And you mentioned that some of these cases are environmental court, which we were talking about that this morning, and also dismissal of some of these cases. So in situations where an individual has been deemed incompetent, then the case will be dismissed, and the DA's office, more than likely, more often than not, does not take on that case. Is that
That's correct?
So then what happens in those situations? I think that, can you explain maybe a real case scenario, more specific to environmental court though?
So I really don't have personal experience observing an individual case in that environment, so I don't think I could.
I would ask the city manager for this specific topic, I don't know if that can be part of the discussion when the task force comes around, because this does talk about dismissal of cases, and if there's a case where a home is, or an individual is deemed not competent and the case gets dismissed, but yet the remediation's not available, I think that's part of the frustration that some have mentioned regarding housing. So can that also be part of that conversation?
Yeah, that may be better or discussed by our staff in terms of what resources we have available. I'm not sure I want to bog this committee down with that or task force down with that, but yes, we'll.
Can that be a staff?
Yep.
Thank you.
I would say that I think that's likely a very low frequency occurrence off of that docket, but that's, once again, that's what I believe. It's not based on numbers.
Thanks, Nathan. I see no further questions for you. We will open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public who would like to speak. I will bring it back to the bench, and I will go ahead and move that the City Council approve the contract, authorize the necessary signatures, and approve any necessary budget adjustments.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Amendments of sections 602.010, 602.020, 602.030 of the Code of the City of Wichita pertaining to the Animal Services Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jan Jarman with the Law Department. I am here to tell you about a pretty minor amendment to Title 6.02. That's the Animal Service Advisory Board. Shanita, how do I move this along? Oh, I can just use this. Okay. Just to remind you, the Animal Advisory Board was created in 2015 to allow citizens more input into what's happening at our Wichita Animal Shelter. The board currently consists of 7 at-large members appointed by the City Council and Mayor, with the goal of one of those members being from a local rescue group. In addition to the 7, a few years ago, under a different mayor, there was an addition of an 8th member being appointed by the mayor, and that person had to be a vet. That was a requirement, not a goal. At this point, an 8-member board isn't always a problem, but it can be a problem because you could have a tie. Although our chair on that board doesn't vote, but we'd like to make this like a regular board where there's 7 members and the chair gets to vote along with everybody else. The ordinance also changes, just some housekeeping. We're trying to change the name from the Animal Control Advisory Board and to the Animal Services Advisory Board because most of Title VI has tried to change the wording to Animal Services instead of Animal Control, a small thing. So we are asking in this ordinance amendment that I will tell you that the board, this did go to the Animal Service Advisory Board. They voted on it. They asked for a couple changes, which were made. Originally, when we wrote it, it was not going to have a goal at all of a rescue or a goal of a vet, but they felt real strong that they wanted that to remain a goal. It is still at the discretion of each member of council to appoint their person. Hopefully, one of you will try to put a rescue on there, and one of you will try to put a vet, but it'd be at your discretion. So they approved it, and at this point, we would ask you to approve it as well and authorize the necessary signatures. I stand open for questions.
Thank you, Jan. Questions for staff? I see none. Thank you. We will now open it up for public comment.
George Theo Harris, 2115 South Chautauqua. I want to address this ordinance change. I have been appalled to think that we went to 8 way back in 2016, 9 years ago. You don't put even numbers on any board for the fear that there would be a tie. But of course, maybe you really didn't care because we're an advisory board. And although I would say on this animal and bicycle board that I was on previously, that I have been able for you to listen to us. But the old saying goes, just because it's not happening when you expect it to, doesn't mean it will never happen. But that being said, it sickens me that everything is like slow motion in this city. I don't have to have everything now, but within reason. Like the bike path on East Mount Vernon from Woodlawn to the river was supposed to be done in November 2019, before COVID. Then they blamed COVID, why we didn't get it done, till 2026, 6.5 years later, and it's still not done. Just wrong. I put this on because I appreciate, I am so thankful that this mayor is seeing that the ordinance should have never been changed to 8, and now we're changing it back to where it should be at 7. So thank you, Mayor Wu, so much of being transparent as I take this mask off to represent that you are being transparent, and thank you again. Now, mind you, nobody on this city council was there in 2016 when this backroom deal was hatched. But now I can barely get a front door meeting with the mayor, so I know there aren't any backroom deals being done with Mayor Wu. Thank you for your transparency again. It has taken years to get the city to work on the dog licensing process problem, and finally you listened. The other 6 cities our size license cats, not just dogs. Please listen to us, or at least me, as I am not as dumb as I look. My wife agrees. Thanks, Doge, Department of George Enlightenment. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Any other individuals who would like to speak on this item? I see none. I'm bringing it back to the bench. With that, I move that the City Council adopt the ordinance and authorize all necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Funding for converting Central Library to event venue.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Lindsay Banaka with the City Manager's Office. A little bit of background on this project, which is just to initiate funding for the remodel or the converting of the library property. The former Central Library building was built in 1966. It's primarily composed of cast concrete, glass, steel, and is representative of brutalistic style architecture and design. The initial design, structure, and most of the systems have not changed throughout the building's 59-year history, with only minor interior renovations over the years. In 2020, the building was placed on the National Register of Historic Places. The building offers a unique opportunity to address Wichita's growing demand for event space. The project that we're initiating tonight is to repurpose the building's main floor only into flexible revenue-generating venue opportunities for weddings, banquets, meetings, and more activities. The initiative will activate the currently vacant city asset, enhance the Century 2 campus, and support the city's cultural and economic vitality. In a little bit of analysis, the budget and scope of work assumptions for this project were made utilizing the evaluation conducted by ASM, our property manager of Century 2, and as well as the building assessment information generated by GLMV, now Tesserae, that they did for the city back in 2019. The facility itself is about 90,000 square feet with 4 levels, including a mezzanine. For the sake of scope of this project, we're only considering the first floor of the property. The improvements will account for accessibility issues or concerns, life safety systems, heating, ventilation, and cooling, and electrical systems, and an under-insulated building envelope. It'll address asbestos, lead paint abatement, and interior finishes. Again, we're really just looking at the first floor only. This is a very loosely estimated timeline because we really don't know until we start getting in there because the last assessment was done 6 years ago. Upon approval of the project budget tonight, we'll open a request for proposals to begin concept development. A selection of an architect and design services will return to City Council depending on how quick we can get that RFP and selection process turned around. We anticipate coming back in January of next year. Design of the improvements are anticipated to be completed throughout next year, with construction being completed possibly in third quarter of 2027. That's our best estimate right now in kicking off the project, if we're able to do so after tonight's meeting. For financial considerations, the adopted CIP includes $2 million for this project, which is funded out of the TGT, or the Transient Guest Tax Fund. The Law Department has reviewed the bonding resolution as to form, and staff recommend that council approve the project and budget, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize necessary signatures. And with that, I'm able to answer questions, and I'm hoping my Public Works colleagues are still in the room if you have any questions for them as well.
Thank you, Lindsay. Councilmember Glasscock.
Thank you, Mayor. Lindsay, great project. I'm excited to save this historic building, and I think this is the type of project that can save the building. So thank you for your work on this. I know this was a long time coming for everybody on the bench, and I think the community as well. And I think this is really the perfect plan for it. Just one quick question, and I know you have an answer for it. When I toured a couple months ago, it's probably, this all blends together, it's probably a year ago. Obviously, there was water damage from the roof. The roof's been replaced now. Is the water damage fixed on the third floor? That's not going to have negative effects on the first floor because we are just doing renovations on the first floor.
I can confirm that the roof has been done, as you said. In terms of renovations to the third floor or water damage, there's likely still appearance of damage, but there's no further damage of water intrusion coming in.
It's just not going to affect any of the involvement or action on the first floor?
Not that I'm aware of. I'll ask Gary to confirm that, as I am not the building expert.
Awesome.
Mayor and council members, Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. I can't give you a firm answer on that specific, but what I will tell you as we move forward with the project, assuming your approval this evening, there's a one of the items we would take a look at, because even though the focus is on the first floor, we can't have anything above that that's going to impact what will happen on the first floor. So we'll confirm that. The roof has been replaced, took care of those issues there. We don't want anything else finding its way to the first floor, so we'll make that part of the initial analysis going forward.
Thank you. It doesn't have to be state-of-the-art, just want to make sure it doesn't affect the rest of the project. So,
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ballard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of piggybacking on that, we've heard a lot about mold today, so I just want to make sure that any water damage didn't create any problems such as mold.
Yeah, I think one of our most recent analysis took a look at that, and that'll certainly be part of what we'll do going forward. That's a pretty quick analysis, and we'll be able to take a look and just make sure there's no impact as we reactivate this building for the public. We want to make sure that that is mitigated.
Lindsay, a couple questions for you. This central library has sat basically dormant. I know that there are nonprofits that have utilized this space. Can you give us just a little bit of background in terms of how long it's been vacant officially? And then I'll have a follow-up question.
Sure. To the best of my recollection, it's been vacant since the Advanced Learning Library opened in 2018, 2019? 17, between 2017 and 2019. As soon as the Advanced Learning Library came online, this library was vacated. It has, as you mentioned, been utilized by several nonprofits and Sedgwick County, obviously, for the vaccine clinic, but throughout the years, there's been pop-up events that have happened. Salvation Army is actually in the space right now, getting ready for their Operation Holiday work. You have had a special event there. So it has been utilized, but not in a long-term capacity because of the significant building needs that the facility has. We did issue a round of RFPs, or not RF, I think we did an RFI as well, to work with the local nonprofit community to see what kind of activation for the space could possibly exist. We did have several respondents throughout those various RFPs, RFIs, RFQs, but we didn't have any viable applicants who were able to put in the capital necessary to make the renovations needed to make it a habitable space. Does that answer your question? Okay.
It does. Thank you, Lindsay. This question now is for the city manager. Obviously, this has sat vacant for a good portion of almost 8 years.
Since 2018. June
2018,
of
so
18,
7
yes.
years. I wanted to know, since again, many of us were not on this council at that time, what was the plan for that building? And again, I say this from the bench often because I know that we have a lot of assets that this community has invested in. And it's important to maintain assets that we have invested in. That includes sidewalks, that includes things that are not the flashy topics, but it's important to maintain what we have. So can you tell me, give me context of what was the conversation about what was supposed to happen with this building?
Mayor, the discussion at the time was that there was a feel that it would have some relationship with the Bob Brown and Century 2 buildings, and that it would play an important role in the redevelopment. But at that time, I think we did have a redevelopment plan, didn't really, but I think it was somewhat dated. There was discussion about updating the plan and then determining how that could be used for, similar to what we're talking about now, is a possible venue space or ballroom space. But there was nothing firm at that time. It was to be determined in the future.
And City Manager, one more question regarding that timeline. If it was 2018, this was about the same time as the conversation regarding baseball. Can you address why baseball went forward, but nothing on the east side of the bank? Why that took precedence over the other when we have been talking about a lot about the asset. You just mentioned Bob Brown, that was mentioned last week also. Century 2 has been mentioned multiple times, and then this facility right here. I guess I want to help this community understand that how decisions are made when it comes to focusing our efforts.
Sure, I don't think it was ever considered an either-or type of discussion. I may get my dates off a little bit, but I think this is around the time of the discussion about the Riverfront Master Plan as well. And I believe that the discussion was what would you do to generate activity on the East Bank? And that was, I'm pretty sure that was the time frame that that discussion started. So they weren't turning their back on the east side. I think that there was an approach that would have, that was trying to provide a redevelopment plan for that area.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Just adding to that, 2018 was a conversation. I know Mayor Longwell had a committee on Century 2 that was looking at a potential reuse. Recommendation came to council at a workshop. I forget which date that was, that led into 2019's conversation of the Riverfront Development Master Plan. All of that community engagement, somewhere around 60, 80 meetings in the community. Recommendations were coming back, so after kind of no decision was made on Century 2, it was just kind of a placeholder until the Riverfront Development Master Plan came through, which was going to have a plan to either save the structures or demolish or reuse in some way, shape, or form, and then COVID hit. So it wasn't that it wasn't being considered. We were looking at both East and West Bank, but then the Riverfront Plan, of course, everybody remembers what happened with that. But that it was going to be a part of that, and that was kind of where it ended up. And then after that, we were trying to figure out how to use the building since we kind of stopped moving forward with that plan, and leads up to today.
Thank you. And thank you, Lindsay, for addressing that there have been multiple requests for ideas or proposals regarding reusing or reactivating this space. However, as you mentioned, none of them were viable because it required capital. And so this in particular is an opportunity to not just reuse the space, but more specifically just the first floor for now, so that it can generate revenue to then continue to make improvements into this building. So again, it's just the first floor, and this has not gone out to request for proposals. If this gets approved, it will then go out for a request for proposals for anyone in the community that thinks that they can design this first floor. But in that scope, it will also look into some of the water concerns, as I'm hearing correctly, regarding this proposal as well. So I am very appreciative that within the last 7 months, and you addressed that I had an event there, that would have been the State of the City address that I had on March 16th. And in that conversation, I simply asked, what can we do with this building? I gave an idea that did not come to fruition, but it got the conversation started. But it also refocused the effort. And that is what I hope we can glean from this. When we have engagement from this community, just like we did this morning and afternoon, this community comes up with really great ideas, win-win solutions for all. And I think that this is an important building. And I'm very appreciative of the individuals like Salvation Army that are going to utilize it for the holiday giveaway time this year. But moving forward, this will become a space that can have revenue generating that can then go back to renovating and keeping this building into its civic use again. So thank you to the entire staff for coming up with ideas, entertaining some of these requests for proposals and ideas from the community, but we didn't want the community to think that they were not being heard. It was just capital dollars that would have renovated the entire building. We simply don't have, but for the first floor that can then generate revenue to then continue to make improvements is the most viable solution. And so thank you again to staff. With that, we'll open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I will move that the City Council approve the project, budget, adopt the bonding resolution, and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Agreements for 29th and Grove Environmental Remediation Project.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Gary Jansen, Public Works and Utilities. I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about multiple elements of an effort to provide groundwater remediation in the area of 29th and Grove. I've got representatives here with me from Union Pacific, as well as their engineering consultant, Arcadis, and I'm going to introduce one of them here shortly to help walk through some of the critical components of this project. What we're looking at tonight and asking for your approval on includes use of public right-of-way and public stormwater management system agreements. These are in place to allow for the remediation system to be constructed and also to help with cost recovery on our end for maintaining our systems and staff time involved with that. It also includes lease agreements for use of public property in 3 locations, which will be talked about more within the presentation here shortly. And then we'll wrap all that together here at the end and talk about what the timing of this looks like. Some quick background. Location is generally near 29th and Grove in northeast Wichita. Just some history. There was a chemical spill discovered in the 1990s. The original owner was Missouri Pacific Railroad, the current owner being the Union Pacific since 1982. The TCE is the primary contaminant with other VOCs at lower concentrations is what the focus of this effort is going to be with this remediation. The groundwater plume is generally bounded by Minnesota, Grove, Murdoch Streets, and the Union Pacific Railroad to the north, and you'll see more of this as we go through here. I'm actually going to introduce William Simmel with Arcadis. He's going to walk you through really what's happening with this project, where it's happening at, how the remediation system is going to work, what's going to be happening within the public right-of-way, talk about some of the timing. I'll come back then and talk about the agreements, financial considerations, all those things, and talk about the timing of the project. So William is the principal environmental engineer with Arcadis and the engineer of record for this project. I'm going to let him take you through the next handful of slides.
Thanks, Gary. Hi, everyone. My name is William Summel with Arcadis. I'll first talk a little bit about the remedy that we're proposing to continue at the site, and then I'll talk about implementation of the remedy and how it pertains to the agreements that Gary talked about at the beginning. So there's been extensive soil vapor, and groundwater tests conducted at the site since 2000 under the supervision of KDHE. We've also done a lot of remediation at the project. There's a hydraulic containment system located on Murdoch Avenue that's been in operation since 2009. There's also been in-situ bioremediation in the source area since 2018. Moving forward with KDHE's approval, we are going to add 3 new groundwater treatment systems. 2 of them, we call them Transsex BC and DE, and they are dynamic groundwater recirculation systems. We essentially take groundwater out of the ground, we move it to a centralized treatment system, we treat it. A majority of that water gets re-injected via injection wells, and then the remaining water will get put into the stormwater sewer system. The third system is an expansion of the existing system on Murdoch Avenue. We call it Transect F. We will be adding 2 extraction wells as part of that system. Unlike the first 2 systems, there's no re-injection component, so all the treated water will be discharged into the stormwater sewer system. When we implement this project, we're going to have 3 different treatment system buildings, similar to the photo at the top right, a little metal building. The diagram at the bottom right of the slide is a schematic of all the process equipment that will be inside of these buildings. We'll have a fence around the system, and then we'll have a conveyance line going from our extraction wells to our injection wells, and this will house water conveyance lines, power, and communication lines. If I use my mouse, can you guys see me move my mouse around? Okay. So this is the site as Gary showed on the previous slide. So we have our 3 systems. We have Transect BC, which is the top one, Transect DE, which is the middle one, and then Transect F, which is the expansion of the existing hydraulic containment system on Murdoch Avenue. So this is, it's flipped a little bit, so north is pointing to the right. So this is the Transect BC system. So you can see 21st here and Opportunity Drive. I'll break down kind of our features and how it pertains to the agreements that Gary discussed. So right here on Opportunity Drive, we have the location of our treatment system building. This will be covered under the lease agreement. All the colored lines that you see going throughout the page are our conveyance lines in the right-of-way, and this will be the water conveyance lines, the power, and the communication lines. And this will be handled under the right-of-way agreement. I will note that there are 2 instances for this transect. There's a little strip mall here just south of 21st Street, and then the Boys and Girls Club on the north side of Opportunity Drive. We have some infrastructure there that we will be installing, but it's privately owned, so Union Pacific will have a separate agreement with those 2 entities to get those work completed. And then the third component of this is the stormwater discharge. So the treated water will go to the stormwater sewer connection to the existing manhole that's located just north of the system on Opportunity Drive. For Transect to DE, it's a lot of the same. So the white box you can see here just north of 13th Street and by Highway 135 is the location of our proposed treatment system building. Again, the colored lines are our conveyance lines that we'll be installing. And then the stormwater discharge location is just to the west, or east, sorry, of our treatment system location on 13th Street. And then finally, we have Transect F, which is located on Murdoch Avenue. This is an expansion of the existing hydraulic containment system that we have. We'll be installing 2 extraction wells towards the east. Our current system actually is on the north side of Murdoch, but we had a meeting with the Board of Park Commissioners in April to relocate that system south of Murdoch on this parcel right here, which is actually owned by the Board of Park Commissioners, and they approved this siting in that meeting. And then similarly, we have our stormwater discharge, which would be on the north side of Murdoch, just north of the treatment system building. So I think if there's any questions, or Gary, back to you.
Thank you, William. So I mentioned earlier the 2 agreements that are in place that we're requesting your approval of this evening. From a financial considerations perspective, there's no direct cost responsibility for the city. However, as with any other use of public right-of-way, per code, there are fees associated with that. You heard William talk about the discharge of the treated groundwater through our stormwater system. There's fees associated with that for utilizing some of the capacity. Also, if we look at the system could be in place for 10 to 15 years, that will have an impact on our stormwater system over time. So we have cleaning and repair fees built into these agreements. So I think we're in a good place with our overall cost recovery over the course of time. So the private use of public stormwater management system agreement is to govern the safe discharge of treated groundwater to the public storm sewer, facilitate the lease of public property involved in remediation efforts, which William talked about, the 3 locations, including the one that was approved by the Park Board, and ensure recovery of all public costs involved with administration oversight of the agreement, because we'll have staffing costs throughout the period of time monitoring the discharge to the system, including the amounts. The right-of-way use agreement that I mentioned is to authorize the use of public right-of-way for installation, operation, and maintenance of remediation infrastructure involved in those same efforts and ensure cost recovery for the same. We do have automatic shutoff procedure in place to mitigate increased flood risk. So as the system is operating and taking up some capacity within our system, we want to be very cognizant of what happens if we have any large rain events. So we've got that in place that will be activated when needed if the system has to shut down, and that's what will happen for the period of time it takes to evacuate stormwater and not cause any additional issues. The Law Department has reviewed and approved the agreements as to form. The agreements align with existing city code and regulatory requirements. William mentioned this. KDHE will oversee the remediation plan and compliance. Construction, assuming your approval this evening, construction of remediation systems are projected to begin in the 3rd quarter of next year. I noticed that I didn't have a financial considerations part on this PowerPoint, but I kind of talked about all of that. There's no upfront direct costs. We do feel good about the agreements that are in place for cost recovery over this full period of 10 to 15 years. This has been a considerable effort across multiple departments to get to this point. So I'm really happy to be here tonight to know that we're moving forward. We've worked very closely with Councilmember Johnson for some time now. There's been multiple divisions in Public Works and Utilities involved. Our multiple parts of the city manager's office, including the Office of Project Management, and our real estate experts have been in this. City Attorney's Office has been involved, so it's been a real collaborative effort to get to this point, so we're ready to move forward. With that, staff recommends City Council approve the private use of public stormwater management system and right-of-way use agreements, lease agreements, and authorize the necessary signatures, and we would be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I can't say thank you enough to you, Gary, and the team, and Denise, and legal, and city manager's office, UP, and just working through all of this, Arcadis. I am glad that we are here. I wish third quarter of 2026 was fourth quarter of 2025. But the only question I had, I saw on that map, are we moving that facility from the north side of Murdoch and Murdoch Park to the south side of Murdoch? Is that what I understood?
Correct.
Okay, so that whole building will be taken down and that'll go back to just basically parkland?
That's correct. It's actually on, I think KDOT land.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
yes,
that-
it'll be decommissioned after we build the other one across the street.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple quick questions. One, is there any federal funding as part of this source? I know with the water center at Herman Hill Park, for example, there was. So just kind of curious and make sure that we can count on the funding a little further down the road.
The difference here is this cost is all the responsibility of Union Pacific.
Okay.
And there are no cost obligations for the city of Wichita. We chose to with the water center and the remediation of the groundwater contamination. That was an agreement we had with the EPA that we chose to take on that treatment ourselves. We're going to have oversight and monitoring of a private system that the Union Pacific will have responsibility for through KDHE.
Okay, as second question, these buildings are just going to be strictly for the infrastructure for the project?
Correct.
Okay. The last one real quick, you indicated 10 to 15 years. Is that kind of the timeline we can think about as far as when the water source will be safe again?
Yeah, I think based on what I've heard from Arcadis in particular on the monitoring now, the sampling, the test results we've seen over the course of time, it makes sense with that projection. So 10 to 15 years is what everybody's thinking at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further questions for staff or Arcadis. We will now open it up for public comment. I see no one from the public. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make a motion, I just want to say I'm really glad to be here today. Anybody who's been following this knows that one of the key things I wanted to get done before I left this seat was to make sure that these remediation devices got into the ground. We know it's at least a decade to clean that groundwater, and that clock doesn't start until these devices are in the ground. So I'm excited today that we are at that step, at least on our end, to get hurdles cleared and agreements done to move forward with that. And I am looking forward to third quarter of next year for those devices to get in the ground. One of the most important things is getting the groundwater cleaned up, and that way the community can feel safe again with the concerns that they have and knowing what's there. And this is just one piece of every other effort, but today this, to me, is the most important piece, and that's making sure that we can get those devices in the ground. So with that, I would move that the City Council approve the private use of public stormwater management system and right-of-way use agreements and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the last item?
2026 Cultural Funding Operational Grant Recommendations.
So sorry, I'm not
Apologize, second to last.
happy to be your closer of new business today, though. Lindsay Banacco with the City Manager's Office, here for one of my favorite presentations to give each year, which is the recommendations of the Cultural Funding Committee for grant allocations for fiscal year 2026. A little bit of background is the city's strategic plan was adopted last year in relationship to cultural arts. As a reminder, our mission is to ensure everyone has equitable access to cultural arts opportunities by activating the creative potential of our community. Our vision is that Wichita is recognized as a community where artistic expression is an integral part of the city's success, where arts thrive, and where cultural heritage is preserved and celebrated. Within the strategic plan, there were two key areas that impacted tonight's action. One was to evaluate the cultural institution program and assess it for accountability and community impact. And then the latter, which was to revamp the allocation structure of the cultural funding program to support growth, creativity, and accountability. So the recommendations that you're going to hear tonight are a long time coming. The plan was adopted in 2024, but we spent several years in development of that plan, working with community partners, working with longtime recipients of the program, and prospective recipients of the program who couldn't quite figure out how to navigate it. So several years in the making to make the changes for next fiscal year's grant allocations. And the best person to describe those changes is Jesse Kozer, our Cultural Arts Administrator, who oversees the cultural funding program. So with that, I'll pass it over to him.
Thank you, City Council. Jesse Koza, Cultural Arts Administrator with the Division of Arts and Cultural Services. To continue the background, I wanted to walk you through the changes for this year. The city has funded arts and cultural organizations here in Wichita for a very long time. About 20 years ago, an arts task force recommended the city of Wichita start a competitive grant program, and that put into motion what we now call our operational grant opportunity. Through these grant opportunities, the Cultural Funding Program provides support to local nonprofit arts and cultural organizations and to our local individual artists, all of whom, I will quickly remind you, are small businesses. These grant opportunities are overseen by the Volunteer Cultural Funding Committee. There are 11 committee members, 7 of them appointed by the mayor and city council, and the remaining 4 appointed by the Arts Council. The Arts Council also chooses the chair of the committee. The committee reads every application for each of our opportunities, and after dozens of hours, comes up with these recommendations that we're presenting to you today. Part of that work is making sure the application continues to be in line with our cultural plan. Our grant program is offered every year, and historically, applications are new and competitive every year. I want to point out very quickly that this most recent cycle had 7 people reviewing applications instead of 11 due to some vacancies on the board and an excused absence. So we're currently looking for 3 new members for the committee, and applications for that are online. Another quick note, there are many factors that go into these recommendations, and that's why they historically tend to shift from year to year. The funding pool changes as the mill levy value changes, though that can be consistent. But we have seen an increase in the number of applications. Historically, we've seen 20 a year. Last year, it was 39. This year, it was 34 applications. So the number of applications continues to rise. The slices of pie shrink every time we get new applications, right? The amounts those organizations qualify for also change from year to year for various reasons. And we also have turnover on the committee. So the scoring, and that affects the awards, tends to lead to adjustments in the awards. So back in 2013, the city started offering 3 types of grants: operational grants, artist access grants, and developing arts grants. Operational grants were divided into 3 categories: small, medium, and large, and those categories were based on budget size. And like most things, it worked well for its time, but it needs some adjustment to meet the moment today. We started looking at the program in earnest about a year after I started, making some of the changes, meaning that some of the changes you're seeing today have been discussed for well over 2 years. And if I can, very quickly, soon after I started, Lindsay gave me a sheet that listed major initiatives for the Division of Arts and Cultural Services. There were 30 major initiatives. If you know Lindsay, that's about 1/10 of what she wants to do. Cultural plan was number 1. 1C was revamping the cultural funding program. So I've been here a little over 3.5 years. We've been working on it for that long. So our new plan divides our grants into 2 categories: operational grants, which I'll get back to in just a moment, and activation grants. Now, activation comes from that mission that Lindsay just read, to activate and strengthen Wichita's creative potential. The Activation Grant combines two of our older opportunities, Artist Access and Developing Arts. These provided capacity building or professional development funding for individual artists and local organizations, respectively. And the Activation Grant will do the same thing, but it also provides programmatic funding for artists or organizations with good ideas. You might remember last year we had the Arts Thrive Grant. We've seen two of those three projects already happen. The third one's going to happen in early 2026. And this is a continuation of that spirit. So we've got this new grant that does essentially four things: capacity building or programmatic funding for individuals or organizations. For capacity building for individual artists who serve our residents, could be professional development or skill building opportunities like workshops, conferences, website development, anything that helps them advance as a working artist. For organizations, capacity building might look like strategic planning, audits, board development, and so on. And like I said, it can also help fund art, and that again is either for individuals or organizations. And that can be things like public art, exhibitions, films, performances, so long as that work serves Wichita's residents. Just a couple more details and I'll move on to the operational grant category opportunity. Because the Activation Grant has a wide variety of things it can do, the potential ask is also very wide, anywhere from $500 to $10,000. And that's, again, all the way from Artist Access to Arts Thrive. I'm happy to say that the applications for the Activation Grant are open right now. If you're watching online, kudos to you for your stamina. And you can just open a new tab and go to wichita.submittable.com to apply. They close at 11:59 p.m. on Monday, November 3rd. I did record an information session for anyone who wants more info, and you can find that on the city's YouTube channel. Again, I recommend you check out wichita.submittable.com. So, our new operational grant program. Like the old version, this new plan divides our organizations into three tiers. But instead of your budget size, now it's about your organization's experience, both on your own and with the city. It gives us the ability to develop a relationship and build trust with these organizations. I want to note what I'm about to describe is for an organization with no history of city funding. We've got a few dozen organizations that have experience with us already, so we're dealing with how that grandfathered experience is going to work. Organizations that are coming in new to the opportunity start at our base tier. We call those recipients our cultural partners. This tier works a lot like the previous system. You have to be a 501c3, you have to be around for at least 2 years, and you apply for funding every year. And just like every other tier, you have to hit your performance measures to continue to be considered for funding. The funding you can request is based on your organization's budget, and it's capped at $15,000. The new part is this. Once the organization is at least 10 years old, and once it's received funding from the city for at least 5 of those 10 years, they can apply to move up a tier. If accepted, they will become a cultural anchor. And you'll see in a moment from Lindsay that the Cultural Funding Committee has recommended almost 60% of this year's applicants be placed into the cultural partner tier. Again, because of that grandfathered experience, that's not meant to suggest that those organizations will have to wait 5 years to move up to the anchor tier. It's a lot of things we're trying to grandfather in on a case-by-case basis. I will confirm, though, that any organization moving to a new tier will at least meet the minimum requirements for that level. So, cultural anchors, this is our middle tier. As it says in the top, these are organizations that have served our residents for at least 10 years and have received funding for 5 of the last 10 years. There's some grace there because we know capacity can be an issue for new or small organizations. Sometimes you just don't have the time to fill out a grant application. What makes this tier special is that anchors receive 3-year contracts from the city, and their funding is consistent across those 3 years. That funding is based on a percentage of their budgets, again, capped at $35,000, which they will receive so long as they continue to meet those performance measures. When that 3-year contract ends, they can apply for another one. To be clear, anchors will give us annual reports every year, and they will apply for funding every 3 years. So there are lots of opportunities for us to check in and course correct as necessary. After 3 of those contracts, or 9 years total, they can apply for our final tier, our top tier, which we're calling cultural institutions. If approved, and I want to point out there is a budget minimum, they have to have a budget of at least $500,000 to move up into that cultural institution tier. They will have a year tacked on to their final anchor contract, making it 10 years that they've been a cultural anchor, and then following that, they will move up into that cultural institution status. So cultural institutions, which is a term we already use, but we're co-opting it. They are, again, 501c3 nonprofit organizations that have served our residents for at least 20 years, and they've received funding from the city of Wichita for at least 15 years, preferably 15 consecutive years, and have budgets of at least $500,000. Once accepted, organizations do not need to reapply for funding, so long as they continue to meet those annual performance measures. We do have several oversight and cancellation opportunities built into those contracts. So if something were to go wrong, worst case scenario, we're not stuck with these contracts forever. Obviously, we hope to never have to use those things. Our goal is always to make sure that our institutions are healthy and around to serve multiple future generations. And I don't want to suggest that we have any concerns about the organizations being recommended for cultural institution status today. They are, like you would hopefully expect, trusted with long traditions of successful use of city funding. You'll see these terms come up in a little bit, but informally, we refer to these cultural institutions as new cultural institutions and our existing ones as legacy cultural institutions. So to very briefly recap, we've got our base tier cultural partner, at least 2 years old. Cultural anchor, at least 10 years old with 5 years of city funding. Cultural institution, at least 20 years old with hopefully 15 years of consecutive city funding. Tier shifts don't happen automatically. An organization must be accepted, must apply for and be accepted into that tier, and they can be relegated down a tier or out of the program entirely if they're not consistently hitting a majority of their performance measures. So the application. The application has 3 specific connections to the cultural plan, including increasing by 10% per year in each zip code the number of underserved residents who access arts and cultural opportunities, establishing Wichita as a regional hub for cultural arts, and partnering with organizations to increase the number of paid professional opportunities for artists and art organizations in the community. The application itself has several narrative questions and asks for a lot of data, including audience and impact data, board and staff info, and financial information. It is a lot that we ask of our applicants, but we do view it as a capacity building exercise. We are trying to help them know what information to gather, help them gather the information, and to be able to make the argument for the work that they're doing. It's smaller text there in the middle, but you can see under Objective 1.1 the zip codes that staff have gathered. We did gather baseline data from our organizations and identified a few zip codes that we're trying to target. Our current funding recipients are required to track zip code data in 2025, and we have been slowly directing their attention to these identified zip codes for 2026. We don't know yet what kind of movement we're going to see. Again, we're in year 2 of this data, but we have been raising awareness that these areas need some extra attention. Those zip codes, for those of you who can't see them, are 67210, 67211, 213, 214, and 67217. One other thing I'd like to highlight is Objective 4.1, partnering. The Cultural Funding Committee is very big on partnering, on collaboration. And I will say that partnerships among our grant recipients have continued to bloom in the past few years. They know how important it is. They know how important it is to us. They know how important it is in general. And one that came up a lot this past grant cycle was organizations partnering with a group called Music Youth Partnership. If you don't know Music Youth Partnership, they help get instruments into the hands of underserved students, and they provide professional musician mentors for those students. And so Several of our local nonprofit music-oriented groups have been either donating their time as mentors or donating instruments to eventually make their way to those students. I've got one more slide for you, and I'll give it back to Lindsay. Just our timeline very quick. To remind you, discussions around these changes have been happening for a little over 2 years, and we started openly working on the specifics with the Cultural Funding Committee in March. We opened applications in May, and we closed them in August. Staff were available to help applicants make sure their applications were complete during that time, and we did work with several of them to make sure that nothing was missing. After closing, the committee started reading the applications and prepared questions for the Q&A, which is a 15-minute slot where the committee just asks clarifying questions of the applicant. And that was held on September 18th. Deliberations began thereafter and culminated a week later on September 25th. Overall, committee members averaged about 42 hours of volunteer time each for this one grant opportunity, and we do hold multiple of them per year. It breaks down to about 10 hours of strategic work sessions to help adjust the program and build out the application, 16 hours to review the submissions, 9 hours in the Q&A session, and 7 hours deliberating the final recommendations. So we also know what it is to have an extremely long meeting. So sympathies. We're very thankful to Chairperson Dominic Gana and every member of the Cultural Funding Committee for their incredible work and their effort in making this program successful. Continuing on the timeline, we are seeking your approval today, and should we get that approval, contracts will go out in November. Funding will be available on January 30th, and we will be performing site visits in Q1 and Q2 of 2026, and final annual reports will be due by January 30th, 2027, and that's what we use to track their performance measures. So at this time, I'd like to pass it back to Lindsay for the rest of the presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, we're getting there. Some general feedback that we received from both applicants and committee throughout the program we thought was important to share with you all tonight, and definitely share with the community as well. Throughout all of the application process, especially this year in particular, a lot of applicants and local nonprofits are really concerned about unstable public funding. So we're exceptionally proud to bring this program to you tonight, because this is one of the very relied upon funding opportunities here at the local level. I do want to highlight two of these concerns at the state level, one being the Sunflower Summer Program, which I'm sure you're all aware of and have all been great advocates for over these last few years. But when the state cut that program in half, or the funding was cut in half for this summer, it had a really big impact here in Wichita, which makes up the lion's share of the attractions in the state. Similarly, the Kansas Arts Commission, which is our state counterpart or our state arts agency, we received some interesting legislation in state budgeting this year, which the state legislator put a 60-40 clause on the state's comparative operational grant program. And that 60-40 clause required that all 60% of funding for operational grant support goes to counties with a population of 80,000 and below, which disproportionately impacted Sedgwick County organizations and ultimately Sedgwick County residents. So because Sedgwick County has the most arts organizations in the state, now we're competing for the least amount of money available. A lot of local arts organizations who have been longtime recipients of state funding saw dramatic decreases in their funding for operational grants as well. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on at the state level, but those two programs in particular are big lifelines for our local arts organizations that have been particularly unstable in this current fiscal year that we're really concerned about as we move forward. Obviously, the federal government is making lots of changes right now, so there's some additional concerns happening at a variety of those levels, including the agencies that are listed here. Additionally, all sectors are facing cost of goods and services continue to rise, despite our budget for this program is not rising at the same rate. The need for performing arts venues continues to rise, both rehearsal and performance spaces. And something that we really wanted to highlight, especially if anyone's still listening, is the need for board development and board members, and all all local nonprofits rely so heavily on volunteer support. And all of our applicants and recommended funding recipients tonight are in the need of more volunteers to help execute their missions. All of this to bring to the attention that many of these organizations provide a lot of low-cost and free programming throughout the community. Several applicants indicated that they might not be able to offer those free programs or as many programs as they have in the past because of all these funding concerns and their general operational needs. Moving into the operational grant background, I won't belabor this slide too much. Happy to go into detail in Q&A if it comes up, but just so you can see the growth and changes in the program over the last few years. Because of the strategic changes made this year, we have what we think is more reasonable requested funding level that's a little bit more comparative to the amount we actually have to give out. So we've adjusted, instead of asking applicants to tell us how much they're requesting, because they would request way more than we would ever potentially be able to award, we've kind of capped it at what their eligible ask could be based on the tiers that Jesse described. Why do we do this? I would be remiss if I didn't include the arts and economic prosperity slide. The nonprofit arts sector in Wichita in 2022, so the data's even a little bit outdated, is a $185 million industry, of which the allocation of about $500,000 being recommended tonight is about 1.5% of the total operating costs of our local arts nonprofits. Jesse mentioned our legacy cultural institutions, so here's that list. These are organizations that are not eligible to apply for the funding because they're grandfathered in to a long-standing relationship with the city. That being said, all of these organizations have various levels of contracting with us and all have the comparative performance measures that all cultural funding applicants receive. As applications or as MOUs and operating agreements with these organizations come up for renewal, we're updating their performance measures to make sure that they're in line with the strategic plan as well. So the recommendations from the Cultural Funding Committee. They awarded or are recommending awarding 31 applicants out of 34 received applications with the remaining funding for the activation grant opportunity. Of that, $175,000 to cultural institutions, $176,000 to cultural anchors, $146,500 to cultural partners, with $55,000 and change going to the activation grant opportunity. So here are the 5 organizations that the committee is recommending putting into that cultural institution category, and with a recommended funding level of $35,000. Arts Partners, Music Theater Wichita, Exploration Place, Wichita Symphony, and the Ulrich Museum of Art at WSU. For cultural anchors, here's the list of recommended organizations. There are 8 here. Again, these are the ones that would receive 3-year contracts with equivalent funding. And 18 organizations have been recommended for cultural partnership funding recommendations. I do want to note that we had 2 first-time applicants and recommended funding opportunities here, Mulberry Art Gallery and Great Plains Nature Museum, or Great Plains Transportation Museum, excuse me, are 2 first-time applicants who are being recommended for funding. And with that, for financial considerations, the estimated amount to be allocated for the program is $553,190. Based on the anticipated mill levy results, that number does change a little bit as we confirm the mill levy in the next month or 2. The committee's recommendations are aligned with that budgeted amount. And we'll be back in December with a recommendation for those activation grants and the allocation of those funds. The Law Department has reviewed the contract templates as to form, and staff recommend approving the 2026 Cultural Funding Program operating grant awards as recommended by the Cultural Funding Committee and authorize the necessary signatures. And with that, I would love to take a point of personal privilege to echo what Jesse said, to thank our committee and our applicants for sticking with us over the last few years as we made these changes. And Dominic is still in the room. He's been here all day, our chair of the Cultural Funding Committee, so shout out to him. And I believe we still have some of our grant recipients or grant applicants are in the room tonight. I know there are several more that wanted to be here today who I believe have already reached out to you, but this program is incredibly important to our local arts community. And with that, I'm available for questions, as is Jesse and Dominic.
Thank you, Lindsay, Jesse, and Dom. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lindsay, and everybody for your work on this. Shout out to my appointee. He's been suffering through this all day with us. Yeah. Another District 3 appointee who is chair of the committee, so I may have the most on council here. Challenge, we'll have to look that one up. I do ask this, I think, every year. The ones who missed the cut, do we reach out and give them advice, give them, here's maybe where you fell short? How do we reach out and engage those people?
Yeah, great question, and something that we were really strategic with this year, especially with the activation grant. So there were 3 organizations that were not recommended for funding, and the committee was very clear that they wanted to see them apply for the activation grant. So Jesse's already reached out to them to let them know that they were not recommended with a handful of reasons, and has offered to meet with them and encourage them to apply for that activation grant. We definitely treat every organization a little bit different because they all are very different, but we have an open line of communication with all of the applicants to help guide them through the process. But the organizations who are not recommended for funding, we've already put a touch point with to make sure that they know about this next grant application opportunity. And with that, we provide feedback to all applicants, which you can see in your agenda packet of bullet points of areas for opportunity or areas for improvement or areas to highlight success of the organization that the committee provides to each applicant. So we have a really good rapport. We believe we have a really good rapport with all of the applicants.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Lindsay, Jesse, Dom, appreciate all your work on this. I like the new direction. Also wanted to mention Jesse, nice frame, so I like those. But I really appreciate this direction that you're going. It looks good, all the thoughtfulness and effort that you all put into it. So I appreciate it and definitely am supportive of it.
I have several questions. Sorry, Lindsay. First and foremost, thank you for the new process. I think it is very transparent. It also provides more parameters that are more realistic. I know that last year, the over $1 million ask, and then really we didn't have $1 million, and so the expectation was just not there. And so I'm glad that it is now much more realistic on what the dollar amounts are available. However, I did look at those dollar amounts. So last year, $510,000 roughly for 39 organizations. Is that accurate?
Let me pull up this slide again if this is what you're referencing. This one about 495,000. I believe 510 included the artist access grant equivalent. But so that, yes, that was the total funding pool.
And last year, I know that several of the organizations received more than what they're getting this year. I wanted to hear the feedback from those institutions. What have you heard? Because now it is capped at $35,000. I know that music theater last year received $40,500, but now we're recommending $35,000 since that's the cap for institutions. How will this impact them?
Sure, great question. Thank you for bringing it up. This is the tricky part of this program every year, is figuring out how to set clear expectations without utilizing too much historical data, for all the reasons that Jesse indicated, that the program is new and fresh each year. What we have heard from institutions and all organizations is that sustainable funding models are really more helpful than anything. So while organizations can receive a big swing in funding allocations year to year, just depending on the funding pool available, how many applicants there were, who was on the committee, how they wrote their grant application, knowing how much funding you're going to get as an organization, in this case for institutions, potentially in perpetuity, is much more stable than $7,000 to $10,000 here or there. They don't have to apply for the grant anymore. They still have to do their performance measures, but the staff burden that this takes off the organizations to apply for, from what we've heard from institutions in particular, is worth it. So they know what they're getting, they can budget it in, that stability is worth more than anything.
A follow-up question to that institution conversation. So a large majority of these institutions have gotten a score that is the highest numbers compared to partners and anchor organizations. Was there ever a consideration amongst the board regarding the highest scores and how you would reward, I guess, high scoring? I see that highest scoring is Exploration Place, followed by Wichita Symphony Orchestra. Was there ever a consideration of if you got a very high score, you would be rewarded also?
Great question. So yes, in the institution category, they were all recommended for the same amount of funding, just to kind of set that stable amount. But what you'll see is in the anchor and partner categories is that the highest scoring applicant isn't always the highest recommended funding because of the eligible ask. So we still take in consideration the budget size and the organizational size and their capacity to receive funding. So the highest score doesn't always indicate the highest allocation. However, it should be comparative within their eligible funding recommended amount. Does that make sense? Okay.
And then I know that an institution, obviously, Arts Partners is an institution, they're getting $35,000, but Arts Council is actually one of the other organizations that is not even part of this conversation. However, how do you make sure that people or organizations are not overlapping?
In terms of services provided? That's an interesting question. We definitely have some organizations that provide comparable services or comparable programming. We have several dance organizations in the Q&A this year. That was one question that the committee asked all of the applicants, like what differentiates you from this other comparative organization? And all applicants had an incredible response to that, that our community is quite large, and all of these organizations serve their different pocket of the community in different ways. So that's kind of how the committee approaches that, really looking at a universal approach to who's impacting the greatest good in the community. So we have a two-pronged approach of funding deeply and funding broadly. So deeply within a financial structure, and broadly within community impact. So although there might be some like-minded services, that's not necessarily taken into consideration of we're only looking to fund one dance or one music organization, because fundamentally they can operate quite differently.
So I'm going to go back to the performance of the scoring system, and maybe Dom was about to come forward regarding this, but I know that obviously when it comes to an anchor institution, the highest scores were Mark Arts and Harvester Arts. They both got the highest amount, $30,000. When it came to partner organizations, the two highest scoring were Orpheum Performing Arts Center and Wichita Grand Opera, and they got the highest amount. But when it came to institution, and this is where I'm going to push back just a little bit, because again, the highest scoring out of all of these applicants is Exploration Place. And so I wanted to make sure that you're rewarding, obviously, results, you're rewarding organizations that are performing at a stellar pace or a stellar scoring.
No, we have this discussion every year. One of the challenges, what's a great thing that staff created this new programming, was organizations like Exploration Place, MTW, have the resources and the grant writing experience. Because we're not looking at the level of work that we see they do in the community. We're basing this operational grant on the proposal they've provided at that year. So those scores vary from year to year, but we're looking at what they have out there. Traditionally, Exploration Place would, in our old funding model, is a percentage of what they were asking for, where we're getting there. We're trying to create some equity. During the cultural planning process, if you remember, the Arts Council had these little meeting sessions to review. What they mentioned earlier was these organizations said this extended funding model would be much more appreciated, so they know what they're going to get, as opposed to asking for, say, $120,000 and we only provide them $50,000. But then the next year we provide them $25,000. And all these scores out there, I do feel as an organization and as a committee, we are trying to fund these exceptional organizations, like the top 5 we have out there. They are extremely deserving. They would receive money. Unfortunately, there is no guarantee based on everyone in that group with the 7 to 11 bodies coming to agreement on what that funding level is. One of the things we've done a very good job over the last 2 to 3 years is making sure that we have unanimous approval of the plan we're presenting to you. There were years early on, I voted against it. I didn't agree with the funding levels some organizations were getting because I didn't believe they met their metrics that I had laid out for them. So I understand what you're asking. We don't have the money, and you're not going to give us more money to fund these arts organizations. This is the most equitable and fair mindset from everyone involved, from the committee with the challenges we had, from an arts plan that wasn't functioning to our needs, to the needs of these arts organizations. I believe there may even be, did MTW send an email to us that was going to be here? Yeah, even expressing how appreciative they are of this new funding model. Again, I cannot go more or say more about the work Jesse did to get the input of all the stakeholders. Because when I came on the committee in 2020, about 2 weeks before the actual grant process, and what Jesse's done, this plan we feel meets everyone's needs and funds these organizations, Exploration Place, Music Theater, Arts Partners, to the level that we think this city can give them and provide success for everyone here.
Thank you, Dom, and thank you to the committee. I will just, again, put it for the record that I see that the highest score literally out of all of these is 95.7, and that's Exploration Place. And I want to make sure that we are always being mindful that if people are performing or organizations are performing at a stellar mark, that they get compensated that way. And I understand that all institutions got the same amount, 35,000. But if there would have been, for the most exceptional, some amount.
That is a very challenging thing, because the resources that they have present the scoring system out there with an application. They have the resources that Arts Partners doesn't have. So it's harder to say that this score is, we're judging it based on the evidence provided for this year and what they have, with the numbers, how well it's written. Because it's kind of challenging to kind of say, I'm going to give an example of Juniper Arts and Exploration Place. The level of staffing and knowledge they have to ask for funding where they are is night and day. And if we're looking at these applications and judging what's in front of us, it's hard to say, this is just a score based on 7 to 11 people's personal scoring system. And that number changes from year to year based on who's on that committee. I try to keep the same system in place since I've come on, but it's hard. It is hard. Like, I know the work that these groups do. I've now, for most of the organizations on this list, I've actually seen the work they do, but we don't want to think about that. We need to look at it purely from the level of what they're performing from a dollars and cents levels. There's 2 organizations which applied for institutions which didn't meet the criteria we felt needed at this time. So we are providing the resource and the opportunity for them to move up. I mean, again, we use those based on the scorings we have on that system too, because those organizations don't fit in within the same scoring levels as the other organizations on there. Now, I understand what you say. We go through this every year. It's been a major challenge for us, and this, there's no perfect system. Yeah. This is the best that we have, and I'm confident with it, with where we are.
Thank you, Dom. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. I would say I really like this system. I think the 3 years and knowing what your funding is and not having to go through a process every year. So I really do like it, and I appreciate all the work you've done with it. So thank you.
Last question is about activation grants, and I want to make sure that this is also part of the conversation. Because I'm looking at the differences between organizations and what they received. Again, 3 organizations are getting less than last year. Music Theater of Wichita, Mark Arts, and Exploration Place. And I understand that they have staff that understand grant processes. But I don't want to punish organizations that are doing a good job. And one of those good jobs is the River Flicks at Exploration Place. And I know that that is free movies that were being held at Exploration Place's amphitheater, and it was well attended. However, it does require funding for things like that. And if I remember correctly, that River Flicks program was being grant funded, not through you, the city of Wichita, but rather another source. I would love to see that continue. So I want to ask the question about activation grants. Could, for instance, Exploration Place apply for River Flicks, which are free movies every Friday during the summer times, in order to get an activation grant?
Great question. Unfortunately, the answer is no. So recipients of the cultural funding program can only apply and receive one grant from the city. So an organization could decline an operational grant in order to get an activation grant, although they're more likely to receive more funding under the operational grant. The reasoning behind that is just the amount of money to go throughout the community is just so limited that is a parameter that the committee put on the activation grants for this year. And in comparison to the Artist Access Program last year, which would have been the comparable program, we had almost 80 applications and we're only able to distribute about 20 awards. So we're trying to we're trying to open it up and provide an equitable system, but also not give false hope to community on funding that's just not going to be able to get as far as we'd like it to go into the community. So for the activation grants in particular, there is a caveat or a stipulation that you can only receive one funding pot or one grant from the cultural funding program, either operational or activation grants.
And who created that rule again? The committee.
It was under the guidance of the Cultural Funding Committee.
Can we go back to slide number 129 then? Okay, so I'm going to argue this point because I believe, and I don't have children, but I saw the photos and the video regarding River Flicks, which again was a free event for this community. And it was utilizing a space over at Exploration Place. And I believe that they had grant funding in order to have this River Flicks program. And it was not through the city. But if we want that to continue, and I think that it was a great staple, if anyone attended, I would love to hear. But that's what when I saw the slide about activation grants, and it said for program funding for nonprofits, programs, that's a program. River Flicks is a program, free for anybody. There was no barrier other than getting to the location. And many people could have walked if they lived in the apartments nearby. And so I would argue that I don't like punishing, again, these institutions that create these big opportunities for our community, free opportunities for our community, and they're already going to get, some of these organizations, less funding because they're an institution, but not being able to compete yet again for activation grants that really activate this community and provide programming. I think it's unfair. Okay. So that's for the record. Thank you. I see no further questions for staff. We will now open it up for more public comment.
Good evening, Mayor Wu, members of City Council, and City staff. My name is Sierra Franklin Morton, and I live at 1616 North Holyoke, which is in Councilman Johnson's district in District 1. But my organization, Tallgrass Film Association, we are located at 120 East 1st Street North, which is in District 6, which is Councilperson Ballard's district. And I'm the interim executive director for Tallgrass Film Association, which is a nonprofit film organization that provides year-round film programming and hosts the Tallgrass Film Festival every fall in downtown Wichita. Just this past Sunday, we wrapped our 23rd annual festival, partnering with venues across downtown, including the Boulevard Theater, Century 2, City Arts, XY, the Workroom, the Farm Credit Bank Building, the Advanced Learning Library, Walker's Jazz Lounge, and the Brickyard. Over the course of the festival, we welcomed an average of 1,346 attendees per day, including 350 unique attendees from Wichita and nearby communities, more than 450 attendees from across the state of Kansas, visitors from 32 out of 50 states, and several international visitors as well. Together, they brought life and energy to downtown Wichita, filling hotels, restaurants, and shops. We screened over 180 films, including 14 world premieres and numerous Kansas premieres, such as our opening film, It's Dorothy, which celebrated one of Kansas's most iconic figures in pop culture. Despite state and federal funding cuts, our team worked tirelessly to deliver a seamless event. However, those reductions did impact the experience. We were unable to host as many filmmakers as we normally would, bring in more films as we normally would because those costs, screening costs to bring those in, or bring in the special guests that help make Tallgrass a vibrant nationally recognized organization and festival. So with renewed arts funding from the City of Wichita, we could restore the festival to its full potential, welcome back more filmmakers and guests, and expand our year-round educational and community programming. This investment will directly contribute to the preparation of our 25th anniversary, which will be in 2027, ensuring that Tallgrass continues to celebrate diverse voices, support local artists, and drive cultural tourism in our city. And then just to go a little bit off script a little bit, I will say with respect to some of our institutions and things like that, we have a very strong arts community. We don't want to be one against another, one pivoting against each other, because we all work together. And I think organizations like Juniper Arts Academy and Mulberry Arts would greatly benefit from things like the activation grant that other organizations like EP and Music Theater of Wichita would get with their other various grant opportunities that they get because of the different sectors and things that they're in. But with that being said, thank you all for your time and your ongoing support of the arts and your service to the citizens of Wichita. Thanks.
May I ask you a question, Sierra? You just
Yeah.
mentioned Juniper Arts and Mulberry Art. They both are going to receive dollars as partners, but that means, according to our rule, they cannot apply for activation grants. Would you like a change in that so that they can compete for activation grants?
I think activation grants are most suited for our individual artists that we have in the community because they need those resources as well, and a lot of them aren't on nonprofits because they're just individual people. And anything that we could do as a city to help fund these individual artists with their art shows or any kind of opportunities that they have to put us on the map, I'd rather that money be spent that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no further individuals. Oh, we do have an individual who would like to speak. Of course we do.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony Joyner. I live at 1747 South Volusia Avenue, but I run a business over in District 1. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I literally just took off here. I had a whole speech planned for today, but then wasn't going to be able to make it. I literally cut some things short to be here. I want to point something out. Mulberry Arts is the first nonprofit art gallery in the city of Wichita. It's the second African-American art gallery that was opened in this city, okay? I started this because African-American artists make up less than 2% of the entire industry. Art by African-American women makes up around 0.2% of the entire art industry. I want you to take a look around at all of the different art institutions throughout the city. And I want you to name me one curator that's black, one director, one C-level position that's black. What Mulberry has done since we started about 5 years ago was brought in several young people, worked with WSU, and helped young people learn how to be curators. We've brought in young people to help them get involved in murals. You look at the keeper of the planes out in front of Intrust Bank Arena, there was an artist and some kids that worked on that, and those kids learned how to not only paint that sculpture, but how to actually put together a budget, where to go buy the paint from, how to interact with that substrate. They learned a lot of different things by doing that, and that's not all. I had kids that just over the summer got their first contract to work with an organization in New York, right? These are high school kids that were able to get together and work a contract in New York and get paid for it over the summer and understand how to actually read that contract and work through it. Now, there was a conversation earlier about organizations that score higher on the cultural funding, right? I sat on the cultural funding committee, and when I came in because I had a question of why the Kansas African American Museum wasn't receiving as much funding as some of the other organizations that I saw. I learned through cultural funding why that happened, right? But something else that I realized immediately was that there were other smaller organizations that were going to score lower when it came to filling out that application when it came to filling out that grant, because just like me, they don't have very many people. There's one full-time employee at Mulberry Arts. You want to know how I paid some of my part-time employees? I drove DoorDash. This recommendation that is being provided to you all today, when we talk about a couple of organizations not getting an additional $10,000 on their multi-million-dollar budget, that $10,000 wouldn't have existed had it been provided to one of those other organizations. You understand that right there? $9,500 to Mulberry Arts is going to allow us to do several things over several months. And this is not to talk bad on any of these other organizations. I look to partner with them, and I hope that they continue to do the things that they do, including being able to provide a lot of the resources and free things that they give to the community. But I need you to understand that though they can host an extra event and charge a few extra tickets and get some of that money, or pay one of their tens of employees to fill out another application, I can't do that. It's me. So I understand you all wanting to reward organizations that do amazing things, and I agree with that. But my recommendation is, if we want to provide an additional reward to organizations that are doing big things in the city, that we increase the pot, not take away from organizations that otherwise will not be able to get it. Because I can promise you that the funding that you're putting in us, if you all provide us with that funding, is going to go a long ways to helping kids that are not necessarily going to get the resources, even though they have their doors open. That little boy that I picked up off the side of the road that was homeless because his dad put him out, he's not going to go to one of these large organizations to get help. He's already embarrassed. The little girl whose mom called me out because she was having an episode, her mom ain't calling one of these large organizations. They're calling me. And this could be the difference as to whether or not I'm able to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Councilmember Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Anthony, for coming up and sharing the backstory here. It is a lot like planting seeds, and I really hope to see your organization continue to grow. So I appreciate all you're doing in the community and wish you luck in the future, and I always feel like you can reach out to us to discuss any of these issues. Thank you, sir.
Would anyone else from the public like to speak? I see none. We'll bring it back to the bench. Councilmember Tuttle.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank Jesse and Lindsay, and thank you for this new process. We already received an email from one of our community partners who said how much they appreciate the new process. So kudos to you. I also want to thank Dom and all of the Cultural Arts Funding Committee. We trust you, right? We ask you to represent us and to make decisions, to have your finger on the pulse of what's going on, and I appreciate and respect the decisions that you all have made. And it's so good that we can say, look, not only staff are driving these decisions, but also community members who care greatly about this topic. So thank you for your time. It's certainly not lost on me. I know it's been a long meeting, but I just have to mention many of the organizations in here, they all contribute to the vibrancy of our arts community. And when we did our last Arts and Economic Prosperity Study in 2023, we found that the non-for-profit sector of the arts community generates $184 million annually in local activity. And that's equivalent to 2,929 full-time jobs. And it's also 32.3 million in state, local, and federal tax revenue. So these organizations that we're funding, we're helping them, but they are helping our community, not only providing vibrancy and ways to attract and retain talent in business, but also they are helping our economy. So kudos to everyone involved in this project. Good luck to all of the organizations that receive funding, and a special thank you to them.
With that, I will go ahead and move that the City Council approve the funding allocations recommended for arts and cultural organizations by the Cultural Funding Committee and authorize the necessary signatures.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Public Housing Recovery Agreement Status Report.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Sally Stang with the Housing and Community Services Department, for the record. I have for you our monthly recovery plan update for the Wichita Housing Authority. A little background. On January 7th, the Wichita Housing Authority entered into a recovery agreement with the Department of Housing and Urban Development for its low public housing assessment system score. And part of that requires that we provide you a status update monthly. So the recovery agreement included 3 action items or areas: improving the physical condition of occupied dwelling units, repositioning the remaining public housing properties, and providing an update on the capital fund projects. So the improving the physical conditions, so all maintenance plans, inspections, work orders, everything has been submitted to HUD. HUD's REAC inspections were completed in May of this year, scored very, very well. Our internal Inspire inspections, we contracted those with Nan McKay and Associates, and those were all completed on all vacant and occupied properties in July of 2025, resulting in no life-threatening or severe deficiencies. As far as the repositioning, we had, as of, this was earlier in the month, October 3rd, when this was put together, we had a 14.6% occupancy rate. The approval, we've received approval to dispose of all of the properties, and as of that date, 195 properties had sold, and 38 were pending sale. Closings have slowed even further, as you can imagine. It was very slow receiving the declaration of trust releases from HUD. Well, of course, in a government shutdown, they have stopped entirely. So until government comes back open, we won't be receiving any of those. And then we're still working with McCurdy Real Estate to auction properties that didn't sell through the broker. And the detailed disposition report was attached to the green sheet. So we do have strategies for those remaining units. The Affordable Housing Fund was updated in August. The South City units we've been talking about, there's 7 of them there that house very large families. The RFP for that actually opened on October 10th and will close on November 14th. Very excited. Request for proposals without subsidy for the Arnold cluster closed on 10/10. And we received 5 proposals. And the Affordable Housing Review Board will actually be hearing presentations from those proposers at Monday's Affordable Housing Review Board meeting. And then we will be issuing a further RFP for the Country Acres cluster actually after all of the capital fund project work is complete. So that's probably December when we'll see that one hit. The remaining units are sold on the open market, staggered to not flood the market, and after all of the occupants have relocated. We're down to 20 occupied units. 7 of them are those ones we want to sell occupied. 5 we're working to sell to the existing public housing residents, and the remaining 8 are in the process of moving. Capital fund projects, we did, as I mentioned in a previous report, receive an additional capital fund award for 2025. The project that was for 25 roof and gutter replacements is complete. That got done in less than 30 days, was fabulous. Those renovations of those 7 units in the Country Acres are scheduled to complete by the end of November. That's why we figure a December release of the RFP. So there is no impact to the general fund. The monthly update to the Housing Authority Board is required under the recovery plan, and the recommendation is simply to receive and file the recovery plan status update for October 2025, and I stand for any questions. Hopefully this is your easiest one of the day.
Thank you, Sally. Vice Mayor Johnston.
Yes.
Sally, I do have one question. I noticed that a couple weeks ago, you sold one of the ones in the Country Acres.
Mm-hmm. To a resident.
I figured that was the case.
Yes,
So
that was the case.
That's good.
We give them the right of first refusal.
Yeah, is that the only resident that took that on that offer?
No, we have another one coming. So
Okay.
there'll be a second one. I think it's on next week's consent agenda is
Okay.
the contract approval for the next one.
Good. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say kudos because I've been looking at the consent agenda items, and if it's not at the appraisal value, it is above appraisal value. And I really appreciate that you've been working hard with your team and making sure that, number one, it goes to the resident, right of first refusal, but then it goes back out into the community so that they can renovate it and then put it back out into a community for housing in our city. So thank you to your team. All right, with that, we will open it up for public comment. I see none. I'll bring it back to the bench. I will move that the Wichita Housing Authority Board receive and file the HUD Recovery Agreement Status Update and Public Housing Disposition Update Report.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Retroactively approved for Mayor Wu to attend the Young, Smart, and Local Conference in Tulsa, Oklahoma on Monday, October 20th, 2025. A city vehicle was utilized. All other costs were paid by the mayor.
I move to approve my travel.
I'll second it, but I'd like to just spend about 8 minutes talking about this because we can set a record for the longest meeting. No, I'll second it.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, can you please open the roll? Motion passes 7-0. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Council member appointments and comments.
All right, council members, anyone have appointments? I see none.
Oh, Liza can take up 8 minutes, I know that.
Council member comments now. I see, oh, no, I do have one. I am so sorry, and this is because the tri-government meeting is going to be held tomorrow, Wednesday evening at 5:30 p.m. at WSU Tech's NCAT facility, so the National Center for Aviation Training on North Webb Road. Again, this is a tri-government meeting between the city, county, and school board elected members, and it's open to the public. It's a town hall, and it is being hosted by Sedgwick County. So I encourage this community to come and engage with your elected officials on the city council, on the county commission, and the school board of USD 259. Councilmember Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I will not take 8 minutes. But it's always weird when we start a meeting with good morning and we end it with good evening.
Good night.
I just want to encourage everybody, early voting has started, so if you are in a district and there are candidates running for office, please go vote. And remember that there will be free transit on Election Day, so make sure your voice is heard.
Thank you all. With that, I will move to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Motion passes 4-3. We are adjourned, 7:05.